Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter commanded Gryffindor's lost golden dragon. Here is short summary. When Harry hears a mysterious voice calling for the lost golden dragon of Gryffindor, he uncovers an ancient legend, and a power that could change the wizarding world forever. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. That mad King Robert the Devil, as the wizards called him, had burnt down many of the villages that had wizard families, and many muggles who were friends had died. It was even rumored that he had killed his own brother Richard, who was king before. Godric closed his eyes again. Richard, like his father and grandfather who all shared the name, had been a good friend. He saw Helga running up to him. "Godric, we have a problem. William is missing. We suspect he went over to the Muggle camp. He kept saying yesterday that he knew how to end the fighting. I sent Gabriel, Alex and Aiden after him." Godric let out a low curse. "Does Salazar know?" "Yes, Rowena had to stun him before he sent that blasted basilisk of his loose, destroying the Muggles as well as us." William was Salazar Slytherin's 13-year-old son who wanted so badly to prove himself to everyone. He was the youngest of all the founders' children and was always teased and called the baby. He was desperate to join Alex and Aiden in their many adventures and was always following them around, trying to mimic their every move. Salazar was horrified at first that his youngest had decided he wanted to be more like Godric than him, but decided it was just a phase and he would eventually settle down like his elder brother and sister. But Godric knew better. The boy wanted to be a warrior like the twins. It is why he encouraged Salazar to have Gabriel tutor the boy. Gabriel was Salazar's top student who had graduated some years before but had stayed on to help tutor. He was more like Salazar in mannerism than any of Salazar's own children, but he also knew as much about swords and dueling as any of the students Godric apprenticed. Well, I hope Gabriel gives him a well-deserved whipping when he finds him, and if he doesn't, I will. That boy just seems to be a trouble magnet. Godric's green eyes flashed with an anger Helga had last seen when Alex and Aiden were discovered passed out drunk on their 17th birthday many years ago. It was a mixture of anger and worry. She smiled even with his ranting. She knew that Godric had loved the littlest Slytherin like one of his own boys. A very long hour later, the doors to the castle opened and Godric saw the three warriors enter, but to his horror a small body lay in Alex's arms. Godric ran up and saw the shadow of death on the young boy's face. Alex's face showed no emotion, but his voice was cold, as if forcing himself to speak. "We were too late." The little idiot rushed up to the captain waving his wand. He didn't notice the guards behind. Aiden handed his father William's wand. "We were just in time to stop them from beheading him and staking his body." Godric shouted, "Fox," and in a flash of blinding light his phoenix familiar came to his side. "Please heal him," Godric pleaded, but the phoenix looked at him with sorrowful eyes and let out a mournful song. Gabriel placed his hand over the boy's eyes and closed them, then walked away. A loud cry was heard from behind them and Godric saw Salazar running towards them. "No, no, no," the father's cry was heartbreaking. Salazar grabbed his son's body from Alex and slumped to the ground, crying over his fallen son. Rowena came up behind him with tears in her eyes. Helga came from the great hall and screamed when she saw the little body. The two ladies cried. They had all known the child as a baby and had looked after him like their own, especially after his mother died when he was 2. "This is your fault, Godric. You could have stopped the war long ago, but now it is too late. My son is dead," Salazar bawled in between sobs. Godric knew the man was grieving. "Sal, I am so sorry. You know I loved William as much as my own." "No, you don't. He was my son. Because of you my son is gone." "Salazar, he will be avenged, I promise," Alex said, putting on his armor. "No, Alex, not yet. You do not want to do something you will regret," his father said. "Where is the powerful wizard I heard about in stories? The one who fought sword in one hand, wand in the other, battling Vikings and wraiths? Where has that warrior gone, father? Why do you not fight as you did long ago? Have you become a coward in your old age?" Alex yelled. "There is a time to fight and a time to grieve, son. Now is the time to grieve," Godric said sadly. Salazar stood up angry. So even with my son cold in death, you will not fight these muggles. When will you fight? When one of your own dies, Godric. Will you fight when one of your boys lies dead on the ground? You said you loved William as your own and yet you will not avenge him. Well, I curse you, Godric Gryffindor, you will know the pain I feel, you will have your heart ripped out and thrown to the ground. I will have my revenge, I will kill these blasted muggles, and when I am finished I will kill you and yours. Salazar picked up the dead body of his son and walked away. 2 days later, the battle was still far from over. Godric stood on the battlements on the tallest tower and used his magic to strengthen the wards, but Gideon and the other wizards fought on the fields below. Aiden had pleaded with his father to allow them to use their full magical power on the soldiers, but Godric still refused. He had, however, agreed to use Golden Heart. As if on cue, the large golden dragon flew over the castle. From where Godric stood he saw Alex with his wand raised standing on top of the dragon's back, trusting his brother to steer. He watched as Alex battled. It was an awesome sight to witness. Many of the soldiers below ran in fear. They had bravely fought the wizards, but it was another kind of bravery needed to fight a dragon. He saw Golden Heart sweep over the lake near the Muggle camp and set it afire. Godric was angry. What were those boys thinking? He had forbidden them to use dragon fire. He left the tower and headed down to the hall below. He arrived to screams of terror and saw Rowena and Helga rushing out of the castle. What is going on, Helga? What has happened? Godric could not believe that something drastic could have happened in the few minutes it took him from the top of the tower to the hall below. It was, however, a bloody Gabriel who had come in limping into the hall, who responded, "Golden Heart has fallen, the muggles. I don't know what happened, all I saw was the great dragon falling from the sky." Godric's heart skipped a beat. Alex, Aiden, the old wizard, ran as fast as he could to the castle entrance and saw the great dragon's body on the edge of the lake, alive but badly damaged. "No, my sons." Godric ran towards the lake but was stopped by the spears of a group of Muggle soldiers. With a loud cry there was a blinding burst of light and all the soldiers lay stunned on the ground. Godric ran and all who stood in his way fell. When he arrived he saw Gideon near the dragon. What happened? Gideon's green eyes were filled with tears. "I don't know, Alex just stopped and I saw his body fall off Golden Heart. He fell into the lake and didn't resurface, and Aiden crashed and now is an inch from death." Within the hour all of the Muggle soldiers were dead, and for generations to come wizards would speak of Godric's battle that day. A month later, the Muggle king was no more, but the ache in Godric's heart had not subsided. A partially recovered Aiden looked at his father and said, "My brother is gone. There is nothing for me here. Maybe if you find his body you could erect a grave and I will visit, but until then I will not return. I hope in years to come you will find peace. I know I will not." With that he walked out of the castle. He was almost at the gate when he saw Gabriel and Helena walking towards him. Helena ran up to him. "Don't go, Aiden. Please don't leave us. We need you. If you go, so will Golden Heart, and then who will protect us?" Aiden smiled at the girl he and his brother had considered a little sister and gave her a key on the cheek. "I wish you well in your life, little one. Keep up with your studies and don't give your mother too much trouble." He then shook hands with Gabriel. "Keep her safe, keep them all safe." "I will, I promise, I will protect them until you return." Aiden shook his head. "I will return to Hogwarts only when my brother calls me home," he said sadly as he turned a last time to look at the castle that was his home all his life. Silently he walked through the gates. Godric stood on the battlements of the tallest tower. The sun was sinking as he saw Golden Heart take flight. The tall warrior stood with tears rolling down his face as he watched the horizon long after the dragon was no longer in sight. 1,000 years later a young Gryffindor sat on his bed in Gryffindor Tower. 12-year-old Harry Potter had been having nightmares since he had gone down to the Chamber of Secrets and had killed the basilisk. Every night he kept dreaming himself back in the chamber with the great snake attacking him. Tonight he had dreamt of knights and wizards and a golden dragon in battle, and then the battle shifted and he found himself again in the chamber. With a sigh he got up and got himself a goblet of water from the nightstand when he heard a voice cry out, "Help me, son of Gryffindor." Harry dropped the goblet and looked around. There was no one there. He climbed back into bed and decided he would try and get some more sleep. As he started to drift off he heard the voice again, "Please, son of Gryffindor, I need your help. We must call Golden Heart home." Harry pulled the covers over his head and groaned, "Oh no, not again." It had been a week since he started hearing the strange voice and 2 since his adventures in the Chamber of Secrets, so it was about 2 weeks since Harry Potter had gotten a good night's rest. Everyone in Gryffindor Tower had left him alone except for Fred, George, Ron and Hermione. Fred and George refused to be fazed by the screaming and cursing, brooding looks and general short temper that the boy who lived to save their sister was giving everyone. When Ron had told everyone that Harry had been getting nightmares about the basilisk and was not sleeping well, they had left him alone and were forgiving him his outbursts. After all, if they had been attacked by a 60-foot, 1,000-year-old giant snake and lived to tell about it, they would be having nightmares too. For the past 4 nights the twins had made it their personal mission to get Harry to go to sleep and stay asleep. They brought him warm milk and tucked him in bed and even told him bedtime stories to the delight of all the boys in the dormitory. Fred and George were masters of storytelling and usually had many antics and sometimes props to go along with the story. 2 nights ago all of the first and second years snuck into the second-year boys' dormitory and sat listening to the story. Last night most of the Gryffindor students were trying to crowd the room. Tonight the twins decided to host it in the common room instead. The prefects arranged steaming cups of cocoa and little snacks and filled the common room with giant pillows all over the floor which was bare of any other furniture. Everyone ran back to Gryffindor Tower after dinner, even those like Hermione and Percy who often stayed in the library until curfew. The prefects ordered everyone to change into their PJs and to assemble in the common room. Some of the first and second years and even a few of the older students including the head girl Brittany came with their stuffed bears, dragons and unicorns. Fred and George decided to make it special. Tonight's story was on the brave and heroic Godric Gryffindor, the founder of their house. Harry jumped with joy with everyone else when they were told the story of when Godric rescued the boy King Richard and his governess Helga Hufflepuff and helped him take the throne. He booed and hissed when Godric met up and fought with Salazar Slytherin against the French king at Normandy. He cheered when Godric defeated the Viking chief and saved the fair Rowena Ravenclaw. He clapped and hooted when they told how he stood up to the Druid high priest and built the great and mighty Hogwarts castle. All Harry's grumpiness seemed to disappear as he sipped his cocoa, in which one of the Muggle-born prefects had put some marshmallows. Percy the prefect stood up and announced it was time for bed. Everyone groaned. "Just one more please," Hermione pleaded. "Yeah, one more please." It was Nicholas the head boy who pleaded and everyone laughed. "Please Percy." This time it was Ginny and Percy had to give in. It was the first time since she had come to Hogwarts that he had seen his baby sister happy. "Okay, one more." Everyone cheered. The twins then told the story of the siege of Hogwarts and the battle with the Golden Dragon that led to the defeat of the Mad King Robert the Devil. Harry listened intently but found Fred and George's tale lacking. He sat still as everyone jumped and cheered. The Weasley twins were great storytellers and as they spoke Harry closed his eyes and saw the scenes play out in his mind. Then the great Godric raised his wand as he stepped on the back of the mighty Golden Dragon, Harry heard Fred say. It wasn't Godric, it was Alex, Harry heard a voice say only to open his eyes and saw everyone looking at him. "What, Harry?" Fred said. "On nothing, go on with the story," Harry said sheepishly, not knowing where that statement came from. The Golden Dragon roared and with his mighty breath. Fred continued. "Golden Heart," Harry said softly. "What, Harry?" Fred said again, getting a little annoyed. "Golden Heart, the dragon's name was Golden Heart," Harry told them. "How do you know that?" Dean asked curiously. "If you know the story already, be quiet, some of us never heard it before and you are spoiling it for us," Lavender said, irritated that Harry had interrupted the story twice already. "Sorry, go ahead Fred," Harry said shyly. How did he know that? He too had never heard the story before, but everything was so familiar. He listened again. Each time Fred or George spoke, Harry wanted to correct them but kept his mouth shut and sat still, as he didn't want to spoil the fun for everyone else. Harry started trembling, however, when he heard George say, "The coward Salazar was nowhere to be seen, hiding in his chamber afraid to come out lest he or his fanged servant be killed." Harry hugged himself close and started whispering, his son was dead, his little William had died, his son was dead. No one except Ron and Hermione, who were sitting near to Harry, had noticed. Hermione put her arms around Harry and said, "It's okay, Harry, everything is okay, it's just a story." "Yeah, mate, these things happened over 1,000 years ago," Ron added. "William is dead, Alex is missing, Aiden needs to come home," Harry whispered. "Harry, what are you going on about?" Ron whispered as he looked up at Hermione for help. "My dreams, Golden Heart, Aiden, he needs to come home, Alex needs him," Harry said, tears rolling down his eyes. "Harry, it's just a story," Hermione said again. "No, it's my dream, I dreamt it, the voice, it keeps calling for help, Aiden needs to come home, Alex needs him." "I think it is time we call Professor McGonagall for help," Nicholas the head boy said. Ron and Hermione looked up with a start. They had not realized the story was over and everyone was now heading to bed. Nicholas, Brittany and Fred and George were now looking at the three of them, with concern. A few minutes later Brittany came back with the headmaster, Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape. They had apparently been in a meeting when Brittany had gone for their head of house. Ron quickly explained about how Harry had not slept properly in the last 2 weeks and about his nightmares. Fred and George had explained about the bedtime stories and about tonight's story, which got a nod of approval from the headmaster. Hermione explained how worked up Harry had gotten when he heard the story of the Golden Dragon. She told them how Harry had kept mumbling about his dreams. "What exactly did he say, Miss Granger? What were his exact words?" the headmaster said with concern. "He said, 'My dreams, Golden Heart, Aiden, he needs to come home, Alex needs him,'" Hermione repeated. Ron then added, "Then when Hermione said it was only a story, he said, 'It's my dream, I dreamt it, the voice, it keeps calling for help, Aiden needs to come home, Alex needs him.'" The headmaster looked at the two professors as if asking if the words had any meaning for them, but they both shook their heads. "Do you think it's another basilisk? I mean, he kept hearing the basilisk earlier this year, but it kept talking about killing and eating people, not asking for help," Ron asked the headmaster. Professor Snape bent down so he was almost eye level with Harry. "Potter. Potter, what are you hearing? Is it a snake?" Harry kept hugging and rocking himself, his head resting on his knees. "Potter. Harry, look at me," Professor Snape said in such a soft tone that the others in the room looked shocked. The students' jaws all dropped. When Snape sat down on the ground and put Harry in an embrace and said again in a soft, almost fatherly voice, "Harry. Harry, I want you to look at me." Harry slowly looked up, his eyes glazed and tears kept flowing down his cheeks. "Harry, tell me what has happened," Professor Snape said, keeping his tone soft. "William, he is dead." "Who is?" Ron starting saying, but Professor Snape gave him a glare which shut him up. "How did William die, Harry?" Everyone was now quiet, leaving Snape to handle the traumatized boy. "The soldiers, they killed him. He did not see the soldiers behind him and they killed him. Alex was too late. And Alex, he needs help now. Yes, he needs Golden Heart, he needs his brother Aiden. Aiden needs to come home. And where is home, Harry? Where is Aiden's home?" "Hogwarts. Alex wants Aiden to come home to Hogwarts." "And where is Alex, Harry?" Harry started hugging himself again. "Harry, it's okay, we will get help, we will find Aiden, but you have to tell me where Alex is." Snape held on to Harry, who shocked everyone by uncurling and sat down on the stern professor's lap. Harry started crying again and Professor Snape just held on to him. "It's okay, everything is going to be okay, I promise. We have to find Aiden. Alex wants him to come home," Harry said in between his sobs. "We will find him, but I have to know where Alex is. He keeps calling me but I can't find him, he keeps calling me." "It's okay, Harry, we will find him. We will find Alex and then we will find Aiden, I promise." Snape kept rocking Harry until he was asleep. When they realized he was asleep, the headmaster picked Harry up from off of Snape and said, "We better take him to the hospital wing. Poppy should have some dreamless sleep we could give him." Professor Snape stood up and straightened his clothes. He turned to the Gryffindors and snarled, "What?" in his most snarky tone. He then snorted and left, following the headmaster out. Professor McGonagall then turned to her lions. 50 points everyone for getting help when needed, and another 50 points Fred and George for your bedtime story night. It was Fred who then said, "We don't deserve it, Professor. The story was supposed to help Harry, not make him worse. We put him in an awful state," the 15-year-old said with a sob. Sometimes we need to get to that awful state so we can get the help we need. Harry has had a hard year. We all did, and your story night has helped him confront what was bothering him. Now we can give him the help he needs. Besides, I think your story night has helped everyone. She was looking at 3 first-years who were curled up with their teddy bears sound asleep on some pillows on the far side of the room. Next time you have a story night, I know a good one about the Scottish lord who originally owned the lake, McGonagall said with a laugh that helped ease the minds of the 2 fourth-years and the second-years who looked like they were ready to cry. Yeah, and I know a real funny one about the water dragon that keeps hiding from the Muggles. They call her Nessie the Loch Ness Monster, Nicholas said, making Hermione gasp. Obviously she knew the myth. Brittany then passed out the last of the hot cocoa to the little ones and to Professor McGonagall, and then said, reassuring the others, Harry is going to be okay. Professor Snape took good care of him. Yes, unfortunately he has experience with this kind of thing. Ever so often we have a child or two, usually in his house, that requires special attention. As you have seen, he is not the monster you all make him out to be. Ron snorted in disbelief, though the boy had to admit that Professor Snape did seem to help Harry. It was an unusually serious George who turned to their head of house, Professor who was William and Alex and Aiden. I don't know, I have heard of many Alex and Williams and a few Aidens over the years, but never together like that. I am sure we will find them. Professor who was Golden Heart? Hermione asked. Harry said that Golden Heart was the name of the golden dragon in Fred and George's story. Do you think the story is real, that there was a real golden dragon? Ron asked their head of house. The golden dragon in the story is the only one in recorded history. It was said to be one of the guardians of Hogwarts. There is a tapestry here in Gryffindor Tower that shows Godric Gryffindor atop the dragon during the battle in the story, McGonagall said, carrying them over to the large tapestry. They watched in awe at the tapestry with the golden dragon. They had passed the tapestry every day without really noticing it. They saw the impressive figure of Godric Gryffindor on top of the dragon fighting Muggle soldiers below. Professor, who was that man on the tower, the one with the sword? Ron said, looking at the picture carefully. I don't know, possibly one of the other professors. Contrary to popular belief, the 4 founders were not the only teachers at that time. After they built the school they hired other wizards to help teach, McGonagall said with slight amusement. I ask because the sword in the man's hand looks a lot like the sword of Gryffindor, the one Harry pulled out of the hat. McGonagall took off her glasses and looked closer at the picture. Well, indeed it does. Yeah, and his hat looks a lot like the Sorting Hat, Fred said. Well, if this is Gryffindor, then who is that on top of the dragon? Nicholas asked the group. Harry said it was Alex. Hermione said, remember Ron? Harry said it wasn't Godric, it was Alex. That's when he first interrupted Fred. So Alex was a wizard in the battle, George said uncertainly. Professor, do you think it might be a ghost that is haunting Harry? Brittany asked. That is a possibility. If so, it should be easy to track down. I think it might be best if I take a memory of tonight's events, Professor McGonagall said, taking a piece of parchment from one of her robe pockets and transfigured it into a crystal-looking file. She then took out her wand and told Ron, I want you to think about tonight, from the time you and Harry came down to the common room to when the headmaster, Professor Snape, and I came in. Concentrate hard. With that, she took out a silver string of light from Ron's temple and dragged it into the crystal file. I think it is time for bed. It is well after your curfew, pointing to the 2 second years. Professor McGonagall then helped levitate the 2 sleeping female first years and carried them to bed while Nicholas picked up the little boy. After making sure that everyone was in bed, the head of house stopped one more time and looked at the tapestry and then knocked the lights and heading down to the hospital wing. When Minerva McGonagall entered the hospital wing, Poppy had already given Harry a dose of dreamless sleeping potion and Harry was sound asleep. Severus was sitting on a chair nearby watching the sleeping child. Though he would deny it to his last breath, Severus did care greatly for Harry. The headmaster was talking with Poppy and turned to Minerva as she came in, all the little lion's cubs all tucked in. She gave him a stern look. Yes, however, Ronald and Hermione remembered 1 or 2 more little details about tonight's events, and we made a shocking discovery. Albus, you know the Gryffindor tapestry on the northern side of the common room? Albus nodded. The one with Godric standing on the dragon, the story that Fred and George told tonight. Well, Ronald pointed to a figure on the battlements of the astronomy tower that we identified as Godric, and when we questioned the identity of the figure on the dragon, Hermione indicated that Harry had identified the person as Alex when Fred was telling the story. So the people Alex and Aiden are people from the story? Severus asked in a serious tone. Not just from the story. Remember the legend of the Golden Dragon is recorded history, one of the few recorded stories from that time. Did they remember anything else? Albus asked Minerva. Little bits like Harry saying the name of the dragon was Golden Heart. I took a copy of Ronald's memory of tonight's events. Good, let's go look at it right away, Dumbledore said, his eyes twinkling again. What now? It is nearly midnight, Severus said, and you have something better to do, the headmaster said with amusement. Severus looked at Harry and didn't say anything. He is going to be fine. With that sleeping potion he should be out until morning, and Poppy will be here to monitor him, Minerva said, putting her hand on the young professor's shoulders. Severus stood up. I am not worried about the brat. I was remembering a potion that I needed to brew, but I could leave it for tomorrow. I will come and look at the memory. He walked out of the hospital wing, not waiting to see if the headmaster and the Gryffindor head of house was following. The two older professors just looked at the door the young man had just walked through and chuckled. Albus looked at Harry on the bed asleep and said, potion, indeed. Sometime later they exited the pensieve which was used to observe the memory. Severus was relieved. 3/4 of the memory was sheer torture, listening to the adventures of Godric Bloody Gryffindor. God, he needed a drink. Albus on the other hand had thoroughly enjoyed the memory and had, to Severus' dismay, actually sat down cross-legged and cheered, booed and clapped along with the students while listening to the story. Minerva was very proud of her little lions and made mental note to have another story night before the term was up in 2 weeks. After watching Harry's reactions closely, they concurred with Brittany that it may have been the ghost of Alex that was haunting Harry. They decided to take another trip to Gryffindor Tower to observe the tapestry. Minerva had wondered if 2 trips to Gryffindor Tower in one night was a bit much for the Slytherin head of house, but surprisingly Severus did not complain. As they were walking past the library on their way to Gryffindor Tower, they passed the Ravenclaw ghost, who came floating out reading a book. She looked up at the professors and just nodded in acknowledgement and continued on her way, until she heard Snape mention the names Alex and Aiden. What? She called out. The headmaster and the professors stopped and turned to the ghost, who was floating back towards them. What did you just say about Alex and Aiden? She asked Snape, who was shocked. In all his time at Hogwarts, even when he was a student, the Grey Lady had never spoken to him. Do you know who they are? Minerva said quickly. Mr. Potter has been having dreams. He says Alex is calling for help. He is calling for Aiden to come home, Severus answered, and watched as the expression on the ghost's face changed to a joyful one. Where is Mr. Potter? The Grey Lady asked, becoming serious again. My lady, do you know Alex and Aiden? The headmaster asked her, repeating Minerva's question. Where is he? She screamed at Severus in a not-so-ladylike tone. Mr. Potter is in the hospital wing. He has taken a dreamless sleeping potion. He will not wake until morning, the headmaster stated. She nodded, then she looked at Severus. Get the Bloody Baron and meet me in the hospital wing, she said, and quickly floated away. Severus looked at her fleeting figure and turned to watch the headmaster. Albus nodded, and he and Minerva walked back in the direction of the hospital wing, leaving Severus to find the Slytherin ghost. It took some time for Severus to find the Bloody Baron, and he only did so after he asked the house elves to help. They found him in the astronomy tower. What do you want? Was the curt greeting Severus got when he met up with the ghost. We had a little incident today, and when it was mentioned to the Grey Lady in passing, she screamed for us to get you to come to the hospital wing, Severus said in an annoyed tone. He had utmost respect for this particular ghost, but they both enjoyed annoying one another. The Bloody Baron started floating out of the tower. He asked, what incident would that be? Severus said, Mr. Potter seems to be haunted by a ghost, whose name apparently the Grey Lady has some concern over. A troublesome ghost. Why do you always come to me when you have a troublesome ghost to deal with? The Baron said with a sneer. Well, it was not my idea to call you, but the lady seemed to be quite in a tizzy when I mentioned the name, and she screamed for me to get you. Well, she always did have a temper. The Baron chuckled. So what name did my love scream to? Well, it is 2 names actually. Alex and then Aiden. What? The Baron stopped. Severus did not expect to see the astonished expression on the ghost face. What names did you say? The Baron floated right up to him almost nose to nose. Alex and Aiden. Mr. Potter keeps getting strange dreams saying that Alex was calling for help and that he needed Aiden to come home. Obviously the names meant something to the ghost because, Severus noted probably for the first time in history, he smiled. At last, Alex has called his brother home, the Baron said with a huge smile and raced towards the hospital wing, leaving the shocked professor to run after him. Minerva and Albus were watching silently as the Grey Lady watched the sleeping figure. A little while later the bloody Baron floated in with a frazzled Severus who obviously had been running to keep up. Is it true Alex has finally called Aiden home? The Baron said as he entered the room. Yes, Snape said the boy heard his call, she answered, ignoring the three professors in the room. Why now after all this time? Why him? Maybe it is when they are most needed. This child is an heir of Gideon, that is possibly why he could hear Alex's call. Who are Alex and Aiden? Severus said, his voice raising as he was losing patience. The two ghosts then turned to them and it was the Baron who spoke. They were the sons of Godric Gryffindor. Minerva gasped and then said, Godric Gryffindor had one son, Gideon. No, he had 3 sons. Gideon was the eldest, then the twins Alex and Aiden. Who was William? Snape asked seriously. The bloody Baron looked very sad and then said, he was the last child of Salazar Slytherin. He died when he was 13. Harry said something about him being killed by soldiers from behind. The Baron let out a sigh and did not say anything. The Grey Lady put her hand on his translucent shoulder and then turned to the professors. What do you know about the siege of Hogwarts? Minerva then rattled off the legend similar to what was told by Fred and George. Your story is a bit flawed, by that is understandable. Gryffindors aren't known for their memories. About 40 years after the founding of Hogwarts, the Mad Muggle King Robert decided to stamp out what he called the Devil's Curse. That is magic. Up until that time there was no division in the world. Muggles and wizards had lived in harmony. That is until Robert declared that wizards were servants of the devil and magic was a sign of that evil. He called upon all good Christian men and women to fight and destroy all things magical, or else God would bring down the apocalypse upon the world. The Muggles then rose up against us, with Robert at the lead. Wizards like Godric refused to fight him or the Muggle army, as that would have broken a long-standing peace treaty originally signed by Merlin and the legendary Muggle King Arthur. He believed that through talk and education the Muggles would remember we were friends and eventually they would settle back down. Others like Salazar believed that the only way to regain peace was to kill the king. However, Godric's will prevailed. It was only a matter of time that the king decided to attack Hogwarts. Godric still refused to fight and instead just fortified the castle to withstand any attacks. William snuck out one night and tried to kill the captain of the Muggle soldiers. He died. It was his death that caused the wizards to retaliate against the king's soldiers. Alex and Aiden, Godric's sons, fought courageously until Alex died during the battle, but his body was never found as it fell in the lake. His twin Aiden was so heartbroken over his brother's death that he left Hogwarts and never returned. He vowed that he would only return when his brother called him home. Well, something that Harry said made sense. Minerva said, he first started shaking after George called Salazar Slytherin a coward. Harry said, his son was dead, meaning Salazar wasn't fighting because his son had just died. The Baron nodded. Salazar was overcome with grief. He blamed Godric for the child's death. He believed that if they had fought when the castle was first attacked, William would not have died. Salazar then cursed Godric, telling him that he would suffer and watch his own son die. With both Alex and Aiden gone, Godric was never the same. Salazar never really forgave Godric and eventually left the castle, which had too many bad memories. It certainly explains Salazar's hatred for Muggles and Muggleborn, Severus said, and the Baron nodded. But recorded history said that Gryffindor killed over 1,000 men during the battle, Albus stated. Yes, that was true. We all grieve in different ways. Salazar stayed in his rooms with the body of his dead son, while Godric fought and killed all the Muggle soldiers who had been there when Alex was killed. He even killed most of the merfolk when they could not find Alex's body. Helga had to stun him to stop the carnage. And the figure on top of the dragon. Alex. It was their specialty. Alex and Aiden always fought together. Alex was the one who would stand on top of Golden Heart and Aiden would steer. It was an awesome sight to behold, the Grey Lady said. You were there, you saw them battle. Severus said in shock. He knew the legend stated that the Grey Lady and the Bloody Baron had been around a long time, but he never thought they were there at the time of the founders. The Grey Lady flinched and the Baron chuckled. Yes, she saw them battle. She snuck out to watch them fight, even though all the students were supposed to be secured in the dungeon rooms. She and William were always sneaking out to watch them practice and fight, much to their parents' dismay. He sighed. William so wanted to be a warrior like the twins. He was always following them around. I remember he would get a whipping for not attending classes, including his father's potions class, and then he would sneak out a few days later. It drove Salazar crazy. Yes, he loved Alex and Aiden more than his own siblings. I remember he was always getting into trouble. He was a trouble magnet, always trying to prove he was a warrior. It is that which got him killed. The Grey Lady had pearl-like translucent tears rolling down her face. The group remained silent for a while, until they heard Harry stir. The boy started tossing his head from side to side. Poppy came running out, her monitor indicating her patient was in distress. I thought you gave him a dreamless sleep potion, Severus said accusingly. I did, Severus. It is obviously not working. He is having a nightmare, she said, a little annoyed at the people and ghosts in her infirmary. Madame Pomfrey waved her wand and cast a spell, but it had no effect. She then summoned a calming draft and spelled it directly into Harry, but the two seemed not to have any effect. She walked up to him and started gently shaking him, but he trashed about more. Severus walked over and sat on the bed next to Harry. He lifted the boy up and placed him on his lap and held the boy in a tight embrace while gently rocking him. It is okay, Harry. It's just a dream. Wake up for me, Harry. I want you to wake up. The boy's eyes slowly opened and Severus noted he was cold sweating and his body trembling. What is it, Harry? It's Alex. He is calling for help. He keeps calling me, son of Gryffindor, and tells me he wants Aiden. Harry, can you call to him? The Bloody Baron said. Harry turned in shock when he saw who had spoken to him. I don't know. I want you to concentrate and call out to him. Tell him to repeat your name. Tell him, my name is Harry and I want you to say my name, the Baron told him. Harry closed his eyes and concentrated, but nothing happened. Try again, this time concentrate, and when you are ready say it out loud. Harry did what he was told and the others heard Harry speak the words the Baron told him to say. Still trembling, Harry smiled and said, he said my name. Okay, good. That means we can communicate, the Baron said to the others. He then turned back to Harry. Tell him Aiden is not here, but Gabriel and Helena are with you and they want to know where he is. Harry watched the Baron. Your name is Gabriel. Yes, child. You don't think my mother named me Bloody now, do you? The Baron said, and Harry shook his head and gave a small laugh. Now call to Alex and give him my message. Now remember to concentrate on Alex, the Baron said. They saw Harry's face twist as he concentrated and then heard him relay the message. Then they heard Harry gasp and the boy started trembling with fear. What is it, Harry? What did he say? Snape said, holding on to Harry tighter, comforting the boy. The chamber. He says he is in Salazar's secret chamber. Harry was trembling with fear. Alex told him that he was in Salazar's secret chamber, the Chamber of Secrets. He would have to go down again if he wanted to find Alex. He had a sudden thought. He decided to ask Professor Snape. Professor, what if Alex is another basilisk and Aiden is the basilisk I killed? Now he is looking for his brother and I killed him. What if he is telling me lies to get me to come down to the chamber to get his revenge? Gabriel said in alarm. What do you mean, another basilisk? You killed a basilisk. The headmaster replied. Harry, Alex is not a basilisk. He is most likely the ghost of Godric Gryffindor's son, and Aiden was his twin. Turning to the Bloody Baron, he said. Harry went down into the Chamber of Secrets 2 weeks ago and killed the basilisk that resided in the chamber. He saved Ginevra Weasley from what would have been a most horrible death. Helena looked at Harry. How did you do such a feat? Harry remained silent and trembled. Severus held him close, comforting him. It was the headmaster who answered her question. From what he told me, Fawkes blinded the creature and he killed the snake using the sword of Gryffindor. That was very remarkable and very foolish, Gabriel said with a frown, and in a very stern tone said, you could have gotten yourself killed. When he saw that Harry was crying, he added in a less admonishing tone, "And so very like a Gryffindor, you truly are a son of Gryffindor." "That's what Alex called me, son of Gryffindor. What does that mean?" "I mean why me and not some other Gryffindor student?" Harry said with a sob. "Harry, don't you know? You are a descendant of Godric Gryffindor through his eldest son Gideon. All the Potters are," Gabriel said, giving the headmaster a disapproving glare. Harry shivered again. "Alex is calling again. He asks if I am one of his nephews. He wants to know if his father is here with us." Gideon and Helena looked at each other with sad looks. The headmaster told Harry, "Tell him that his father is dead and he has been in the chamber a long time." Harry concentrated and relayed the message. "He wants to know how long." Helena quickly said, "Tell him we will give him the details when we see him." Harry again relayed the message. After a minute he giggled. "What did he say?" Minerva inquired. Harry paused, a bit unsure, and then said, "He said to hurry up and get your asses moving." The others laughed, though Minerva and Helena gave Harry slightly disapproving looks. "Yeah, that's Alex," Gabriel said. Harry yawned. Severus looked down at him and said, "It is time for you to go back to bed. Inform Gryffindor that we will get to him as soon as possible, but you have to get some sleep and not to contact you until you contact him first." Harry pouted. "I don't want to go to sleep." Severus gave him his patented glare and said, "That is not up for discussion, young man. Madame Pomfrey will give you another dreamless sleeping potion and you will get some sleep." He relayed the message and got confirmation. Madame Pomfrey hurried over and gave Harry the potion, which Harry took in one. Helena said, "Don't worry, Harry, we will be here to watch over you." Harry nodded and cuddled up closer to the warm man who held him, forgetting it was his most feared professor. He was soon asleep. After a few minutes, when she was sure Harry was once again asleep, Minerva said, "What are we going to do now? I mean, are we seriously going into the Chamber of Secrets to go ghost hunting?" "We have no choice. Alex is very stubborn and he will not stop harassing Harry until we come for him. He will be determined to be reunited with his brother," Gabriel answered. Alex and Aiden were inseparable. Godric often said that he believed they only shared one soul that was split in two. If Alex is a ghost, it is most certain that Aiden did not cross over as well. He would be waiting for him, Helena responded. "Do you know where to start looking for Aiden?" Severus said, still holding on to a sleeping Harry. Gabriel answered, "No, Aiden never sent any communications, at least not that I know of. Maybe Alex would know where he would go. I know they both had secret hideouts outside of Hogwarts, where they meet their lovers. If anyone would know, it would be Alex." Minerva gave a little scoff. "A clandestine den. Well, I hope Harry will not be going to look for this Aiden character. You have to remember, this was 1,000 years ago. It was considered very inappropriate for unmarried men to flaunt their relationships in public, especially since they lived in a school of impressionable children. It was prudent that they kept that part of their lives out of the school children's lives," Gabriel said, giving Helena a nervous glare when he made his little slip. Helena snorted. "Gabriel de Noir, do you think I am going to be upset over something that happened over 1,000 years ago?" Gabriel shook his head, said, "Of course not, dear," but as she turned to watch Harry, Gabriel nodded. Both Severus and Albus chuckled. "Wait, de Noir, your name is Black," Severus said with a frown. "Yes," Gabriel answered exasperatingly, knowing exactly what Severus was thinking. "I am distantly, very distantly related to Sirius, but he would have been of my brother's line, as I died before having children." He gave a sad look to Helena, who looked everywhere else but at the Baron. Albus turned to the two ghosts. "You were both there when Alex died?" "Yes, I was watching the battle from the top of Ravenclaw Tower." Gabriel was on the battlefield, Helena answered. "How did Alex actually die?" "I don't know. I had been injured and was fighting a few soldiers when I heard screams and saw Golden Heart falling from the sky and crash into the lake," Gabriel said sadly. "Alex had been sending hexes at the Muggle soldiers who were in the camp. Golden Heart then flew over the lake and then suddenly started used dragon fire on the lake. He circled again and then Alex just fell. A few seconds later Golden Heart came crashing down." Helena described what she remembered. "And Aiden, he didn't say anything after?" "No, Aiden really didn't remember anything of that day. He was badly damaged in the crash, and if Godric had not summoned Fawkes, Aidan would have died within the hour. Even with Fawkes' help he was still in bed for almost a month. When he recovered enough to walk, he left. Severus was very pensive and then said, "How did his ghost wind up in the Chamber of Secrets?" "Who knows? We will just have to ask him when we see him." Albus then looked at the two professors and said, "It has been a long day, and if we are to venture into the Chamber of Secrets tonight we are going to need some rest. Come Severus, leave your little potion to sleep and go get some sleep yourself. Helena and Gabriel can look after Harry first until he wakes." Minerva laughed and Severus glared at the headmaster for the moniker he had given Harry, but complied. It was not that night that the group went into the chamber, but the next day, as Harry slept for more than 24 hours. The dreamless potion allowed the user to sleep as long as his body needed rest, and having taken 2 doses in less than 4 hours, Harry's body caught up with much needed sleep. It was a refreshed Harry and 2 ghosts who did not leave his side who were met by the 3 professors the Sunday morning. "Good morning, Harry, how are you feeling?" the headmaster said with a smile. "Good morning, sir. I feel great. I got loads of sleep and I had no nightmares," a beaming Harry replied. "It's good to see you up and about, Mr. Potter," Minerva McGonagall said. "Have you had your breakfast?" "Yep, I had chocolate chip pancakes with lots of syrup," Harry said, practically bounding out of the bed. "Great sugar rush," Snape said with a sneer. "Hello, Professor. Thanks for your help. You know, when I was having the nightmares and stuff," Harry said, beaming up at the stern professor. "So are we all going into the chamber to find Alex?" Harry said excitingly. As he was no longer sleep deprived, the idea of going back into the chamber was more appealing to the Gryffindor student. "Yes, we are, as soon as Madame Pomfrey says you can leave," the headmaster said, walking over to the Medi-Witch's office. "Professor Flitwick will also be joining us. He will meet us on the 2nd floor, Minerva told Harry, passing him some clothes, socks and trainers and his wand. Harry quickly went into the washroom to change. In less than 2 minutes he came running back out. "I'm ready, let's go." He was about to make a dash out of the door when Snape grabbed him, turned him back towards the direction of the washroom and said, "Brush teeth, wash face and comb hair." He sent Harry off with a light swat to his backside. 5 minutes later Harry came back out and stood in front of the professors. He said with a huff, "Can we go now?" "First some rules, Potter," Snape said, looking sternly at Harry. He fixed Harry's shirt collar. From the corner of his eye Severus saw Minerva whisper something to Albus, who nodded with a big grin on his face. "Firstly, you are to stay by my side at all times. You are not to go off anywhere by yourself. If by some minuscule possibility you do, you are to call for help and not try some inane stunt. Do you understand?" the professor said, waiting until Harry said he understood before continuing. "Secondly, you are not to touch anything unless one of us says it is okay." Again Snape looked at Harry, who nodded. "Thirdly, you are not to try and open anything or talk to any strange portraits or anything we may find down there. Fourthly, you are to tell us instantly if Alex or anything speaks to you that we cannot hear or understand." Severus again waited for confirmation. "Lastly, you are to listen to the adults at all times. If we say run, you run. If we say close your eyes, you close your eyes. If we say jump, do the hokey pokey, cha-cha-cha, I do it. I get it, Professor. No touching, no talking, no poking around by myself and stay next to you," Harry said with a big grin. "And no cheek," the professor said sternly. The boy had seemed to have lost all fear of him. Well, he would have to deal with that. 10 minutes later, Harry, the 3 professors and 2 ghosts met the tiny charms master Phileas Flitwick at the entrance of the 2nd floor girls' toilet. "Hello, Harry. Good to see you alive and well this morning," the tiny man squeaked. Harry entered the bathroom first. Beeping Myrtle, the ghost who haunted the bathroom, came floating down to him. "Hello, Harry, come to brew more potions." Harry, Ron and Hermione had used the bathroom to illegally brew a dangerous potion a few months earlier. And what potion would that be? The angry, stern voice of the potions master said from behind Harry. Harry flinched as he turned around to see Snape glaring at both Myrtle and him. Myrtle was about to say something when the headmaster, 2 professors and to her horror the Bloody Baron and the Grey Lady also came into the bathroom. Among the ghosts and even the house elves, the two ancient ghosts were second only to the headmaster in authority, and even then. The Blood Baron simply watched the tiny girl and said, "Find somewhere else to be today." Myrtle fled. "We will talk later," Snape told Harry sternly. "Now where is the entrance?" Harry walked over to the unused sink and pointed. Albus told Harry to go ahead and open the chamber. The group watched as Harry said, "Open," in Parseltongue, and the sinks moved to reveal the dark hole which represented the entrance to Salazar's secret chamber. Harry was about to jump down the hole, when a firm hand grabbed onto his shoulder, stopping him. The headmaster spoke. "Baron, my lady, I want you two to go down first. Once it is safe, we will follow." The two ghosts floated down the tunnel. "Can't they go through walls and stuff? Why did they have to wait until I opened the chamber?" Harry asked curiously. "That is a very good question, Harry. It is the same reason Myrtle never did. There are possibly strong magical charms that are protecting the chamber," Phileas responded. "Just like us, ghosts are subject to certain rules of magical, but these rules are different from ours. Ghosts can pass through walls, we can't, but they can't use wands. It also depends on the power or strength of the ghost. I have seen the Bloody Baron levitate a vase and throw it, and the Grey Lady pick up a book and read it. Other ghosts can't," the Ravenclaw head of house explained. "Is that why nearly headless Nick was able to be petrified by the basilisk, and how Myrtle floods the bathroom, and why Alex is trapped and can't get out?" Harry asked, trying to understand. "Yes, exactly. 5 points to Gryffindor," Phileas squeaked. Severus snorted. "Which is he is going to lose now." What potion was Myrtle referring to, Mr. Potter? Before Harry could answer, the Grey Lady came back out the entrance. "The way is safe up to a wall blocking the passage. There is a hole in the wall to allow entrance." "Yeah, the ceiling collapsed when Lockhart tried to obliviate us," Harry said, making the vicious attack sound like Lockhart simply tossed a handkerchief at them. Minerva, Severus and Phileas all scowled, each one thinking of ways they wish they could torture the former teacher. "Okay, Severus, you first, then Harry, Phileas, and then Minerva and myself," the headmaster said, taking charge. "Oh, Professor, you will enjoy this. It's like a huge waterslide," Harry said, grinning. Snape sneered. "Why would that boy think a water slide would be my idea of fun?" He looked at the dark tunnel, sending a ball of light before him. To his horror, the tunnel was lined with green slime. He shuddered and then cast a spell on both Harry and himself to keep their clothes clean, and a bubble charm over Harry's nose and mouth and then his. He folded his robes close to his body and entered the tunnel. 5 minutes later he exited. How could that boy think that was fun? That was most revolting. Less than a minute later Harry exited, falling on his bum. He was getting up when Phileas crashed into him. "Oh, I apologize, Mr. Potter," Phileas said, picking himself up, and moved out of the way. He quickly cast a charm at the tunnel entrance, and when Minerva came through, she gently floated and landed gracefully on her feet. The headmaster came through a minute later and smiled at Harry. "You were right, Harry, that was fun." Severus, little light ball was hovering in the middle of the room. Phileas shot a beam of light towards it, and the ball grew until it illuminated the room the same way a Muggle light bulb did. He raised it towards the ceiling. Minerva let out a gasp when they saw the floor was littered with animal bones. With a wave of her wand, the whole floor was cleared. The Grey Lady indicated they should move forward. As they walked, the light moved with them. Leaving the entrance room, they moved into a large area where they saw the Bloody Baron floating near the collapsed wall. On the floor was part of the basilisk shed skin. Severus ran forward and examined it intently. Phileas, Albus and Minerva looked at the hole in the wall that Harry and Ginny had passed through. The hole was large enough for Harry and possibly Phileas to pass, but not the others. Phileas and Albus started talking about the mechanics of removing the wall. Harry knelt down near to Severus. "There is much more of the skin on the other side of the wall," Harry told the professor. "Just how big was this basilisk?" Severus asked. "I don't know, as big as a bus, I guess, or bigger," Harry said, as if it was nothing. Severus was speechless. Gabriel, who was floating next to Harry, said, "You are definitely a Gryffindor, though more like Alex or Aiden." Gideon was much more sensible. "Severus, Harry, step away. Phileas and I are going to try to remove the rocks and fortify the ceiling. I want you to stand next to Minerva and cast a protection shield over yourselves," There is going to be a lot of dust and possibly some stray rocks, Albus said. Severus grabbed Harry's arm and half-dragged half-carried him over to where Minerva stood with the Grey Lady. Minerva cast a protection shield over the small group. Seeing them safe, Phileas and Albus started waving their wands and rocks started moving towards the ceiling. As Albus moved the rock towards the ceiling, Phileas fortified the ceiling. They worked for 10 minutes and when they finished there was an elaborate archway instead of a wall. Minerva lowered the shield and hurried over to the two tired professors. She reached into her robes and pulled out a tiny knapsack which she enlarged. She pulled out a few bottles of water and passed it to all the members of the group that were alive. Severus was now watching the full length of the skin. Harry, this skin is at least 60 feet long. Well, okay, 2 buses, Harry said with a grin. Severus gave the boy a glare. Let's move forward, Albus said once he and Phileas had recovered enough. The group moved forward again until they came to the door with the intertwining snakes, which guarded the chamber. This is the entrance, professors. Do you want me to open the doorway? Harry asked, looking at the professors. The headmaster nodded. Harry opened the door, but this time waited until Gabriel and Helena entered and beckoned them to enter. Phileas duplicated the light and sent one through and the group entered. Welcome to the Chamber of Secrets, Harry said in a dramatic voice. The chamber was just how he left it, but with the ball of light floating to the top of the ceiling, illuminating the entire room. The place looked less scary than he remembered. All of the professors and the 2 ghosts marveled at the snake statues and the huge statue of Salazar Slytherin at the furthest wall. The statue was at least 50 feet tall and was a full-figured model of Salazar, with his head almost touching the ceiling and his sandaled feet on the ground. Of course, the most noticeable part of the chamber was the gigantic dead basilisk that lay on the ground. Severus walked up to it almost salivating at the thought of the potion's potential. It was only when Gabriel and Harry came up next to him did Severus even think of how the basilisk died. Mr. Potter, you are so lucky you are not in Slytherin House, the Slytherin head of house said coldly. And why is that, Severus? The Gryffindor head asked. Severus glared at Minerva and then at Harry. Because you would still not be able to sit properly. Are you out of your mind? This creature could have swallowed you whole. You ran into the chamber without thinking. I don't care if you are in Gryffindor House, if I ever hear of you doing anything so dangerous again I am going to tan your hide. Harry stepped back, away from the angry man. He could have argued that he did bring a professor with him, though he knew the man was an incompetent idiot. He could argue he was trying to save Ginny and without him she would have died. He could have argued that he was in fact trapped down here at the time. But he did not think the professor was in a mood to listen to any of his arguments. Harry glanced over to the other professors. His head of house was now looking at the basilisk herself and looked like she was rethinking the idea of not punishing him. Even Flitwick and Dumbledore, the 2 most jovial professors on staff, looked very serious. Harry decided it would be best if he just sat quietly out of the way. 10 minutes later, Phileas and Albus were looking at the ink stain on the ground that marked Harry's defeat of Tom Riddle and his diary. Minerva, Gabriel and Helena were watching and discussing the Slytherin statue, and Severus was carefully studying the dead basilisk corpse. There was a splash. The adults all turned at the sound. Severus ran to the spot and pulled Harry out of the small moat that partially surrounded the statue. Pulling Harry out wet, cold and shivering, Severus gave the boy a glare. What did I tell you about staying close to me? There is something in the water. I was trying to look at it and I got too close to the edge, Harry said, shivering. After waving his wand and instantly drying and heating the boy, Severus gave him a little shake. I am not going to warn you again. There are too many places here for you to disappear. Harry's face showed a little defiance in it. All of the adults were doing their own thing and he was bored. Okay, show me what you were looking at, Severus said, admitting to himself that it was partially his fault as he had not been paying attention to what the child had been doing. Harry pointed to the spot where he fell. Severus knelt down and looked into the water. There on a ledge on the inside of the pool was what looked like the remains of a mermaid. Severus called the others across. Flitwick levitated the corpse out of the water and onto the chamber floor and confirmed it was a mermaid. Albus took off a charm necklace that the mermaid had on. It was made of river pearls and pink shells. This will help us identify her, But if my memories serve me well, the chieftainess of the clan said a maid went missing about 3 months ago. I am sure this is her. Helena then said, this means that there is an entrance somewhere in the lake into the chamber. That would explain why Alex ended up in the chamber. When his body fell into the lake, it got caught in the current and ended up here, Minerva said. But shouldn't his ghost be somewhere around here? If that is the case, Albus said, looking around. Do you want me to call him now? Harry asked. Go ahead, Harry, Gabriel said. Concentrating, Harry called to Alex. A minute later he said, Alex says it's about time. Ask him where he is exactly, Gabriel instructed. Harry did as he was told. He says the library. Where exactly is that? Could he move to the door or come and meet us? Tell him we are by the big Salazar statue. Harry complied again. He says he is trapped and cannot move, and the only place he knows is the library. So he can't give us directions, Helena said, a little dejected. The group was silent for a few minutes when Harry said, Professors, do you know the game Marco Polo? I could call to him. His voice is much stronger down here. I could follow the sound of his voice. Wonderful thinking, Harry. 10 points, Albus said, smiling. Go ahead, call him. Harry relayed what he was going to do to Alex, and when he got a response, he sighed. It's coming from the direction of the statue. Albus looked at the statue and then said, Harry, you said that Tom asked the statue to speak and his mouth opened. Maybe the entrance is there, through the mouth. Well, unless he could fly, which he didn't as he hated brooms, I don't think I could see Salazar using the mouth as the entrance. There must be another entrance, possibly near the base, Gabriel said. They spent the next 10 minutes looking for the entrance but couldn't find it. Minerva stood pondering, and then with a frustrating sigh she dropped her hands and said sarcastically, how about if we just ask him to move aside and show us the entrance? Phileas said, not a bad idea. Harry, could you ask the statue to show us the entrance? Harry then looked at the basilisk and, thinking of the moving snake, said in Parseltongue, O great Salazar, could you show USSS the entrance into your chamber? The great head at the top of the statue moved and looked down at them. Who asked SSS for entrance into my chambers SS? What did it say, Harry? Severus said, coming behind Harry, putting his hands on his shoulders. The gesture made the frightened child calm down. Harry told them. Gabriel told Harry, tell him your name but don't mention Alex. Tell him you are with the current head of Slytherin House and you are looking for the library to find out more about his teachings. Harry nodded and then told the statue in Parseltongue, my name ISSS Harry, the man behind me ISSS Severus S is Snape, head of S's Slytherin House and Potions Master. We are looking for your library to find out more about your teaching SSS. The statue crouched down and looked at Harry and Severus and asked, I see your father. Severus pulled Harry closer. No, Harry said sadly, my father ISSS dead, he ISSS my professor. You are a SS speaker, how ISSS it you SSS speak? The statue asked. I don't know, I could always SSSS speak, Harry responded. You must be one of my descendants to be able to SSS speak, the statue stated. Well, Gabriel did SS say I was as a descendant of one of the founders SS, Harry stated, smiling. Gabriel. The statue turned and looked at the ghost, my SS student Gabriel de Noir. I am happy that my descendants are SS still being tutored by Gabriel and are learning my teaching SSS. He then turned and looked at the others, who are Thes other SSS. The gentleman with the beard ISSS Albus Dumbledore headmaster and the lady ISSS Minerva McGonagall transfiguration professor and the SS short man ISSS Filius Flitwick he ISSS the head of Ravenclaw and Charms SS professor, Harry said, thinking it wise not to mention anything about Gryffindor House. The statue nodded as if accepting the professors. He turned and looked at the Grey Lady, a little Helena Ravenclaw. SSSHE was as a good SS student of potions, not as brilliant as her mother but a good SS student. The statue turned back to Harry. Are you a good potions SS student? Harry panicked and looked up at Snape. He wants to know if I am a good potions student. Minerva whispered, we're dead. Snape snorted but said, tell him you have potential. Harry answered, he says I have potential. The statue raised a stony eyebrow. What do you get when you add powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Harry smiled a big smile. Draft of living death. The statue nodded. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? The SSS stomach of a goat, Harry answered instantly. What ISSS the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? Nothing, it is the SS same thing and it ISSSALSSSO called aconite. These were answers Harry would never forget as long as he lived. Harry, what is he saying? Severus asked. Harry laughed. You wouldn't believe it if I told you. You have potential. The statue nodded. I will allow you in trance. You may USSSE my chamber freely, little s's Slytherin. The statue stood back up. Keep up the good work in potions and listen to your professor's SS. Thank you, Lord S's Slytherin, Harry said, bowing. The statue nodded his head and a door appeared at the base of his right heel. Good work, Harry, Albus said, ruffling Harry's head. Call to Alex again, Gabriel said, still looking at the statue. They walked through the door and found a long tunnel. The light followed and illuminated the tunnel. They reached a large circular room that had several passages leading in different directions. Harry called Alex again. This time the response was very close. Harry said excitingly, "He's this way," and ran through one of the passages, ignoring Snape calling him back. Harry ran until he reached a door with a snake on it. The snake looked at him and said, "What do you seek?" Harry watched him. "For you to open." Severus was running as fast as he could and caught up with Harry as he was answering the snake. Severus grabbed Harry and spun him around and landed 2 hard stinging swats to his bum. Harry yelped. "What were my rules, Harry?" Severus said sternly. Harry bowed his head. "Not to leave your side." "And," Severus said, pointing to the door that was opening. "Not to talk to anything," Harry said with a tear rolling down his cheek. He looked up shamefully as Minerva, Phileas, Albus and the ghosts met up with them. "Well, don't let it happen again." He held Harry's hand in his and walked through the door after Helena said it was okay. The light that was following them now entered the room. It was a magnificent library. The room itself was not very large. Books and scrolls lined the walls on 2 sides. On one side there was a beautiful marble desk and plush leather chair. Behind the desk was a window that was charmed to show the great hall. There were 2 armchairs and a lamp that faced a statue that stood in an alcove. Holding on to Harry's hand, Severus moved to the bookshelves and was looking at the titles of the books. "These are amazing. Some of these texts are no longer available." Picking up a scroll, he looked at Phileas, an Atlantean scroll. Phileas ran over and looked at the scroll, his eyes lighting up like a child on Christmas Day. Albus moved over to the window, studied it for a moment and then called, "Potions Lab." The window changed to show the Potions Lab. Quidditch pitch. Again the window's scene changed. Helena picked up a small picture frame on the desk. "Gabriel, look, William." Gabriel looked at the still picture of his former student. Minerva looked around the room and then said, "Where is he? Where is Alex?" Everyone looked up and then turned to Harry, who called out to the ghost. Harry looked around the room, his eyes widened and then he started trembling. He turned and looked at Severus, who crouched down and held the obviously frightened boy in an embrace and said, "What, Harry? Where is he, Harry?" Harry turned and pointed. All eyes looked in the direction Harry was pointing. Gabriel floated in the direction and said, "Alex." Minerva, Albus and Phileas walked towards the statue in the alcove. Severus stayed put but held on to the trembling Harry. Minerva looked at the statue. It was of a tall, muscular, handsome wizard dressed in battle armor. He had a magnificent sword in one hand and a wand in the next. His arms were raised as if attacking. "Oh my God, Alex!" Helena screamed as she looked at the face. "It is a statue of Alex." Phileas asked, confused. "It's not a statue. He is petrified," Albus said. "You mean he's alive?" Harry quietly tiptoed out of the second-year Gryffindor boys' dorm room and quietly made his way down the staircase. He stopped. There were 2 fifth-years making out in the common room, books around them as if they were studying. Even thought the rest of the school had no exams. The Owl and Newt students did, though it was starting later than normal. What to do? What to do? He had planned to use his invisibility cloak to sneak out, but they were directly in his path and would still see and hear the portrait hole open. He needed a distraction. He looked around. He saw a book on a nearby table. Perfect. He threw his cloak over him and took up the book. He ran away back up the stairs and threw it, and it landed with a loud thud. Nothing. The two did not stop. God, come up for air, won't you? He looked around again and saw a goblet of some liquid. Okay, let's try this. Using his wand he cast a Wingardium Leviosa. The goblet hovered over the two and very carefully Harry tilted it. Yes, the two were wet and they stopped. Harry was silently jumping for joy until he saw the two had advanced. The boy was taking off the girl's wet blouse. Okay, visiting Alex didn't seem so important anymore. He could just stay here. What do you think you are doing? Harry jumped. The two lovebirds immediately separated. Brittany, the head girl, came down the opposite stairs which came from the girls' dormitory. She had a book in her hand. It looked like she decided to come down to study. Some of the students preferred to get some sleep when everyone else was awake and the common room was noisy, and then get up early in the morning to study, when there was no one around. Obviously Brittany was one of them. 20 points from Gryffindor for such unbecoming behavior. David, go to your dorm now, and Marie, come with me, we need to have a talk. Harry saw the boy David quickly pack up his books and ran back to his dorm, and Marie and Brittany went into the girls' dorms. Now was his chance. He ran out of the common room and out the portrait hole. As he walked along the hallway he thought of everything that happened in the last 3 days. After they had gotten Alex out of the chamber, they took him to the hospital wing where he was put in a special secluded room. Madame Pomfrey, Professor Flitwick and the headmaster fashioned a large glass tank, in which Professor Snape put in the mandrake potion. They had to submerge Alex into it. With Hermione and the others, Madame Pomfrey had to soak them in a tub, and within half an hour they emerged awake. However, Alex was petrified for centuries, so the others did not know how long he needed to be in the potion. The headmaster had made Harry promise he would not tell anyone about what they found. They had officially told his friends that the Bloody Baron had found the ghost Alex and had spoken to him, and he promised to leave Harry alone from now on. Since Harry was now sleeping through the night with no nightmares, they didn't question the explanation. He wanted to know what was going on, and no one was telling him anything. Professor Flitwick had decided it best that Alex conserve all his magic and not contact Harry again unless it was an absolute emergency. They had hooked him up to monitors, similar to Muggle medical machines without the large machines and wires, which monitored his magic and his physical information, but the only readings they got were on his magic, which Harry found out flared whenever he spoke to him. He found that out the hard way when he tried to talk with Alex the second night, since none of the professors or ghosts was telling him anything. The Bloody Baron caused quite an uproar in the Gryffindor common room, when he came in and went up to the dorms and gave Harry quite a telling off. Tonight Harry decided to use his dad's old cloak and sneak in, to see for himself what was going on. As he reached the hospital wing he saw Professor Flitwick leaving with Professor McGonagall. Both were in an intense discussion. Harry leaned against the wall after moving to the side. Flitwick was walking as he was less likely to bump into Harry. When they were gone, Harry snuck in. Looking around he saw no one in any of the hospital beds. He walked along and slowly opened the door in the back which led to the private rooms. He saw light coming from underneath 2 doors. Harry quietly opened the first door and saw Madame Pomfrey monitoring a student who looked like he was transformed into something which looked like half frog, half human, disgusting. He gently closed the door and moved to the other room. There he saw Professor Snape, Gabriel and Helena monitoring the tank with Alex. Good. He slowly opened the door and snuck in the room. Professor Snape looked like he was emptying the tank. The mandrake potion looked brown and filthy. After emptying the tank he washed Alex down using a spell from his wand which produced water, and then another spell to wipe him off using several huge towels at once. Then refilling the tank with fresh mandrake potion, Alex was re-submerged again. The whole process took about 20 minutes. Is everything looking good? Gabriel said, turning to Snape. Yes, I felt some of his limbs more pliable. Hopefully over the next 3 to 4 days we might be able to move his arms and legs. After that the process should move faster, Snape replied. We will have to work quickly once that is done. Do you have enough blood replenishers and nutrition potions for him? Helena asked. Snape looked at her a little annoyed. I brewed some today. Well, go make some more, she screamed. Gabriel put his hand on her shoulder. Helena, he is doing his best. I know you are worried and anxious, so am I, but we have to keep it together. She nodded and apologized. Snape inclined his head in acknowledgement and then said, "Don't worry, my lady, I will have everything we need, before he awakes, I promise." She nodded. "Now if you will excuse me, I have a matter I have to deal with. There shouldn't be any changes, but if there are, contact me immediately. If not, I will see you during the lunch break later." He looked at the time. "Today." Snape then walked towards the door, but as he reached it he said, "Potter, follow me." Harry sighed and followed the professor out. When they left the hospital wing, Snape stopped and said, "Give me the cloak." Harry took off the cloak and handed it to him. Without another word, Snape walked towards Gryffindor Tower and Harry ran behind him, trying to keep up with the man who had very long legs. When they reached the portrait of the fat lady, Snape turned and looked at him. "Are you having trouble sleeping?" "No, sir." "Do you think you will have trouble sleeping tonight?" Harry shrugged his shoulders. Snape scowled. "Verbal answer, please." "I do not know, sir. I am a little sleepy now." Snape nodded and then said, "You will come to my office first thing in the morning, do you understand?" "Yes, sir." Snape put his hand on Harry's shoulder, turned the boy around and landed 3 stinging swats on his bum. Harry yelped at each one. "Now no more wandering and go to sleep." "Yes, sir," Harry said, sniffling. He hurriedly gave the password and ran straight up the stairs to his bed, ignoring the stunned group of 7th years who were now studying in the common room. Harry stood at the door to Professor Snape's office the next morning. His friends had all gone to breakfast, but he was here. Snape had said to come first thing and not after breakfast, as Ron and Hermione had tried to convince him. Snape's hand was too hard for Harry to question. He knocked on the door and heard a voice say, "Enter." Harry walked in and saw Professor Snape checking some potions vials. "Good morning, Mr. Potter. I assume you slept well." "Yes, sir." "Good. Now come with me." Snape stood up and walked to a portrait to the back of his office. He gave a password, sounded like Latin or Greek. It certainly wasn't English, and the door opened. Harry followed him through a passageway to another door which opened before they arrived. They entered a beautiful room done tastefully in green and silver. The furniture was mostly dark, rich wooden furniture and the carpet a deep brown. Harry felt like he was in the forest. It made him feel peaceful and he liked it. Snape walked into a small dining area where there was a small table with breakfast things on them. Snape motioned for the boy to take a seat, and as he looked at Harry he saw a slight fear in the boy's eyes. "I did not call you here to punish you, Harry, if that is what you are thinking. I believe I already took care of that last night or early this morning. I was hoping we could talk a bit. Have some breakfast." Snape took some breakfast for himself and settled back. Harry was shocked, confused, shocked, pleased, shocked. Hesitantly Harry took a piece of toast and a spoonful of scrambled eggs. Snape frowned and put some pancakes, more eggs and a few sausages on Harry's plate. They ate in silence for a few minutes before Snape started talking. "Have you been having any more nightmares?" Harry shook his head and then, remembering last night, said, "No, sir." "Good. That means it was Alex's attempts of communication that caused it." "Sir, I was thinking, why is it only now he has made contact? I mean, why didn't he call for help before? Why now?" "To be honest, I really don't know. My belief is, use a napkin, Harry." Harry had wiped his mouth with his sleeve. "My belief is that the basilisk was somehow blocking him. The creature is magical and may have had the power to block some forms of magic. That, however, is just a guess, as not many people have been able to study basilisks. As a matter of fact, the only one I know of is Slytherin himself, and most of his works are lost. The basilisk may have been blocking him, and when you killed the basilisk, Alex was free to cry for help. Do you think he knew what was going on around him? I mean, could he have been up all the time? I would have gone crazy. Anyone would have gone crazy after 1 month, far less for 1,000 years, but I don't think so, because he asked if his father was with us and how long he was in the chamber. His questions and the messages he sent were quite lucid." Severus paused, seeing the confused look on Harry's face. He did not talk like a crazy person. "I am going to have to see about expanding your vocabulary." "So when do you think he will wake up? I mean, for real wake up?" "Well, as you heard last night." Snape gave him a look and Harry cringed. "I am hoping in the next few days we get his limbs moving. Once his body starts to function normally, we are going to have to work hard to make sure he survives. I am not going to lie to you, Harry. There is a strong possibility that some of his organs like his heart may shut down or not reactivate when he is released from this petrified state. Or he might be totally fine. None of us have heard of anyone being petrified for so long. However, he was in a room with magical preservation charms. We really don't know what is going to happen. Assuming he is fine, it might take another week or two or even a month before he might be able to talk and interact normally. But I won't be here in 2 weeks. I will be back by the Dursleys. That means I wouldn't find out until September, which is like forever. I'll just die not knowing what happens, Harry said in alarm. Don't be so dramatic. September is only 3 months away. You will not die, but if it will make you feel better, I will write to you and send it by owl and keep you up to date. How's that? I guess. That's assuming I get my mail this year. Last summer Dobby the Malfoy's house elf had stopped Harry from getting his letters. Severus looked at him sternly. What do you mean? Are your relatives stopping your mail? Harry shook his head. No, last summer a crazy house elf kept swiping my mail. Was that by any chance related to your use of underage magic last summer? You know about that? Yes, it was the highlight of our first staff meeting, Snape replied sarcastically. Yeah, a crazy house elf named Dobby didn't want me to come to Hogwarts this year. At first he swiped my mail. He thought by stealing my mail I would feel like nobody in the wizarding world cared about me and I wouldn't want to return. He then came to the house and tried to make me promise I would not return, and when I said I couldn't make that promise, he levitated a pudding and hit one of my uncle's dinner guests. I got the warning for the magic used, which was totally unfair, and my uncle was really mad. Harry stopped. He was saying too much. He didn't want Snape to know what happened. He grounded me for the rest of the holidays. Okay, close enough to the truth. Severus chuckled and then said seriously, Dobby, Malfoy's elf. Is that why you tricked Lucius into setting him free? Well, I didn't want him to get hurt. He was crazy and almost killed me a few times, but in his own twisted way he was trying to save me. He was the one who blocked the entrance to platform 9 3/4, so that Ron and me couldn't get through. Yes, the car incident. You know, you could have handled that differently. Next time send an owl, Snape said sternly. Harry nodded. I know now, but at the time I panicked. Come on, I am only 12. Indeed, you really are like your father. He would have done the same fool thing, except he might have tried coming on his broom, Snape said in a surprisingly non-sarcastic manner. You were in the same year as my dad. Professor Dumbledore told me. He said you and my dad were like Malfoy. Draco Malfoy and me. In a sense, yes, we were rivals, your dad from Gryffindor and I was in Slytherin. However, I do hope your rivalry with Draco never reaches the stage our rivalry got. So, Harry said nervously. So, could you tell me about him? He would have never dreamed of asking this before, but Snape was being nice to him and he might never get to talk to someone who actually knew his dad. Harry, I am not sure I am the right person to tell you about James Potter. Think of what Draco would tell your son about you if he asked, Snape said, concerned that the boy would ask him of all people about James. I guess you are right, but I don't really know anyone else who could tell me about him. All I know is that he played Quidditch, was head boy, and I look like him. I didn't even see a picture of him or my mom until last year, Harry said, a little frustrated. You never saw a picture of your mom? Petunia never showed you any pictures of her? No, she hates my mom, but at least she told you about her. Growing up, my parents were a forbidden subject. It was only when Hagrid came to give me my Hogwarts letter did I even find out they were a witch and wizard. What do you mean a forbidden subject? How did they explain how you came to live with them? Snape sounded like he was getting angry. Harry wasn't sure if to answer, but something inside him suddenly made him feel compelled to answer, so he said softly, They told me that my dad was a drunk and my mom was a no-good whore and that they died in a car crash, which was a good thing as they were punished by God for being freaks, and that it was a shame I didn't die with them and that all I got was this scar. The scar is the mark of Cain, which shows that I am an abomination to God. They told me that I was dumped on them by the authorities because the orphanage was full and the judge made them, and I am a waste of space and a burden to hard-working people, and if they had a choice they would dump me in the river to spare the world from another freak. By the time he was finished, Harry was crying softly. Snape had dealt with manipulative Slytherins before who invented wild stories to gain sympathy, but all his skills and instincts told him that Harry was telling the truth. He got up and moved to the other side of the table towards Harry, who got out of his chair and moved back. He suddenly stopped crying and put on a stoic mask on his face and said, "Sorry, sir. I didn't mean to say those things. I must be going. I don't want to be late for class." Snape grabbed Harry and held on to him in a hug. "You are not a freak and you are not a burden. You a wonderful boy who a lot of people love and who would love to have you with them." Harry started crying again and Snape held him closer. "Part of the reason why you were sent to your aunt was to stop all of the fighting by wizards who were competing to get custody of you. You are the most precious child in the wizarding world, Harry, and if you will excuse my language, your aunt is an ass." Harry giggled in between sobs. "I knew Petunia as a child and she was a mean person and was jealous of Lily having magical powers. Do you know she wrote a letter begging to come to Hogwarts too?" Harry raised his head up in shock and Snape continued, "Yes, she wanted to come to Hogwarts to become a witch and was really angry when the headmaster told her she couldn't. It was only after then did she start saying that Lily was a freak and that magic was from the devil and all that nonsense. She is just jealous, Harry. Jealous of how special your mom was and you were, and she is envious of the gift God gave you, a gift she doesn't have but wants." Harry looked up at Snape and said, "You knew my mother?" "Yes, I knew your mother since we were 5 years old. We were in the same class in primary school and lived not too far from each other. We became best friends when we both realized we had magical powers and we came to Hogwarts together, and even though I was sorted in Slytherin and she was sorted in Gryffindor, we still remained friends." "Could you tell me about her?" "Yes, Harry, I could. But not now. We both have classes to get to and we can't be late." He then directed Harry to the bathroom to freshen up. When he returned, Snape looked at him, fixed his shirt collar and tie and then said, "Come and see me this evening after dinner, we will talk then. However, do not tell anyone about our conversation or that you came to breakfast. If I hear one word about any of this, you will disappear and no one would ever find you, not even 1,000 years, okay?" Harry grinned and nodded. "Yes, sir." "Good. I do believe you have potions first period. I hope you did your homework." Immediately after his last class, Severus stormed up to the headmaster's office. He had sent word for Minerva to meet him there. "Severus, to what do I owe the pleasure?" Before he could answer, Minerva came in. "Severus, what is the emergency?" "Potter. Okay, this should be interesting," Minerva said, sitting on a chair. "Do you know what he told me this morning?" Severus took a breath, trying to calm himself. "Please enlighten us." "He told me that his aunt and uncle never told him anything about his parents except his dad was a drunk and that Lily was a no-good whore." "Oh my," Minerva said, shocked. "He was told his parents died in a car crash as a punishment from God and that his scar was the mark of Cain, indicating that he is an abomination to God." "Albus, I told you they were the worst kind of muggles imaginable. I told you not to leave him there." "Minerva, you haven't heard the worst. He said that he was told that he lived with them because a judge made them, and that was only because the orphanage was full and that he was waste of space and a burden to hard-working people, and that if they had a choice they would dump him in the river to spare the world from his being a freak." "Albus, I want him removed now," Minerva said adamantly. "I know that Petunia Dursley is not a pleasant person, but he must go back," Albus said firmly, even though he knew that it would cause conflict with the two professors. "You can't be serious, Albus. What reason could you possibly have for Harry going back there?" Minerva said angrily. "Do you know he didn't even know what his parents looked like until last year? He asked me, me of all people, to tell him about James, because all he knows is that he was headboy, liked Quidditch and that we were rivals, oh, and that he looks like him. While I am not a fan of James Potter, I don't think that even he deserves to have his son not know about him. Albus, you have often said that love is the greatest magic. How can Harry become the powerful wizard you want, if all he knows is hate and not love? Severus, I will organize someone to tell him about James. I was thinking of asking Remus Lupin to be Dada teacher next year. He will find out about James then. Between you and Minerva he could find out all about Lily. Albus, that is not good enough. That woman will undermine his esteem and constantly bring him down. That is not even taking into consideration that the boy is small for his age and always looks like if he hasn't had a decent meal to eat, and his clothes, outside of his school clothes, he never wears anything that is respectable," Minerva said angrily. When I reached out to him when he started crying, he suddenly stopped, apologized for crying, and had a stoic expression on his face as if accustomed to forcing himself to not cry. I think he was at the very least emotionally abused, however I would not be surprised if he was physically abused as well. He flinched and moved away in fear when I reached out to him, Severus added. Albus find an alternative living arrangement, Minerva said, her voice becoming more and more like a cat's screech. I know you two care about Harry, but I am really doing this for his own good, Albus said, his tone denoting a finality in it, indicating the matter was closed. Albus, if living with an abusive pain in the bitch is for his good, then I am sorry I can no longer help you. If you constantly put him in mental harm, I cannot protect him. You are raising him to become a Dark Lord. I have seen students, myself included, who have become Death Eaters for less than what this boy is going through. I was upset with the whole Philosopher's Stone incident last year, but I think this is the last straw. I am putting in my notice for resignation, and you have 3 months to find another potions professor. Severus, you are being overly dramatic, Albus said. Though he was a bit nervous, Severus was not a rash person by nature. Well, I do not think he is, Albus. I too am tempted to leave, but the boy will need guidance here as he is not getting it at home, Minerva said seriously. Dumbledore sighed. Lily's blood offers him protection. There are wards on the house which prevents dark wizards from entering. While he is living there, while he calls it home, the protection stays, and Voldemort or any dark wizard cannot touch him. If he leaves, then he is vulnerable. Albus, I can understand that, but what is to protect him from the dangers within the house? You do not realize the harm Muggles can do. I can. My father was an abusive drunk who made my life a living hell, and even he never told me the things Petunia told Harry. On the rare times he was sober, he told me he loved me and hated himself for not being a good father. That gave me some hope that I could cling to when he was drunk. Harry has nothing of the sort. There are no alternatives, Severus. It is the lesser of the two evils. There is an alternative, Minerva said, and the two wizards looked at her. Harry could stay here at Hogwarts or with a powerful wizard who can protect him, someone who the Death Eaters will be afraid to touch. Someone like me, Albus. I will take him. I can offer him protection. I know all the Death Eaters and I know their weaknesses. I could train him to fight on his own, and I will love him like a son, Severus said without thinking. It just seemed right. I don't know. If Voldemort returns, I will need you to spy for me. Find someone else. Think of this as a new mission. Severus is perfect as the protector of the prophesied chosen one. Albus, I think it a better option that him being with the Dursleys, Minerva quickly added. The ministry will not allow it. If Fudge finds out that I am willing to have Harry removed from his aunt's home, he will stop the adoption and put either himself or one of his people as Harry's guardian. He is in too many pockets for me to allow that. Lucius will be at the top of the list. Minerva looked pensive for a moment and then said, What if Harry legally remains as a ward of his aunt and uncle? He stays a month with them. No, Severus, hear me out. He stays a month with them, so he still considers his aunt's place home and will be under Lily's blood protection, and the rest of time he stays with Severus. Albus considered for a moment. This was sounding viable. Then Minerva continued, The Dursleys are currently getting an allowance from the Potter estate to see about Harry, yes? Albus nodded and Severus frowned. Let them continue getting the allowance. That way they still get the money for a year of keeping Harry, for a month of him living with them. We tell them if Harry is not happy, we will stop the allowance. The money will encourage them to comply, and that way the ministry never finds out. They will still see the money going to the Dursleys. Severus smiled. Minerva, that is positively Slytherin of you. Come now, Severus, there is no need to be rude. This actually sounds viable. Okay, I will agree, but on 2 conditions. Minerva, you will act as a monitor, and if you think Severus is not doing a proper job as guardian, then we will make alternate arrangements. Secondly, I want him trained, but I want him to have as normal a childhood as possible. I don't want to see him as a miniature Snape in black robes scowling around the castle. I want him to be more like what Lily and James would want him to be, and I don't want the boy hating his father. I will still have Remus come in, and I want him to be a part of Harry's life as well. Is that clear? Yes, but I have my own conditions as well. If I am going to be his guardian, that means I will be responsible for him. Discipline included. You are to trust me in making decisions for him, and you are not to make any schemes involving him without my or Minerva's knowledge. Albus laughed. Okay my boy, I trust you. Minerva looked at the headmaster and then at Severus. Very good. Severus the First will take my job as monitor very seriously. Harry is a Gryffindor and not a Slytherin. I don't want to come in his room and see it all green and silver, am I clear? Yes ma'am. So when are you going to tell him the good news? Tonight after dinner. I promised him I would show him some pictures of Lily growing up. Very good. Harry hated lying to his friends, but he had to. Snape was going to tell him all about his mom. He knew Ron and Hermione suspected something, Hermione especially. Whenever there was a mystery she just had to solve it, but he had to lie. He told them that he snuck out of Gryffindor Tower last night and Snape caught him, so now he had detention. This was part lie part truth, but his friends believed it. So after dinner Harry found himself hurrying down to the dungeons to visit Snape. He knocked on the door and opened it at the same time, not waiting for an answer. He was too excited. Snape just raised an eyebrow and gave the child a stern glare. Truth be told, he was excited as well. Come Potter, we need to have a talk. Harry got scared. In his haste he had spoilt his chance for seeing the pictures. I am sorry Professor. I didn't mean to barge in. Please, I will never do it again. I really want to see my mom's pictures, please. Stop apologizing, you silly child. That is not what I need to talk to you about, but in the future do wait for a response before entering a closed door. Yes sir. Harry followed Snape to his quarters and was soon sitting on the couch waiting anxiously for Snape to return with the promised pictures. Severus shook his head watching the boy as he came back in the room. Okay Harry, I am going to show you some pictures and then we have to have a talk. Harry nodded, and for the next hour Severus showed him pictures of Lily growing up before they went to Hogwarts. Harry was surprised to see that Petunia was in several of the pictures, smiling and playing with them. By far, however, his favorite picture was one of Severus and Lily when they were 7 and they were playing tea party and Lily was pouring tea and Severus sat among a collection of dolls eating a cookie. Okay Harry, we need to talk, Severus said, putting down the photo album. Yes sir. Harry was getting a bit anxious to know what was so important that Snape had to repeatedly tell him they had to talk. The man usually said something only once. It is about what you told me this morning. Harry sighed. He knew he should not have said anything. Well, I spoke to Dumbledore about it and… What? Why? I knew I shouldn't have said anything. You've made it worse. They'll hate me even more now. Harry was almost in tears. He stood up and looked for the exit. Harry, sit down, Severus said in a stern voice, and the boy complied. I know it seems I have broken your trust, but I could not let you continue being abused. Yes, abused. There are many types of abuse, and what your aunt and uncle did was abusive. They are not fit guardians, and I told this to Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall, and we have come up with an alternative. Alternative? You mean I don't have to stay with the Dursleys again? Harry said with a small hint of hope. Okay, maybe I should start at the beginning and you will listen and let me finish, and any questions you may have I will listen and answer. Do you understand, Harry? Yes, sir. Severus took a deep breath and looking down at the boy he started. I think you already know that when your mother Lily died, she sacrificed her life for you. He saw Harry nod. Well, that sacrifice offered you a unique protection. Once you remain where your mother's blood reside, you are protected from the Dark Lord and his followers. That is, once you live with your aunt they can't touch you. Harry thought back to the end of first year when Quirrell tried to touch him and got burnt. That is the reason why we keep sending you to live with your aunt. Now, as you indicated, and from my experience with her, your aunt has proven that she is not the most appropriate guardian for you, and as I said, Professor Dumbledore, McGonagall and I have come up with an alternative. Severus paused and took another deep breath. You will live with your aunt and uncle for 1 month each year, the first month of summer, to ensure your continued protection, and the rest of the time you'll live with me. Severus waited. He didn't know what the boy's reaction would be and was secretly afraid of the rejection. With you? Really, you want me? Harry's eyes became big and sparkled. Yes, you silly child, or else I would not have offered. He was suddenly taken aback as a tiny form launched itself at him in a big hug. He held on to him for a while and he heard Harry crying. He rubbed soothing circles on the boy's back until the sobs stopped. Now there are some conditions for you staying with me, Severus said, but his voice was not harsh. Firstly, the ministry is not to know. If they find out, they will want to place you with one of their own people, most likely someone like Lucius Malfoy. Harry looked at him in alarm. So we will not tell them, only a handful of people will know, so unfortunately for now you can't tell your friends, we can't risk the ministry finding out. Officially you are still a ward of your aunt and uncle, understand? Yes, I definitely do not want to be a Malfoy, Harry said with a sneer. Indeed. Secondly, Professor McGonagall will be monitoring you to make sure I am treating you well, and if you feel I am not being a good, can I use that word, parent, then you can go to her and complain. Yes, sir. Thirdly, I am in charge of you, so you will have to follow my rules, which will include, no wandering the hallways at 2 o'clock in the morning. He gave Harry a pointed look, or brewing illegal potions in the girls' bathroom. He still hadn't found out what potion they had brewed, but he was leaving that discussion for another time. Again he gave him another look and Harry cringed. You will be in bed by 10 o'clock, 10:30 on Fridays and Saturdays, both during school time and during the vacation. I will be monitoring your school work and your behavior in school, so no fighting with Malfoy or any others. I will not allow any unsupervised trips to the Forbidden Forest or to the Chamber of Secrets. I do not tolerate disrespect or rudeness, and I expect you to carry yourself like a gentleman, so no wiping your mouth with your sleeves and talking with your mouth full. I expect you to eat properly, not too many sweets and more vegetables. Don't think I don't see you from the head table. Harry grinned. It was nice to have someone care about him like this. If you break my rules you will be punished. Do you have any questions so far? Professor, are we going to live here at Hogwarts or do you have a home? I do have a home, the same one I lived in as a child, but this summer we will spend most of our time at Hogwarts because I will need to monitor Alex. Alex, he had forgotten about him. Yes, this should be a great summer. Am I going to have to stay in Gryffindor Tower by myself? During the term you will stay with your dorm mates, but during the summer you will stay here with me in my quarters. Harry was hesitant for a moment and then said, Professor, oh never mind. Harry, there are two things I hate more than anything. One is lying. I absolutely abhor when people lie to me. It is an insult to my intelligence. And two, when people start a sentence and then say never mind. If you want to ask me something, go ahead and ask me, even if you feel the answer is no, you ask me. Is that clear? Yes, sir. Okay, what do you want to ask? You said if I break the rules I will be punished. What kind of punishment do you mean? Well, tell me what your aunt and uncle did as punishment. You already told me that your uncle grounded you, but what other punishment did you get? If I was a little bad, I would get no food for the day and extra chores. Severus frowned. And if you were really bad? He did not think he would like the answer. It depends. Depends on what? If it was something like burning dinner or getting higher grades than Dudley, then I would get no food for the week and get lots and lots of chores. If I did something with magic it would be worse. Severus took a deep breath and tried to calm himself. Give me an example of when you did magic. The summer before I came here, I spoke to a snake in the zoo and accidentally took the glass away and Dudley fell in and the snake got away. I was locked in my cupboard for 3 weeks for that. Your cupboard? Yes, that was my first bedroom. The cupboard under the stairs, that's where I lived until I got my Hogwarts letter. When they saw the letter addressed to my cupboard they thought that you guys were monitoring me, so they gave me Dudley's second bedroom. Severus took another deep breath. That time with the snake, did they give you food? Yes, I got a sandwich every 2 days and I got a glass of water every day. They didn't want to have to let me out too much to go to the bathroom. And the incident with Dobby last year, you said you were grounded. What did you mean by grounded? I was locked in my room. Uncle Vernon put bars on my window and a lock on the door, and I came out once a day to use the bathroom. Was there any other time you were punished for using magic? Loads of time. There was the time I turned Mrs. Walcott's hair blue. She was my standard 3 teacher. Uncle Vernon used the belt on me that time. I couldn't sit or lie down properly for a week, and well, I was locked in my cupboard for 2 weeks I think, until the school called and said I had to come back. Another time I flew to the school roof. You flew to the school roof? Yes, my cousin and his gang. Well, they like to play a game called Harry hunting. That is where they hunt me and beat me up. Anyway, I was hiding behind the school bins when they got me trapped and I wished I could get away. I closed my eyes and when I opened them I was on the roof. How old were you? 8, I think. You apparated when you were 8. Severus said in amazement. What do you mean apparated? It is a means of wizard transport where you think of where you want to go and magic takes you there, but it is very dangerous. If you don't know what you are doing, you could get seriously hurt, you could leave a foot behind, or your head could go alone and the rest of your body remain, or in one case I heard the person came out inside out. Oh, gross. Gross indeed. So what punishment did you get for that stunt? My uncle was really mad as the school called and said that I had skipped classes for the evening and that I was playing on the roof. So what was the punishment? Harry sighed. He broke 2 of my ribs, my leg, and I had a black eye and a busted lip. It was the only time Aunt Petunia took me to the hospital. She told them I had fallen off the roof. Snape looked like he was going to explode. Professor, it's okay, I was used to it. Besides, you are going to take care of me now, right? Yes, Harry, and rest assured I will never break your bones, or deny you food, or put bars on your widows, or lock you in your room for days. I may ground you, but that would mean staying in your bedroom for an evening, or I might take away your broom for a period of time. If you are really naughty like last night or in the chamber, I may swat you. If you put yourself or others in danger, I will give you a spanking. Depending on how bad the danger was, I might use a brush or a ruler, but never a belt or a cane. Thanks, Professor. That's another thing, Harry. When we are in private or when we are with people who know of our arrangement like Professor McGonagall or the headmaster, you may call me Severus. In class or in front of students especially, you will still have to call me Professor Snape. Yes, sir. Okay. It is almost time for me to go check on Alex. Do you want to come with me or do you want to go and see your friends? Can I come with you? Sure, come on, let's go. After checking on Alex and sending Harry up to bed, Severus made a beeline for the headmaster's office and sent a message for Minerva to come up. There was a lot for them to discuss. The next evening Harry spent all of his time with Severus, looking at more pictures and then decorating the guest bedroom, which was now Harry's. Severus was still nursing sore ribs after Harry rushed and hugged him when he told him that it was decided that he would only stay 2 weeks with his aunt and uncle instead of a month. Harry helped him with Alex checking the monitors and emptying the mandrake potion and then wiping him down. They were able to move his limbs a little and removed the sword and wand from his grasp. Harry was allowed to talk to Alex and tell him what was going on. Alex still was not hearing or seeing anything and could only communicate through Harry. Severus called the headmaster, Minerva and Phileas, and they all took turns examining the sword. It was similar to Godric's in size, shape and weight, but the hilt was golden and was carved in the shape of a dragon. The dragon had emerald eyes. When the wand was removed, they noted that it too had a dragon at the grip or base of the wand. The dragon was carved with gold inlay. Albus waved it, but nothing happened. He then said he would have Ollivander take a look at it. Harry looked at the wand where Albus had laid it on the table. The wood looked like his own, which was made of holly. He then asked Alex what it was made of. The wood is holly, but the core is phoenix feather and dragon's blood and scale. The feather came from my father's familiar fox and the blood and scale came from Golden Heart, Alex responded. Cool, Harry whispered, and before any of the adults could ask him what was Alex's reply, he took up the wand and waved it. The wand let out a burst of magic which showered the entire room with gold sparkles. Severus glared at Harry, who gulped. He was sure he was going to get a swat, but Severus just took the wand away from him. Phileas exclaimed, Harry, what is the wand's core? Harry told him, and Albus looked at the wand in amazement and gave it back to Harry and told him to cast a spell with it. Harry cast Lumos and the room was engulfed in a brilliant white light. Harry, how does it feel? Severus asked. I don't know, just like my wand, I suppose, just a little heavier, I guess, Harry said as he noxed the light. Amazing, Phileas exclaimed and then asked Harry to cast the same spell using his own wand. The light from Harry's wand produced a similar effect but was not as bright as the one he produced with the Alex's wand. On Albus' instruction, Harry told Alex about his own wand and the effects of his using the wands. You really are my nephew, Harry. The only other person who could wield my wand was my brother. His own had the same core but was made of mahogany. Like yours, originally both my brothers and my wands just had the phoenix core, but when we came of age we added the blood and the scale and it strengthened the wand. As you get older you may add something to your wand to strengthen it as well. Harry told the others what Alex said. It was tradition long ago. to add to your wand core when you came into your magical adulthood. Your magic grows and changes over your lifetime, and so should your wand. My wand, for instance, was originally oak and unicorn hair, but I added centaur blood when I came of age, Gabriel informed them. Centaur blood. I never heard of centaur blood being used in a wand before, Phileas said as his mind processed a mile a second. I developed a camaraderie with the centaur herd after I rescued a few foals from a group of hunters. I unofficially became part of the herd and often hunted with them. I had to go through a coming-of-age ceremony with the centaurs and was given the blood when I came into my full magical powers. Not everyone added to their wand, some just changed it altogether. My original wand was vinewood and unicorn hair, but when I came of age I changed it to white oak and abraxan hair. Helena added. About 800 years ago people stopped adding to their wands as the headmaster stopped the coming-of-age ceremony. A few people still did it privately, mostly lords or heirs of noble families, but the two stopped about 100 years later. Actually, remember that wizard about 500 years ago? Blonde kid, green eyes, turned to a vampire after killing the coven in Ireland. Made a big bonfire where the Quidditch pitch is now and stepped in. You know, he was first put in Slytherin but was scared of snakes, so he was resorted into your house, Gabriel said, looking at Helena. Kieran Lawrence entered Hogwarts 1512, became Ravenclaw prefect, rallied to have the statues of the house symbols removed from the Great Hall. Yeah, I remember him. Very powerful, him and his brothers. I believe his younger brother Robert became a national hero, defied the king. He was Gryffindor, head boy, I believe. Yes, him. He did the ceremony, the last person that I know of. Yes, he disappeared for 2 weeks in his final year, came back glowing in magic. Very pleasant lad, always looked after the young ones. Anyway, that is neither here nor there. The point is, it is not practiced anymore. Most wizards just get a new wand, Gabriel explained as the others looked at him in amazement. Wow, you two are really old, Harry said in childlike innocence. Helena huffed and Gabriel laughed and put his ghostly hand on Harry's shoulder, making the young boy feel like his shoulder was doused with ice-cold water. Yes, and therefore deserve some respect, Severus said, giving Harry a glare. It's okay, Severus, he is right, we have been around a long time and have met some amazing people. That is why I could tell you, young Harry, that you are destined for great things, Gabriel said. Harry beamed, but after getting a look from Severus quickly mumbled an apology for his rudeness. Albus turned the attention away from Harry. Gabriel, do you know if Fawkes ever gave any other feathers for wand use? To be honest, I don't know. Fawkes has appeared only twice after Godric's death, first with Ignotus Peverell and then with you. Ignotus Peverell? You mean of the Deathly Hallows story? Phileas said in amazement. Yes, Gabriel nodded, giving Albus a knowing look. Yes, Ignotus actually taught here at Hogwarts for over 60 years, as the defense against the dark arts teacher. He was also head of Gryffindor House. He however refused to be headmaster, saying he preferred to deal with stubborn students rather than stubborn adults, Helena informed them. Albus laughed. I know what he meant. If I could do away with irate parents and the ministry, life would be very peaceful indeed. They then heard Harry say, Oh, Helena and Gabriel are just telling us about wizards they knew from hundreds of years ago. They turned and looked at Harry, who was obviously talking with Alex. Alex wants to know exactly how long he was in the chamber. The others looked at Harry and then at each other, debating whether to inform him or not. Finally Gabriel nodded and Helena told Harry, Tell him that both Gabriel and I are ghosts and that he has been in the chamber for 1,000 years. They got an instant reaction from Alex as the magical monitors started alarming and the body in the tank moved a little. Madame Pomfrey came running in but was not sure what to do. She immediately told them to leave, but Phileas told Harry to try and calm down Alex. Harry did not know what to do, so he started singing a lullaby. A few seconds later Fawkes flashed in and sat on the edge of the tank. He joined Harry in song and immediately the magical monitors indicated that Alex was calming. When Harry stopped, Fawkes took up his own song and Alex's magic totally calmed down. When Harry called him he did not respond and Madame Pomfrey indicated that most likely he was asleep. They all left the room, Phileas and Severus talking about hope since Alex's body moved slightly. Harry looked at the adults and very quietly walked back towards Gryffindor Tower. It was after curfew and the hallways were empty. Out of nowhere Filch appeared in front of Harry. I've got you now, boy, you are in big trouble. The man grabbed onto Harry's arm and started dragging him down the stairs. Mr. Filch, what do you think you are doing? Severus' baritone voice echoed in the hallways. This whelp is out after hours. I just caught him, the man said with an evil grin. I will take it from here. Potter, come with me. Severus watched as Filch released Harry and the boy looked at him with a cold look on his face. Severus walked towards Gryffindor Tower with Harry at his side. He waited until he was sure Filch was not within hearing distance. Are you okay? He did not hurt you in any way. No, I am fine, Harry said, looking at the ground. Severus looked at the boy again. I thought I told you I abhor lying, so did he hurt you? He hurt my arm when he pulled me, Harry said quietly. Severus raised Harry's sleeve and saw a bruise being formed. He growled. Harry was pleased that Severus seemed to be angry with Filch for hurting him. Maybe things really would be different. Come, Harry, let me put some salve on that arm, otherwise it would hurt in the morning. Harry yawned. Severus considered him for a moment and then said, Come. He held on to Harry's hand and went to a secret passageway which came out near the Great Hall and then to the dungeons where Severus' apartment was. Severus told Harry to take off his robes and he applied some bruise salve on it and then told Harry to go to his room and prepare for bed. You mean I get to stay here for the night? Yes, now hurry up, it is past your bedtime. Severus sent a message to Minerva telling her that Harry was staying with him for the night. He then got up and went to the boy's room where he saw Harry on the bed with the vest he normally wore under his school shirt and his trousers. You haven't changed your clothes. I don't have any clothes here, Harry said in his defense. Severus tapped his fingers against his chin. He then waved his wand and Harry's clothes changed into pajamas. On Saturday morning we will go to Diagon Alley and get you some new clothes. Really, new clothes? Yes, really. Now climb into bed. To Harry's amazement, Severus tucked him in and then asked him if he needed a nightlight, which Harry didn't, and then bade him a good night. The next morning Harry was all smiles. He had a good night's sleep and had breakfast with Severus. He felt great. The only dark spot was Ron's constant harassment, asking where he was, why he didn't sleep in the tower, and of course his usual tirade against the Slytherins. Lunch was frustrating as Hermione joined Ron's campaign. Frustrated with his friends, Harry moved and sat down next to Neville, who looked at him with a raised eyebrow but said nothing. Harry walked with Neville quietly to Charms, and it was only when they were outside the classroom that Neville said, You know, they are really good friends and they are just worried about you. They would die rather than hurt you, Harry. Good friends are hard to come by, so hold on to them. Neville walked off and sat in his usual seat. Harry sighed and walked and sat down next to Ron and Hermione. Look, I am really sorry. I know I was a git at lunch, but there are some things I really can't tell you, and you harassing me doesn't help. Harry, we are your friends. You can tell us anything. Is it something to do with the ghost? Hermione said. Harry began, but Professor Flitwick entered the same time and began class. After their last class, Harry ran out of the room before Ron or Hermione could stop him. He heard them call after him. He didn't know what to tell them. He needed advice. He ran down to Severus' office and knocked on the door. After a minute he slowly opened the door and peeped in. What are you doing, Potter? A voice said behind him. It was Walter McNair, the Slytherin sixth-year prefect. I was looking for Professor Snape. I knocked and he didn't answer. He is usually here after classes. Harry explained. And what do you want with Snape? Usually Gryffindors try to stay as far as possible from our head of house. McNair looked at him suspiciously. Well, he was kinda helping me with something. I was hoping I could talk with him, but I guess he is not here, Harry said sadly. McNair studied him for a bit and then said, No, he left after his last class after lunch. He said he had to go out of the compound a bit, left me in charge of the first and second year snakes. Potter, tell me something. There has been a rumor going around that you found the Chamber of Secrets and met the monster inside. Is that true? Harry studied the boy. While he was a Slytherin, he was being nice to him and was not treating him the way he expected a Slytherin to treat him. Yeah, I did. So what is the monster? My guess is that it is some kind of snake. Is it a basilisk? Yeah, it was. It's dead now. McNair let out a hoot. Yeah, I thought so. Man, how big was it? Did you talk to it? How did it die? It was really big. Professor Snape said it was like 60 feet long, and no, I didn't talk to it, I was running for my life. I was too scared, Harry said, a little excited as McNair's exuberance was infectious. I could well imagine. 60 feet, that's huge, but it was like over 1,000 years old, so I guess that would make sense. So how did it die? I killed it. Well, the headmaster's Phoenix Fox helped a lot. He blinded the basilisk and I killed it with the sword of Gryffindor. Harry wasn't sure if the Slytherin would like it that he killed his founder's pet. It was an accident really. It was trying to kill me and well, the sword just went through its mouth and I guess into its brain. Well, if it was you or it, you don't have to feel sorry for killing it. Wow, that is just so amazing. You're only what, 13? 12? Harry corrected him. Man, you Gryffindors are really something. I would have pissed my pants if I even saw a snake that big, far less for killing it, and I like snakes. Professor Snape said I was foolish and I was lucky I wasn't in his house or he would have tanned my hide. You got that right. I remember in my first year I snuck into the Forbidden Forest on a full moon too and got caught by the centaurs. Man, he blazed my behind. McNair rubbed his backside in remembrance. Harry giggled. McNair studied him for a moment. Is that why you wanted to see the professor? You know, he has helped me get over some pretty scary nightmares and well, and other things. I guess you have had a hard time. If I was attacked by a basilisk I would have some really bad nightmares. Harry just bowed his head. Listen, kid, there is nothing to be ashamed of, even as big as I am. I sometimes get so scared that I need someone to talk to, and the professor is good with that kind of thing. Don't worry, I wouldn't say anything, your secret is safe with me. Thanks, sir. Sir. Merlin's beard. Harry, I am not that old, call me Walter or Wally. I thought everyone called each other by their surnames, Harry asked curiously. Yeah, not when you got two older brothers in the same common room. I had one brother who left a few years back and another who was in 7th year, so it got confusing. Anyway, my friends call me Wally. Well, then you could call me Harry. Well then, Harry, call me Wally, I insist. Wally laughed and they started walking towards the ground floor. So Harry, could you tell me something? That day in the dueling club when the snake went after that boy, what did you tell it? I told it to stop and not to hurt Justin, Harry answered. All right, I just won 10 galleons. We had a bet going in the snake pit. Some of us said you tried to stop the snake, others said you were egging it on. Of course it was only long after we realized that we might never know who won, but it looks like I did. You didn't think that I wanted to hurt Justin. Are you kidding me, Mr. Golden Boy? Even if you wanted to hurt that kid, I don't think you would be stupid enough to do it in front of almost the entire student body and half the staff. Anyway, it was that git Lockhart who riled it up, not you. As they reached the ground floor they heard a shout. Harry, there you are, Ron shouted from the top of the grand stairway. Ron and Hermione started walking towards them. Your friends were looking for you. It's good to have friends. Yeah. They mean well, but at times I just want to be left alone. They keep harassing me to tell them what I have been up to every evening. I keep telling them I can't say, but they won't leave it. You can't tell them Snape's counseling you. I thought they knew about what happened. Yeah, they do. It's just that it's Snape and well, I don't think they would understand, Harry said, looking up at the older boy. Just try them, Harry. They are your friends. If they don't understand, well, they are not true friends. Wally looked down at him and then at Ron and Hermione, who were hovering at the bottom of the stairway and not coming closer. Besides, from what I have seen of you three, and if half the rumors are true, they would understand. Harry looked at him and then at his friends and nodded. Listen, it's a beautiful evening. Go play by the lake or climb a tree or get in some mischief. I am sure the professor will be here soon and definitely by after dinner. You could come and see him then. Wally ruffled Harry's already messy hair and then gave him a light push in the direction of Ron and Hermione. Now scoot. Harry waved goodbye and ran to meet Ron and Hermione. Harry, where were you? We were looking for you, Hermione said, sounding worried. Yeah, and what were you doing with that slimy snake? Ron said in disgust. He's not slimy. He is rather cool, Harry said. Yeah, properly trying to trick you. You can't trust any of them snakes, Harry. You know that is why I haven't told you anything, Ron. You just don't understand. Look, just leave me alone. Harry was angry at first and then sounded depressed. Harry, could we just talk? We want to understand, Hermione said, grabbing his hand as he was walking away. Yeah mate, look well you know me, Ron said by way of an apology. Okay come let's go by the lake, I heard it's a beautiful day out, Harry said with a small smile. Severus looked at the neat rows of houses and sighed. It is so like Petunia to live in such a place, she was such a neat freak. He remembered when they were little she would have a fit if the sandwiches were not cut at a particular angle or if the crust was not completely removed. At the time he found it so silly, hell he still found it silly. He sighed. Before they got their Hogwarts letter, Petunia had been like a big sister to him. When he and Lily were really small, she would hold their hands as they walked home. She always packed an extra lunch to give him and even helped him with his homework. It was only when she didn't get into Hogwarts that things changed. She became mean and really cruel. All through their holidays after first year, Petunia kept throwing holy water at them and pinned crucifixes and rosaries all over Lily's room. He passed his hand through his hair and walked towards the house. He saw some of the neighbors look at him strangely, but he just nodded his head and went on his way. He had made sure he looked as muggle as possible. Arabella told him he looked like a lawyer or a businessman. He couldn't wait to take off the suit. He saw the number 4 on the mailbox and walked to the door. He took a breath and knocked. Less than a minute later the door opened. Petunia looked at the face she knew well. She saw the boy she knew in the man before her, Severus. Hi, Toonie, Severus said, a little awkward. Damn, he had practiced and still he sounded like the bloody 6-year-old asking if he could come and play. Severus. Petunia's voice was happy and she hugged him and then remembering herself pulled away and cleared her throat. So what brings you here? Harry. She sighed and let him in. Who is this pet? A tall lord of a man said. Vernon, this is Severus Snape. He was a friend of the family as a child, Petunia said, looking at her husband reluctantly. Well come man, come sit. Would you like a brandy? It's not often I met one of Pet's old friends. Actually Petunia, Mr. Dursley, I have come on serious business, Severus said as he sat down. Vernon, he is the friend that Lily always spoke of, Petunia said softly. Get out, Vernon said, slamming the brandy down. Get out of my house, I will not allow one of you freaks in my house, the boy is already too much. Get out. Severus watched as Vernon Dursley's face turn a deep purple in anger. Mr. Dursley, I am here to discuss Harry's living arrangement with you. The only living arrangement I want is one where that abomination is out of my house. He is the devil's spawn and corrupts our good Christian values by being here, Vernon spat out. Severus sighed and mentally counted to 20 before he spoke. As you are aware, it is necessary that Harry live here for part of the year. He saw Petunia nod. Well, we want to make a compromise. We know that you don't want him here, but for all our sake he has to be here. So we are suggesting from now on he stay here for only 2 weeks of the year. Would it be enough? I thought he had to live with us for at least the summer, Petunia asked. Well, we are hoping it would be enough. It has come to our understanding that Harry is not welcomed here, so I am going to keep him with me. And Harry wants to stay with you. Does he know about, your past? Petunia asked. I am currently his potions professor at Hogwarts. I have been slowly telling him everything. He knows I made mistakes in the past. Severus looked at her. She actually seemed concerned about Harry. I don't care what you do with him. Drown him for all I care. The less time he spends here would be better. He is a burden on hard-working people. So where do we sign? Vernon asked. You don't sign anywhere. Listen Petunia, I would prefer if this arrangement remained between us, Severus said. You want us to keep quiet? Vernon gave Severus a calculating look. It was a look Severus knew well. He had seen it many times among the thieves in Knockturn Alley. Listen Dursley, this situation is best for both of us. You get Harry for only 2 weeks and get to keep all the allowance you are getting for a year. If the ministry finds out, they would bring Harry back here or they would move him elsewhere, and whoever gets him gets the allowance. I don't need anything. I have my own money. You get to keep every cent. What? Vernon, what is he talking about? What allowance? Petunia asked, looking at her husband whose eyes flared. It was Severus who answered. You have been getting money from the Potter estate since Harry was first sent here. It started as £500 a month when he was small and then increased to £800 when he entered primary school. There have also been small sums for birthdays, Christmas and for school supplies. Right now you get £1,000 every month plus an additional £1,000 every July for school supplies. The estate also pays his school fees. Petunia looked at her husband in shock. It was obvious she didn't know anything about the allowance, Vernon. Not now, Petunia, Vernon said seriously. You would continue getting the money, plus another £500 at the start of the summer, to ensure that he comes to me unharmed. Petunia nodded, but Vernon snorted. What makes you think we harm the boy? Whatever that boy has told you is all lies. All we have ever done is give him well-earned discipline. He is a little devil, always causing trouble. We tried to bring him up right, but he is still evil. Vernon said, his beady eyes dancing. Severus pulled out his wand and pointed it at Vernon, who looked at the wand and started shouting, "You can't use that here, you freak. Now, I want you to listen, Dursley. As your wife will tell you, I can be very nasty. I would kill you in a heartbeat and not blink an eye. I am not Harry Dursley. I am a fully trained wizard, so I am free to do whatever magic I please. I came here not wanting any confrontations. When Harry told me what went on here, and yes, I believe him, I wanted to come and torture you in ways that not even in your wildest imagination you could fathom. But I know that Harry needs to be here with Petunia, and I will not jeopardize the world for your idiocy. Now all I am asking is that you treat the boy with some decency for 2 weeks, and for it you are getting near to £14,000. Now do you accept our offer?" Severus' voice was low but cold and powerful. Vernon trembled and stepped back, obviously scared. "Yes, Severus, you have my word the boy will be unharmed for the 2 weeks, Petunia replied. "Thank you, Petunia, I will hold you to your word. Now I think I have imposed on you enough. Good day to you both. I will see myself out." Severus was almost at the door when he heard Petunia calling him. "Severus, you know Lily did love you, but she knew that, well, you two would never be together, at least not romantically. She would be pleased that you are looking after Harry." "Thank you." Severus nodded and walked away. Harry, Ron and Hermione sat under a tree next to the lake. Harry took a deep breath and said, "The truth is I have not been fine for a while. I don't get any nightmares, but things still aren't good, and after that thing with the ghost I have been with Professor Snape every evening. He has been giving me counseling. I didn't want to say anything because I know how much you hate him, Ron." "He's been counseling you, Harry? That's great," Hermione said with a smile. "Harry, I know I talk bad about the professor all the time, but I know he was really great dealing with you when you know. If he can help you, well, I am all for it," Ron said seriously. "We know that you have had a really bad life and that you have many things you may not want to tell us, but we are your friends. I for one am glad you are getting the help you need," Hermione said with a smile. "Yeah, I'm just mental," Harry said with a grin, and saw as Ron was trying not to laugh but failed. Hermione glared at the two laughing boys. "So the ghost, Alex?" Hermione asked. "I still hear him, but he is not bad. The professors are trying to deal with it," Harry answered. "And last night, I spent in the hospital wing," Harry said, and he saw Ron nod. "Hey, you know what I saw in the hospital a few days ago?" "What?" Ron said, his eyes lighting up. "There was a student in one of the back rooms who looked like a half-frog, half-man creature," Harry informed the two. "Wicked." Ron grinned. "You know that's not funny." Hermione pouted, and her two friends looked at her, only then remembering that earlier this year she was half-cat herself. "Sorry, my own, but you were a cute half-cat half-person, but this guy was really gross. Do you guys want to go look?" Harry said as his impy side took over. "Well, yeah," Ron said. "No, Harry, that would be wrong. We could get in trouble, and you said you are not fine and you were in the hospital last night and—" Hermione said in her most stern voice. "I'm fine right now, my own." "Yeah, he's fine. Don't be a spoil sport," Ron implored. "But we could get in trouble." The two boys looked at her with big puppy dog eyes. "Okay, but if I get detention, I am not going to speak to you two ever again," Hermione said, her finger waving in their faces. Harry and Ron grinned, and they ran into the castle and up to the hospital wing on the first floor. Peeking his head through the door, Harry made sure there was no one around, then with a wave of his hands called his two friends. Sneaking into the hospital wing, they quickly made their way through the back door. The trio walked almost on tiptoes as they moved along the hallway, and Harry gestured at the door to their left. They looked through the glass window in the door and saw the student whose head looked part frog with a tuft of black hair on top. "Oh Merlin, he looks really gross." "Harry, look at his hands, they are all webby," Ron whispered. "I wonder if he eats flies," Harry said with a grin. "That's silly, Harry. Look, his lunch tray is there, it looks like apple sauce," Hermione said as she too was gawking at the unfortunate young man. "Probably apple and worm sauce or apple and pond slime sauce," Ron suggested. "Yeah, and he possibly had fly soup first." Harry laughed out loud but then put his hand over his mouth. "You two are just so silly," Hermione shook her head. "How did he get like this, I wonder?" Ron asked. "Possible just like my own and the polyjuice potion," Harry suggested. "I don't think so. I mean, it was an easy mistake to take a cat hair for a human hair, but how do you mistake part of a frog?" Hermione said, looking at the boy whose tongue flicked out for a second. "My guess is that he didn't have friends who would launch fireworks into other people's cauldron and didn't have the time to properly steal what he wanted and picked up the essence of frog as an error." A deep baritone voice came from behind. The trio spun around to see not only their potions master behind them but their head of house and the headmaster as well. Ron looked like he would wet his pants and Hermione was in a panic, but Harry was just looking at the disappointed look in Severus' eyes. "Now, while I think Mr. Parkinson is of interest, I think it would be better if we step outside," the headmaster said with his eyes twinkling in amusement. He, however, was the only one who seemed amused. Ron, Hermione and Harry turned and walked back to the doorway, their heads low. Ron and Hermione walked through the door first, and Harry felt a hard hand smack his bum right before he too stumbled through the door. He knew he should have expected that. Harry was even more embarrassed as Professor McGonagall and the headmaster had seen him get swat and looked like they approved. "Sit," McGonagall said, and the trio quickly obeyed. "What did you three think you were doing?" Her voice was harsh and her lips thin. They knew better than to answer. After a few very tense and loud minutes, Ron, Hermione and Harry were about to be sent back to their dorm with lost points and a promised detention when Harry suddenly screamed. Everyone stopped and Snape grabbed Harry while the headmaster waved his wand. Harry screamed again and started gasping for breath. Minerva shouted for Poppy, who came running up to Harry. Harry grabbed onto Severus. "Alex, dying." Minerva gasped and the headmaster ran through the back door. Ron and Hermione had not heard what Harry had said but saw the faces of the professors get pale. "Professor, what is happening? What's wrong with Harry?" Hermione said in tears. Snape picked up Harry and placed him on the bed. "Minerva, get them out of here." Minerva quickly shooed the two worried friends out of the hospital wing. Gabriel came floating in. "Come quick, something is happening to Alex." Harry screamed again. "Alex, dying, go." Minerva sent a Patronus message to Phileas and Poppy came with a potion for Harry. "Forget about me. Go, go," Harry shouted. Severus looked at Harry while the others went to Alex. "I am fine, Severus, I am hearing his screams in my head. Go help him." "Please go help him," Harry pleaded. Severus went into the room and saw Alex's body flaying in the tank. Helena was screaming. "Albus, get him out of the tank, put him on the bed." "Poppy, get the potions quick." Gabriel shut her up. Severus started shouting orders. The headmaster took the body out of the water. Severus quickly washed off Alex with water to get rid of the last of the mandrake potion. Poppy pushed the others aside and started using complex charms to clear Alex's mouth and throat. Phileas came running in. "His heart is going into arrest." Severus used the breathing spell. "His lungs is collapsing," Poppy said as she too waved her wand. "We need to get this armor off," she shouted. "Wait, that armor is a valuable artifact. Don't damage it," Albus said quickly as Minerva started waving her wand to banish it. Phileas used his charms and removed all the armor until the 1,000-year-old man was left in a black tunic with red and gold trimmings. Minerva then gently carried the armor to one side. Poppy then removed the tunic and Severus gasped at the sight of the man's perfectly formed chest. It was like looking at an Olympian god. "Severus, don't stop. I need you to keep his lungs open. I will try and stimulate the heart," Poppy used her wand like a defibrillator. After a few tries, they heard Alex take a deep breath. Thousands of miles to the west, a golden dragon lay asleep. It felt a strong wind blow and a strange magical pull in its beast. The mighty beast raised its head and sniffed the air. A large burst of magic hit its heart. It roared. Alex was alive. Severus and the other professors worked on Alex for another hour, until he was comfortably breathing on his own and his organs repaired. Severus was not sure that Alex would have survived had it not been for Fox using his tears. He was tired and sat back watching the sleeping man. He was gorgeous, the perfect body finely sculptured, his face was handsome and his hair was black and auburn locks of pure silk. This was a statue brought to life. Severus doubted the man had been human before. Someone had to have chiseled the perfect man in marble, Da Vinci perhaps or Michelangelo, and now they had brought him to life. He was too perfect in form, he was physically flawless. Severus sighed. Getting up, Severus looked at the body again and then noticed a chain that was around his neck. It was twisted to the back, so he reached over and pulled the pendant to the front. The pendant was the Gryffindor family crest. Interesting. Severus held it to examine it when he let out an audible gasp as a strong hand grabbed his hand. Severus looked up and saw the most amazing green eyes staring at him. Alex was up. Harry lay on the hospital wing. His head had stopped pounding and he was feeling so much better. He had tried calling to Alex but realized he must have been asleep. Fox had come about half an hour ago and gave him a little nudge which Harry interpreted to mean that everything was going to be okay. But now he was bored. He wanted to know what was going on. No one ever told him anything. He crossed his arms and pouted but then stopped and chastised himself. Severus had told him everything and had kept him up to date and even had let him help. Severus was really great to him. A minute later Harry watched the door that led to the back. He wanted desperately to sneak in and take a look at Alex. He sighed. What would Severus want him to do? Well, that was easy, stay there. His Gryffindor mind however screamed that it would only take a minute to see what was going on. His Slytherin side shouted that had already gotten one swat today and he didn't want another. He argued with himself for a few minutes before his Gryffindor side won, telling himself that they would need someone to help communicate with Alex. He put his feet over the side of the bed getting ready to jump down, when the door to the hospital wing opened. A group of Slytherins came in, most with brooms. Two of them were carrying a third who obviously had fallen off his broom. Hey Rugrat, where's Pomfrey? Marcus Flint asked Harry. She is in the back but I don't think she wants anyone to go there. Flint scoffed and headed to the back door, which alarmed and bounced him back. Even though Harry didn't realize that the door would do that, he said, "Told you." Flint looked like he was going to say something bad when Harry heard a familiar voice. Harry, what are you doing here? I thought you were outside by the lake having fun. It was Wally. I was, but I got into too much fun and ended up here. I am really hoping Madame Pomfrey comes back soon. I want to get out of here, Harry said. Well, it looks like we will all have to wait, Wally said, sitting on the bed next to Harry. Harry, these are my friends, Flint, Montague, Husey, Derek, Bowl, Urquhart, and the one with the brakes is Bletchley. Guys, this is Harry. Harry heard a few grunts of acknowledgements. You guys are the Slytherin Quidditch team, Harry said in recognition. For the most part, Urquhart and myself are not on the team but are reserves. We were playing a little 4-on-4 Quidditch when we had a little accident, Wally told Harry. I really miss Quidditch. You know, I don't know why we couldn't have finished the league. I mean, most of us haven't been doing anything for the past few weeks. Harry said. Exactly what I was telling Hooch, but the old broad said that there wasn't any time and that some of the final years needed to study, Flint said in an outrage. Obviously it was a sore point with him. Yeah, but not all of us have to study, and players like Oliver want to go professional, so he would prefer to play, Harry said in agreement. Exactly, Harry. I don't need newts, I needed the scouts to come and see me play. Now I wouldn't get the chance, Husey said, sitting on the other side of Harry. Soon the whole group was chatting and raving about Quidditch and Harry joined in. Flint even let Harry examine his Nimbus 2001. They were all in a discussion on brooms when Ron and Hermione came in. Ron looked at Harry sitting in the middle of the group of Slytherins and sneered. Ron stayed by the door, but Hermione bravely stepped forward. Harry, are you okay? Yes, Hermione. Much better. I am just waiting on Madame Pomfrey to release me from this prison, Harry said, and the Slytherins laughed. Harry saw Ron walk out. Hermione looked at the Slytherin with the broken bones lying on one of the beds and then at the others who were around. Is he okay? I mean, he seems to be in pain. Where is Madame Pomfrey? Seeing about an emergency in the back. I've been waiting ages for her to come out, Harry replied. Harry, can't you send a message or something? I think you need to come back to the tower. Hermione started. Hermione, we are in enough trouble as it is. I am not going to get on Madame Pomfrey's bad side by calling her out of an emergency because I want to leave. That would be selfish. Listen, you go back to the tower and I will see you there later, Harry said, and he saw Hermione's disappointment and then her resign, and then she left. Hey, you know, the little Griff is right. We could call Madame Pomfrey, Montague said, and called for Pip. A house elf appeared. Pip, could you ask Madame Pomfrey if she could spare a minute? Bletchley had an accident and some of his bones are broken and he is in pain, Flint said in a surprisingly gently tone. The house elf popped out. I didn't know there were house elves at Hogwarts, Harry said in amazement. The others all laughed. Hogwarts has the largest group of house elves in all of Britain. Who did you think cooked the meals or cleaned your clothes? Wally said. I don't know. I thought it was all magic, Harry said in innocence. Who does that stuff at home, Harry? Bole asked. Well, me or my aunt. Outside of Hogwarts, I live in the Muggle world, so I really don't know much about these things, Harry explained. So how do you know about house elves? Derek asked. One played a prank on me last July. Malfoy's house elf Dobby came by my aunt and uncle's home and dropped a pudding on one of their dinner guests, Harry said. The others laughed. It wasn't funny. The ministry thought I had done it and I got a warning letter, and well, of course my uncle was not pleased. I got grounded for the rest of the holidays, Harry said with a pout, then added, that crazy elf even stopped the barrier at platform 9 3/4 to stop me from coming to school, and as you know, I got in even more trouble. He was the one who sabotaged the bludger in the game we played against you guys. That little cheat, Montague said with a frown. Sounds like something Draco would do. That boy, sometimes I just want to smack him upside his head, Wally stated. I do it all the time, Flint said with a grin. But you have to admit it was very cunning. I never thought of using a house elf before, Derek said, smiling as if he was thinking up some good pranks. Yeah, well, I got my revenge, Harry said, and all of the boys looked at him. I gave his dad a book with a hidden sock in it. The sock was just sticking out a little so it looked like a bookmark, and when he gave it to Dobby, the house elf was freed. The boys looked at him for a second and then let out hollers and cheers. You got one over on old Lucius, man, you're brave, Derek said and ruffled Harry's hair. Harry, that was very Slytherin of you, Montague said, giving him a thump on the back. Harry smiled. He knew Montague meant it as a compliment. The hat wanted to put me in Slytherin at first, but I convinced it to put me in Gryffindor. The others gasped. Why'd you do that, Harry? Wally said. Well, I had met Malfoy. Harry started and then heard the others groan. Say no more, we understand. That boy gives Slytherins a bad name, Bull said with his heavy grunt. Madame Pomfrey came through the door followed by Professor McGonagall. The Mediwitch promptly went up to Bletchley and started working on him. Professor, is everything okay with you know? Harry asked his head of house. She nodded. Yes, I believe so. He is alive and resting comfortably. You look much better. How are you feeling? Great, actually. Not even a headache or nothing, Harry said hopefully. Yes, well then, as soon as she is finished I am sure Madame Pomfrey will release you. In the meanwhile, rest, Harry. You will need it for your detention. Don't think I have forgotten or feel sorry for you. She gave him a glare, but Harry noted her lips weren't thin, so she was no longer angry. Yes, ma'am. Professor Flitwick came in the room. Minerva, I think I need your help. McGonagall followed Flitwick back into the forbidden hallway. Madame Pomfrey came up to him and shooed away the larger boys from around the bed. She waved her wand and examined Harry and told him he could go. Poppy then went to her office. Harry jumped down off the bed. So Harry, what trouble did you get in this evening? Wally said with a smile. We snuck in here to see Parkinson and got caught. What frog boy? He's here. I thought his parents had taken him home. Man, I want to see him, Montague said, and he and a few of the others started towards the back door. Well, he is the second door on the left, but I have to warn you, Professor Snape is back there as well, Harry said, and all the boys stepped back. Thanks for the warning, Harry, Flint said, and he and the others all turned around, changing their minds about visiting Parkinson. Harry started walking towards the door. You know what, you're okay, kid, Bull said and ruffled Harry's head. Yeah, the hat wanted you in Slytherin and you speak to snakes. I say you are an honorary snake, Montague said and looked at the others. I concur, Derek said. And he is one hell of a seeker, Urquhart said, and the others agreed. And he found Salazar's chambers, that is a sign for sure, Wally said and grinned. Well, that seals it, from now on you are one of us, kid, Flint said and thumped him on the back. Harry looked at them and smiled. Harry was actually whistling a tune when he entered the Gryffindor common room. Hermione immediately came up to him and asked if he was okay. Harry rolled his eyes. Yes, I told you I am okay. I just needed to wait until Madame Pomfrey released me. Harry, we are just concerned. You started screaming. We didn't know what was happening. I tell you what was happening. He was faking it so he would get out of detention. After setting us up, he tried to skip out on us. Ron came in and was practically shouting at Harry. What? That's the most ridiculous thing I have ever heard, Ron, Harry said. Well then, how do you explain you screaming as if you are dying and then a short while later being all laughs? Ron was almost up in his face. It's called medication, Ron. Madame Pomfrey gave me a potion that worked and I still have detention, Harry said, his happy mood gone. You know you are being a real prat, Ron. Harry saw that most of the very full common room was now looking at them. Well, you are a traitor to Gryffindor's, Harry. You were fraternizing with the enemy, probably selling out Gryffindor team secrets, Ron shouted at Harry. What? Ron, you are really mental, you know that, Harry said. No, you are the mental one. You are the one who has to get counseling. You are the one on medication. You are the one who was talking and laughing with the slimy snakes. You are the crazy one, Harry, Ron shouted, and Harry heard several people in the common room gasp. Harry looked like he wasn't sure whether to cry or hit Ron. What is going on here? Break it up. Nicholas, the head boy, had gotten off his chair and came in between what looked like a fight about to happen. Ron is being a really stupid jerk, Harry shouted. Yeah, well, Harry has been spending time with the enemy. He is a traitor and Wood should kick him off the team, Ron shouted back. Okay, calm down both of you, Nicholas said. Why should I kick Harry off the team? He is the best seeker we have had in years, Oliver Wood said, coming up to the small group. Fred and George also came up behind the Gryffindor Quidditch captain. Harry has been selling out Gryffindor secrets to the Slytherins. He is like a spy or something, Ron said and looked around at everyone who was now watching. And do you have proof of this, Ronald? Percy asked from one side of the common room. Yes, he has been spending his evenings with Professor Snape, and today I saw him with the whole Slytherin Quidditch team laughing and even holding one of their brooms, Ron said and smiled when he heard some of the others around him agree with him. I hate you, Harry said with tears of frustration and was about to bolt, but Nicholas held him firm and gave him a reassuring hug. Nicholas sighed and said in a soft voice, Okay, Harry, calm down. I am sure there is a reasonable explanation. Ron is your friend. You don't really hate him. Yes, I do, Harry cried and then glared at Ron. Okay, you want to tell me what really happened? Nicholas's voice was calm. Well, I have been spending time with Professor Snape, but he has been counseling me after, you know. Harry said. Yes, I know, after all the nightmares, Nicholas said a little louder, and everyone nodded, remembering how bad Harry had been with the nightmares. Nicholas remembered how Snape had been with Harry and how he was able to calm him. Yeah, and well, Professor McGonagall and the headmaster know I am with him. Harry saw Percy nod and a few others as well, and it was supposed to be a secret that I told Ron in confidence because I thought he was my friend, Harry shouted. Several others were now looking at Ron with frowns. Bad form, Ron, Fred and George said together. Ron was a little annoyed that he was now looking like the bad one, so he shouted, And how do you explain him being chummy with the snake team and him getting us in trouble and faking being in pain? Harry sighed. Today, Ron, Hermione and I snuck into the hospital wing to see one of the students who was in there, and we got caught and McGonagall reamed us out and gave us detention. But I then got this blinding, splitting headache. my head was pounding and I had to remain in the hospital. Oh man Harry, a migraine. My mom gets those and she is usually in a lot of pain. She says it's like getting a cruciatus in your head, one of the fifth years said, and everyone looked at Harry in sympathy. Well, I don't know what a cruciatus is, but if it really hurts and it feels like your head is going to explode, then yeah. Anyway, Pomfrey gave me the potion to stop it and I had to rest for an hour or so. But then there was an emergency and she had to go in the back, and then some of the Slytherins came in the hospital. They were playing 4-on-4 Quidditch when one of them fell and broke his bones, but since Pomfrey was in an emergency they had to wait, and since we were all stuck there we started talking. You should have stayed away from them, Harry. They are our enemies, Ron said. You have no right to tell me who I can and can't speak to Ron. Anyway, well, we started talking about Quidditch and how we wish we could have finished the league as most of us have nothing to do. Exactly. I have been telling Hooch the same thing and she has been giving me some rubbish about studying, Oliver said in a huff. That's the same thing Flint said, and Pusey said that he didn't need Newts but that scouts were supposed to come and see him play. Really, what scouts? From what team? Oliver said, his eyes gleaming. Huddlemere United and Wimborne Wasps, Harry answered. Oh man, those are great teams. What else did they say? Oliver was all ears. We talked about different teams and they told me about some matches they had seen, and then we started talking about brooms. Did you know they are making a new experimental firebolt that can accelerate to 150 miles per hour in 10 seconds, Harry said as his eyes lit up. No. Fred, George, Oliver exclaimed in excitement. Yeah, they are bringing it out in time for the World Cup next year. No. Fred, George, Oliver again said as one. They were now hanging on to Harry's every word about the broom, and they were all suddenly brought out of their stupor when they heard Nicholas laugh. Well, this certainly answers that question. It doesn't matter what house you were in when it comes to Quidditch and brooms, Nicholas said with a laugh. Anyway, Flint let me examine his Nimbus 2001 and that's when Ron and Hermione came in. Harry continued. Forget about that. Tell me more about this broom. Did Flint say when the prototype would be coming out? Ron was angry and shouted, You are all traitors, you should all be kicked out of Gryffindor. Harry turned and looked at Ron. He was getting fed up of him. I am a Potter and therefore a descendant of Godric Gryffindor by his son Gideon. I am the heir of Gryffindor. I belong here, and if you have a problem with me, Ronald Weasley, then the person who should leave is you. Everyone got quiet and then turned to look at Ron, who stood in shock. He then stomped his feet and walked upstairs to the second-year boys' dorm room and slammed the door. The place was quiet for a second and then Oliver said, So Harry, about the firebolt. Severus walked slowly towards the Great Hall, his mind back in the hospital wing. Those green eyes, they were now haunting him. Like Harry's, the eyes were emerald green, but unlike Harry's they were darker and had a fire in them that seemed to burn into Severus' soul. Alex had looked directly at him and Severus had felt this strong pulse in his magic, and now he couldn't stop thinking about him. They had looked at each other until Phileas had realized that Alex was awake and called for Minerva and Albus. Albus had started asking Alex all sorts of questions and the man had turned briefly to watch the headmaster with a puzzled frown. Phileas had checked the monitors. There is all indication he is hearing us, but his voice might not come back for a while. Fox flared in and started singing, and Alex turned and looked at Severus again and then closed his eyes and slept. Poppy had checked Alex and then told them that he was now in a healing coma and would be out for another day or two while he healed. Severus stopped and ran his hand through his hair. What was wrong with him? He was feeling like a Hufflepuff with his first crush. He sighed and continued walking towards the Great Hall. At dinner he noticed that Harry was not sitting with Weasley and Granger but was with the members of the Quidditch team, and they were all talking more than eating. He noticed that Harry actually laughed out loud on a few occasions. He looked really happy and this made Severus' heart sore. He didn't realize he was smiling until Minerva mentioned it. Just as dessert was about to be served, the entire hall was shocked to see the Gryffindor Quidditch team get up and walked over to the Slytherin table and stood in front of Flint and his friends, the same group that was in the hospital wing. Oliver spoke in a loud voice. The Gryffindor Quidditch team hereby formally challenge the Slytherin Quidditch team to a friendly match Sunday afternoon. Flint stood up with a smile. What's the wager? Oliver looked briefly at Harry, who nodded. We wager our seeker. If you win, You get our seeker as a house elf for the day, and if we win we get yours. All standard rules of propriety apply, of course. Flint bent down and briefly spoke to the others and then stood up. We agree to your wager and your challenge. Are you out of your mind? Draco shouted from the other side of the table as he stood up in protest. The entire Slytherin house turned and looked at Draco, who sat down quietly. Flint shook hands with Oliver, and then the two captains walked towards the head table where the teachers looked at Dumbledore, who said, I think this could be fun. Snape and McGonagall stood up to receive the two captains. Do both seekers agree to this wager? McGonagall asked loudly. Yes, Harry shouted in excitement. Draco looked like he was about to say no but nodded and said, yes, after receiving a glare from Flint. Snape and McGonagall then shook hands and everyone in the hall cheered. See you on Sunday, Flint, Oliver said with a smile. Just have your seeker be prepared to pack a lot of trunks by hand. Would, Flint said but gave Harry a wink. Severus laughed on the inside. He was sure Harry was behind the match, but it really was a good idea. At least it was bringing the two houses closer together. As much as he hated to admit it, there was a strong chance that Slytherin would lose and Draco would be forced to learn some humility. Who knows what those Weasley twins would make him do? He shook his head. It would do the boy good. Maybe he should even give the hint to Flint. No, the team all had their pride and would not throw the match. There was a knock on the door and Harry came in with a big smile on his face. Can I venture to guess that perhaps you were behind this little match on Sunday? Severus' face was stoic but his eyes showed his amusement. Well, really it was all our idea, but you don't mind, do you, Severus? Harry said, his voice showing that he wanted Severus' approval. It was a great idea and I do approve, but don't look to me when you are packing Bull's smelly underwear, Severus said with all seriousness, and Harry laughed out loud. So do you want to come check on Alex with me? He is fully out of petrification and actually opened his eyes for a little while. He is in a healing coma and Madame Pomfrey suspects he would be asleep for a day or two but then he would be fine, Severus told Harry. That's great and I really want to see him, but can I talk to you first about something that happened today? Harry said, a little unsure. Of course. Severus then directed Harry to the couch and then Harry told him all about his day, about Ron and Hermione harassing him and him coming to see him but he wasn't there, and then meeting Wally and going to the lake. Then with a little unsure look he told him about going to the hospital and he apologized and Severus nodded. Harry then told him about the Slytherins in the hospital wing and how they made him an honorary Slytherin, and then Ron's confrontation in Gryffindor Tower and how Ron called him a traitor and what happened, and then how he told everyone how he was the heir of Gryffindor. Severus sat and listened, and when Harry was finished Severus looked at him and said, Harry, I am disappointed you brought Ronald and Hermione to the hospital wing, not only because it violated Mr. Parkinson's privacy, but it put Alex at risk. Ronald has proven to you today that he can't keep a secret, and had they seen Alex today, he might have told everyone about him, in his anger or jealousy. Harry had not thought of it but nodded. After a minute he said, So are you, going to punish me? What do you think? Severus replied, Yes. Harry lowered his head. Severus looked at him in amusement but hid it as Harry looked up at him. McGonagall has assigned you a detention which she has assigned to me, but as your guardian I will give you another as my punishment. You will spend tomorrow afternoon in the hospital wing helping Madame Pomfrey with Mr. Parkinson. Maybe by helping him you would feel less inclined to gape at him. I was going to make you spend Sunday cleaning up my storage cupboard, but I will find another day for you to help me. Harry looked at him and agreed. Harry, I am however very proud of how you made friends with my Slytherins and how you handled the situation with Ronald. I am glad that you are looking outside of your own house in making friends, and I approve of Mr. McNair. He is a genuinely pleasant person, not like his father or his older brothers, and the members of the Quidditch team are pretty decent as well, rough blokes but good men. However, you have to be careful, not all of my snakes are good and decent and there may be some who may want to hurt you. So be careful. Harry smiled and nodded. As for Ronald, it is up to you to decide on your relationship with him. He has stood by you in the past, but he really betrayed your trust today, and had the rest of your house not been understanding, it could have been really bad. I am pleased at how you handled it, especially since you used your brain and wit and not your fist. Harry smiled but then got serious again. Ron and Hermione have been good friends, but at times they seem to really box me in, if you know what I mean. Hermione is always bossing us around, but it is usually to do homework and stuff, but you know she never gives you a choice. I mean, even if she doesn't say it, I will still do my homework, but we have to do it when she says, and then when you want to say something she always cuts you off or says that's not what you mean, like no one else has a brain and she alone knows everything. Ron is always telling me not to talk with this person or that one, and I feel like he's stopping me from making other friends, and he is always jealous of the things I could do, and today it really hurt when he told everyone I was getting counseling and that I was crazy. He made me feel like a real freak. Harry started crying and Severus held him tight and let him cry. Do you want me make him scrub the entire dungeons with his toothbrush? Severus asked, and Harry giggled and shook his head. Or I could make him scrub the Ollery. Again Harry giggled and shook his head. Not bad enough for you. How about if I make him water boy for the Slytherin team on Sunday? Harry looked at him and then started laughing and then said, yeah, and make him wear green and silver. Okay, that sounds like a plan. And what about Hermione? I don't know, make her not do any homework or ban her from the library for a week, Harry suggested, and Severus laughed. Harry looked at him. It was the first time he heard him laugh. That sounds like a plan as well. After all, if the girl can already make polyjuice, well, it wouldn't hurt for her to not get homework. Harry cringed and looked at Severus. Severus just gave him a knowing look, and Harry then explained about them making the polyjuice potion in Myrtle's bathroom, and how Ron and himself snuck into the common room, and how Hermione mistook a cat hair for Millicent's and turned into half cat. I will have to think up something appropriate for you three for that one. Of course, if I had known at the time, you would not have been able to sit for a few days, but it is a little late for that. He saw Harry let out a breath. I think I know what I am going to do, but I will have to speak to McGonagall first. Harry looked at him wearily but nodded. Harry, I am really glad you felt comfortable coming and talking to me and telling me everything that happened. He smiled at the boy who beamed. Now let's go and visit that ancestor of yours, Severus said as he got up. Harry dried his tears with his sleeve and then stood up. Remind me, we have to get some handkerchiefs for you when we go shopping tomorrow, Severus said, looking a bit displeased. He took out his own handkerchief and wiped Harry's face. You are still taking me shopping? Harry said in surprise. I said I would. Why would I go back on my word? Severus asked. Well, I was naughty today, Harry answered softly. And you were punished, and once you serve your detention it would be over and done with. Your being naughty does not negate the fact that you were in dire need of clothes. Harry smiled at him. As they entered the Alex's hospital room, Harry ran to the bed and looked at the sleeping man. Wow, he looks so different. He looks alive, Harry said, looking at the man's face. Well, he is alive. It was a bit touch and go at times and we thought we might lose him, but Fawkes came and shed some tears which helped him, Severus said, nodding at the Phoenix who was asleep in the corner of the room. I mean, he no longer looks like a statue. While I kept hearing him, it was like, I don't know, talking with a ghost or something. Even when he was in the mandrake potion, I knew he was alive but didn't realize it. Does that make any sense? Harry said, looking at Severus. While you may have trouble articulating your thoughts, I do understand. It was difficult for you to remember that he was alive and that he was a normal person, when he looked like a statue. But he doesn't look anything like a statue anymore, Severus said, his eyes staring at the man. Yeah, exactly, and now he looks kinda funny wearing hospital pajamas instead of his armor, and his hair looks strange too. It's all black in some parts and a reddish color in other parts, Harry examined again. It's called auburn. The reddish color is called auburn. Your mom's hair was that color, Severus told him. Really? Harry looked at him and then back to Alex. What color are his eyes, do you know? Emerald green, Severus said, almost purring, and Harry looked at him a little surprised. Like mine. No, his own is much darker and has a brilliant fire in it, almost as if he was looking in your soul. Severus had not meant to say that last part. Harry looked at his guardian with a frown and then at Alex and then back to Severus. Severus looked at Harry. If I didn't know better, I would have said that your mom was the Gryffindor and not your dad, but who knows, if we traced your mom's line back 1,000 years, maybe she had some Gryffindor in her. Harry looked at Severus with a funny look. And my mom, was she pretty? She was beautiful, like an angel, Severus said, looking at Alex. Harry felt Alex's arm and then looked at Severus. His arm is really hard. Do you think it is still petrified? No, he is quite muscular. Very toned. Not surprising for a warrior, Severus said, his eyes looking at the toned muscular body. He unconsciously licked his lips. Why didn't you and my mom get married? Harry asked. Well, that is a strange question, Harry. We were friends, best friends as a matter of fact, but we didn't like each other that way. She was more like a sister to me, Severus explained. Harry nodded and smiled. You like him, don't you? What are you talking about, Harry? Severus asked him. You like Alex, don't you? I am getting a strange feeling from you, from your magic. It was the same feeling I sensed with Mr. and Mrs. Weasley or with some of the older student. You like him, Harry said with a smile. I most certainly do not, and it is very rude to ask such a question from someone. Come on, let's get you back to your common room. You are becoming quite cheeky down here, Severus said sternly. Harry looked at Severus with a fear in his eyes and silently left the room. Severus looked up and saw the Phoenix staring at him with a disapproving look. Oh, don't look at me like that, I do not like him, Severus said with a huff and walked out behind Harry. Fawkes looked at the retreating man and shook his head. Harry and Severus walked silently up to Gryffindor Tower. Severus looked down at the little boy who he noticed was silently crying. He stopped and held Harry's shoulder. Harry, what is the matter? You were angry with me, after you were so nice to me. I was bad, Harry said, sobbing his breath. Oh, you. Severus held the boy closer, cursing himself. The child was just so insecure. Harry, I am not angry with you. You just have to learn that sometimes there are things you don't ask or don't say. So you are not mad with me? No, I am not, but I would prefer if you don't ask things like that again, Severus said, and for the second time that night he had to conjure a handkerchief and wipe the boy's face and had him blow his nose. After making sure the boy was okay, they started walking again. So would it also be rude to ask you why you never got married? Yes. Or if you have a girlfriend or boyfriend? Yes. Or if you have any children? No, and no, I don't have any children, Severus said. They reached the fat lady's portrait and Severus looked at Harry. You will come and meet me in my office early. I figure we could have breakfast together before we go to Diagon Alley. If that meets with your approval. That's great, Severus. Harry reached over and hugged him and then whispered the password and ran through to the common room. Severus smiled looking at the closing portrait but frowned when he saw the fat lady smiling at him. He scowled and with a flourish of his robes left to patrol the corridors. When Harry came into the common room he was accosted by Neville. Harry, Ron is really upset he threw your things out of the room. I was able to pack your things back in your trunk. Nicholas had to give him a detention just to stop him from throwing your things back out. Hermione came up to him. Harry, I am sorry, Ron is just being a git, I don't know what is wrong with him. He is just jealous, Neville said, uncharacteristically stern. What? He asked as he saw Hermione and Harry looking at him. Everyone knows that Ron is jealous of you, Harry, and when you announced you were the heir of Gryffindor, it was just too much for him. I don't know why he acts like it is a surprise. All purebloods have to study the key families. Not ours, Fred said, coming up to them. Mom says it just encourages. George continued. Pureblood nonsense, Fred finished. Anyway, Ron is being a git, George said, shaking his head. But we have the perfect solution, Fred started. Yeah, the Quidditch team, boys only, is having a sleepover, Oliver put in as he came up to the little group. Harry's eyes lit up. Really? Yeah, Nicholas is letting us use his room for the night. The girls are going to stay a while. Minnie would have a cow if they stayed the whole night, Oliver said. Yeah, so let's go get your jammies, Fred said with a grin. And your teddy bear, George said, and picked up Harry and tossed him over his shoulder. Neville and Hermione giggled. The twins went up to the second-year boys' dorm and opened the door. Ron looked like he was going to say something but stayed quiet when he saw his brothers. Harry went to his trunk and saw that his clothes were all spray-painted green, even his school clothes. Fred looked at it and sternly looked at Ron. George grabbed his brother by his ear and dragged him out of the room. Harry had never seen the twins so angry. Neville, Seamus and Dean ran out the room to see what George was going to do to his younger brother. Harry picked up his pajamas and said, well, at least he chose a green that matches my eyes. Even though he was joking, Harry felt a surge of despair. This was something that Dudley would have done. He never expected this at Hogwarts. He looked at the things in his trunk, they were all destroyed. He was relieved that he had his photo album hidden under his pillow and that Snape has his invisibility cloak. Fred laughed and said, "Leave it, we will get something for you, even if we have to pinch it from the hospital wing." Harry said, "Let me get my toothbrush," as Fred motioned for them to go. "Trust me, Harry, if this is what he did to your clothes, I would advise that you don't ever use that toothbrush again," Fred said. Harry nodded and closed his trunk, and Fred taught him a simple locking charm, and they went out of the door. As they exited the dorm room, they were surprised to see almost the entire Gryffindor house standing all along the stairway and in the common room. Harry peeped over the railing and saw a very angry Percy sitting in the middle of the common room on one of the straight chairs with Ron over his lap, giving his youngest brother the spanking of a lifetime. Harry was shocked. He knew Percy was strict, but he never expected this. "Hey Potter," one of the 7th years said, coming over. Harry looked at him. The boy handed him a red and gold t-shirt. "I shrunk it, hope it fits." "Thanks." A 6th year tossed him a pair of jeans. A 7th year girl gave him some socks. By the time Percy had let Ron up, Harry had more clothes than he ever had before. "Thanks everyone," Harry said in tears. And then Oliver gave me a set of his old Quidditch robes, and Angelina taught me how to shrink it, and Alicia showed me how to change the name in the back, and we made a big bonfire of my old clothes, and Nicholas scolded us for burning his carpet, but Fred and George had this potion to remove the burn, said they burnt enough carpets and had to invent something to remove the evidence or they would never be able to sit during the summer. Severus sat and listened to Harry's prattle about his adventure the night before. He smiled. The boy was obviously happy. There was a flare of the flow and Minerva came in. "Good morning, Professor," Harry said brightly. "Harry, I was just informed of the events of last night. Are you okay?" His head of house asked seriously. "I'm great, Professor." And to Severus, horror, Harry then retold everything that he had spent the last half an hour telling him. Minerva smiled and then said, "Well, it seems as if Percival and the rest of the house took care of matters last night. But since you now have a free day, maybe we could push your detention earlier." "What?" both Severus and Harry said at the same time. "Well, it seems as if there is no need for you two to go to Diagon Alley today, since the purpose of the trip was to purchase clothes, and you have indicated, Mr. Potter, that your housemates have taken care of that issue," Minerva said, and smiled as she saw the identical look of disappointment on both Harry's and Severus' faces. Harry looked like he wanted to cry. "I suppose so, Professor." "Nonsense, it would hardly be hygienic for Mr. Potter to use second-hand underwear, and not once did I hear him mention handkerchiefs. A young gentleman needs handkerchiefs. So Mr. Potter, if you are almost through with breakfast, we have a busy day ahead." "Getting handkerchiefs," Minerva said with a smile. "Yes, now if you will please excuse us, Minerva," Severus said, pushing the woman out of his quarters. Harry's face seemed frozen in a smile. He held Severus' hand as they walked through Diagon Alley. They were both in disguise and both had blonde hair and blue eyes and looked like father and son. Their first stop was not at Madame Malkin's as Harry expected, but to exclusive Twilfit and Tattings, where Severus proceeded to order a whole wardrobe for Harry, including underwear and handkerchiefs. "Say, Dad, I don't need all of these clothes," Harry said. They had not discussed it, but Harry felt it would have given their identities away if he called him Severus. Severus was at first shocked but was pleased at Harry calling him Dad. "Son, I don't care, but you are getting new clothes. You will keep them in your room in my apartment, and the others you can wear elsewhere." "Ah, divorce, such a terrible thing. My poor great niece went through the same thing, had to purchase clothes for her young ones for them to stay while at her place, and the kids had another set at their dad's. But I warned her. That's what you get for marrying a Muggleborn," the old man who tended to them said. Severus looked like he was going to say something but changed his mind when he saw Harry looking at him. The old man gave them a discount, saying it was to help Severus in starting over. Harry still, however, gawked at the bill. They went to Flourish and Blots, where Severus bought him a wide selection of books, including a few on defense against the dark arts. "Now these are real text, not the drivel that idiot had you studying this year." Severus even bought him a novel about a young wizard who had great adventures. "It is the first in a series of books. It is good for a young boy like you to read something other than textbooks." Harry held the book close to him and didn't want to let it go. They had lunch at an outdoor cafe and ice cream at Fortescue's for dessert. Harry was surprised to realize that Severus had a weakness for ice cream. After lunch they visited Quality Quidditch Supplies where Severus bought him a new pair of gloves and a poster of the Montrose Magpies, who Harry knew was the leading team in the British League. They were about to enter the magical menagerie when they saw Lucius Malfoy in the store. Severus held Harry's hand tightly. Severus nodded at the man who scoffed. Harry looked around and stopped in front of the snakes while Severus bought the owl treats he wanted for Hedwig. Harry saw the most fascinating black snake that was looking at him curiously. "Hello, little one. Do you want to take me home? I promise I would never bite you and I would protect you. Please buy me. I really want to leave this awful place," the snake said, pleading. Harry wanted nothing more than to buy the snake or to talk to it, but he couldn't, not with Lucius there. He sighed and very gently reached over and stroked the top of the snake's head. "No." The attendant pulled Harry back. "Sir, you should watch your son. That snake is very dangerous. He could have been bitten." Severus gave Harry a glare and the boy bowed his head and waited for the smack that eventually came. "Your son seems to take a liking to the snake. That is a good sign. I am sure such an omen indicates he is Slytherin bound by the time he enters Hogwarts," Lucius said with a smile. "Yes, he likes snakes, but I have always told him to be careful as some snakes are more dangerous than others. He always has to be on guard," Severus said with a thick Irish brogue. "Yes, that is true. Well, little one, best of luck. Maybe if you behave your da will get you the snake as a present when you finally go to Hogwarts," Lucius said with a smile and then took his leave as he collected his supplies. Severus looked at Harry and gave a small smile. They then left Diagon Alley and headed back to Hogsmeade and Rosmerta's, where they had rented a room and where they took off their glamours. "Harry, I am pleased. You handled yourself well today, especially in the magical menagerie. I was scared you would have given it all away by talking to the snake." "But I was naughty and you smacked me," the little boy said. "Yes, the snake could have attacked you. It may not have realized that you were friendly. That type of snake is called a Merlin's Mamba, one of the most deadly snakes in the world. But Dad, she was begging me to buy her. She was so lonely and wanted to leave that awful place. I just wanted to give her some comfort. She was really pleased that I stroke her head." Severus was smiling. They had taken off their glamours and Harry still called him Dad. "I understand, Harry, but you still have to be careful. You didn't speak to her and tell her you were friendly." "No, I didn't tell her anything. Exactly, so she could have thought you were attacking her or wanted to hurt her, and then she would have defended herself and attacked you. The Merlin's Mamba's venom would have killed you in minutes, and I hear it is very painful. I would never want that for you." Severus hugged Harry. "I'm sorry, Dad." "I know, son. Dad, you know what is the most deadly snake in the wizarding world?" "What kind, Harry?" "The Lucius Malfoynus." Severus laughed. Harry walked to Gryffindor Tower and heard an uproar and snuck in behind Neville. "What's going on?" "Hey Harry, Ron's at it again. McGonagall just gave him his detention. Apparently he has to be water boy at the game tomorrow," Neville said. "Well, that's not too bad," Harry whispered. "For the Slytherins," and she said since he seems to like the color green he has to wear a special Slytherin uniform tomorrow. Harry smirked. Dad had really given Ron the punishment they had come up with. He leaned near to Neville. "And what was Hermione's punishment?" "I don't know, she hasn't told anyone. She just keeps crying," Neville said sadly and then asked, "What did you get?" "I gotta help Madame Pomfrey in the hospital wing tonight," Harry told the plump boy. "That's not too bad. I guess Ron got it worse because of what he did to you," Neville said. "I guess," Harry said. "He is just such a drama queen. Merlin, for the last few days the entire Gryffindor house has to stop because of him. It would be better for the whole house if we just ignore him. I thought we would have a few days of peace after that howler today," Neville said, and they walked up to the dorms. "What howler?" "Oh yeah, you weren't here. Ron's dad sent him a howler today at lunch. It was unbelievable," Nicholas said. "In all the time he has been in school with the Weasleys, and he was here when Bill and Charlie were here, Mr. Weasley never sent a howler. It was always Mrs. Weasley. Mr. Weasley said for Fred and George to send a letter complaining it had to be bad. Mr. Weasley was really angry. He said that the family owed you a debt for saving Ginny's life, and for Ron to threat you so horribly was dishonor for the family. He yelled at Ron and told him that he was going to have to work the entire summer to pay you back for what he destroyed. I should write Mr. Weasley, the family does not owe me anything and Ron doesn't need to pay me back. I got enough clothes from everyone, Harry said innocently. Harry, there is something my gran always say, she says is not about the money or even blood, it's about honor. Wizarding families are strong about honor, Harry. The Weasleys feel honor bound to you for saving their daughter's life, and Ron doing what he did was dishonoring the family. If you don't let them pay you back for what Ron did, it would be like not giving them a chance to regain their honor. Besides, it would teach Ron a lesson. Ron is not a bad guy, Neville, he is just. I don't know. He has been my best friend since he sat with me on the train before first year, and he stood by me trying to get the Philosopher's Stone, and he rescued me from my relatives when things weren't going well, and of course this year with the chamber and everything. You yourself said he is a good friend. He may be a prat. Sometimes I really want to knock his block off, but other times he is like my brother, Harry said, confused. I understand, Harry, Neville said, but to be honest, he has been behaving like a spoilt brat. Harry sighed. He changed his clothes and went down to the hospital wing. The evening with Parkinson was tiring. He helped Madame Pomfrey with the boy who kept oozing slime and who had the disposition of a mean old toad. After helping him with dinner and cleaning him up, Madame Pomfrey made Harry sit with the boy to keep him company. Harry asked if he wanted to play chess, but the boy refused. He refused to play gobstones, exploding snap, checkers, poker, anything at all. He screamed at Harry for talking to him about Quidditch and used his froggy tongue to hit Harry in the head when Harry suggested that he read to him. When Madame Pomfrey checked on them, she saw Harry sitting in the corner of the room and Parkinson trying to spit on him. She told Harry to leave and go back to his quarters. Ron looked at Harry with a raised eyebrow when he saw him come back in the dorm room. Percy had grounded Ron to his room for the next week. That was a really short detention, Dean commented. Yeah, but a smelly one. What is that you are covered with? Seamus asked. Frog slime and spit. I need to take a long hot shower and scrub like 6 or 7 times, Harry said, and got a towel and went to the shower. An hour later Harry came back in looking and smelling clean. His skin was a bit red from the hot water and the scrubbing. He looked at Ron and was about to speak, but the boy turned away and then pulled the curtains around his bed. The next morning the Gryffindor team sat together eating breakfast, and Severus was pleased to see that Harry was laughing and was obviously in a good mood. He looked across to the Slytherin table and saw the team, except Malfoy and the reserves, sitting together. They too looked excited. An hour before the game started, the teams went down to their respective changing rooms. Severus walked into his house's changing room and saw the older boys changed and chatting about strategy. Seeing Draco sitting to one side, Severus frowned. Mr. Malfoy, I would very much like to have you visit my office to discuss your appalling behavior for the last few days. I have had complaints from non-Slytherins about how you keep complaining about this match. Even Madam Sprout deemed it necessary to come and talk to me about the trauma that we seem to be putting you under. Your behavior is more like a spoilt brat throwing a temper tantrum than a Slytherin. That being the case, I am willing to make an offer. Walter can replace you as Seeker. Draco's eyes lit up and Severus saw the entire team, who had become quiet when Severus started talking, looked at Draco and frowned. Walter stood up. Sir, I would be honored to represent my house for this match. You seem to misunderstand me, Mr. McNair. I do not mean for this match only. If Mr. Malfoy refuses to play, then he is off the team permanently, Severus said. No, sir. I don't want to be off the team, Draco said quickly. You have seemed to have taken yourself off already. I have seen the Gryffindor team together strategizing since the offer was made, and not once have I seen you approach your teammates. Even now I have come in and the rest of the team, even the reserves, are huddled planning their strategy, and you are sulking in a corner. Draco looked at his teammates sheepishly. Mr. Malfoy, there are scouts here today from Puddlemere United, Wimborne Wasps, and even the Chudley Cannons. They are here to look at Flint and Pusey and even at those who may graduate next year. I want to see this team put out their best. I want to see a team out there, not 6 team members and you. I don't care if you catch the snitch or not. I want you to do your best and listen to your team members, because only together can you win. Do you understand me, Draco? Severus asked. Draco swallowed. Yes, sir. Flint came and rested his hand on Draco's shoulder. Draco, we have confidence in you. If we didn't think we could win, we would not have taken the bet. Draco sighed and nodded. Pusey came up to Severus and said nervously, Sir, are they really there? Yes, and so is your dad. I know you will make us all proud. Just go out there and do your best, Severus said, and the boy smiled. The team then laughed when they saw their waterboy come in. The game was action-packed. Draco looked determined to catch the snitch and was very aggressive in trying to find it. The Slytherins were their usual rough selves, but there was no cheating but good clean fun. There was even a time when Oliver got hit with a bludger and fell off his broom, and Derek, one of the Slytherin beaters, and Fred Weasley, one the Gryffindor beaters, both dove in and saved the boy from falling to the ground. At the break, when Madame Pomfrey saw about Oliver, Flint came and offered Harry a bottle of water, which he took. Severus sat in the teacher's box with Lucius Malfoy, and he saw the older Malfoy frown at the seemingly un-Slytherin-like behavior. The scouts, however, were pleased. During the break, a few of the Slytherins brought water for Draco, who was still circling looking for the snitch, but he refused. Flint even ordered him to drink to prevent dehydration, but Draco threw the bottle in the captain's face. Flint looked ready to kill the boy, but luckily for Draco, Madame Hooch called for the captains to restart the match. Montague flew past and smacked the boy upside his head. 5 minutes after the match restarted, Harry saw the snitch and zoomed upwards for it. Seeing Harry's movement, Draco went after him with a speed. He knocked Pusey out of the way, and the boy's broom went spiraling until he was able to do a counter move to steady himself. Pusey flew to the ground and landed for a minute to stop his spinning head, took a breath, and then went back into the game. Draco saw the snitch ahead and saw the Gryffindor seeker ahead of him. Harry was going to get it. He was only a few feet from it. There was no way Draco was going to catch him, but there was no way that he was going to be house elf for a day, not to anyone, and especially not to some Gryffindor. Draco used his wand, which was tucked inside his sleeve, and cast a hex not on Harry but on his broom, which suddenly veered. Harry's broom shot off about 10 meters to the left, which allowed Draco to speed forward and grab the snitch. He raised it in his hand and heard the Slytherins cheer. The speed at which Harry's broom shot off caused the little seeker to lose control, and he slipped off his broom. For a few heart-stopping seconds he free fell. Harry did not panic. He saw Angelina speeding towards him. The chaser caught him easily, however it was difficult for her to hold on to Harry and her broom. Pusey and Flint, who were closest to her, then helped her steady her broom so they would land safely. Both teams checked to see if the little seeker was okay, and they sympathized when they saw the now broken broom on the ground. Draco was circling the Quidditch pitch and was shouting, "I won, I won." Draco flew to just above where the other players were standing and pointed at Harry. "Well, Potter, it seems as if you were the loser. The better blood won out." "You were a right cheating bastard, Malfoy," Harry shouted, and Oliver put his hand on Harry's shoulder. Seeing the conflict, Madame Hooch came forward and told Harry, "From my angle it looked as if you lost control. It happens to the best of us. You fly directly into the sun and get blinding and lose your control. This is not the first time you lost control of your broom, Harry. You are good but not perfect and still have a lot to learn. I am sorry Mr. Malfoy's catch is legitimate. I am sorry about your broom, however." Harry was almost in tears and turned to Oliver. "He hexed my broom, I know it. Harry, I believe you. It was too coincidental, but with Madame Hooch officially stating you lost control, we have to accept it. We have to take our losses, even those that are questionable, with sportsmanlike behavior, understand?" Oliver said calmly, and Harry nodded. "Yeah, just like a loser," Malfoy shouted and landed next to his teammates. Oliver ignored him and reached over and shook Flint's hand. There was a large roar of celebration from the Slytherin stands, and the Gryffindors stood and clapped the winning team. When the Gryffindor team started to leave, Flint grabbed Draco's arm and very firmly led him back to the changing room. The Slytherin team followed. When they were in the changing room, Flint turned to Draco and said, "Malfoy, you cheated. I saw you, don't deny it." Bull grabbed the boy's arm and took his wand from inside his sleeve. Bletchley cast Prior Incantato, which showed the hex that was cast. Flint growled, "Had you been caught, the game would have been forfeit and we would have lost, and it would have reflected badly on the team, especially on me as captain." Not only did you hex Potter's broom, but you almost cost Potter his life. He could have been 150 feet in the air. If Johnson had not caught him, he could have died. We all sometimes do sneaky underhanded things, but never at the risk of someone's life. So what? I wasn't caught, and even if Potter fell, no one would have connected it to me, and even if they did, it's not like there isn't any one of my father's friends who wouldn't reward me for getting rid of the brat, Draco said firmly. Yes, and how much of that reward would you enjoy in Azkaban? Flint said seriously. As if a Malfoy would ever be in Azkaban. We own the Ministry, Flint, the cocky boy said. Bull cracked his knuckles and Pusey held him back. He is not worth it, Bull. The slimy git is not worth it. Well, I don't know about the Ministry, but your daddy does not own me. Draco Malfoy, you are off the team, Flint said. What? You can't do that, Draco shouted with tears in his eyes. See this badge that says Captain, that says I can. You are off the team, Flint said. My father will fix it, wait and see, Draco said, shouting. Not as long as I am head of Slytherin House. Draco, I warned you before the match. You are off the team permanently, Severus said, coming into changing room. What, because of Potter? I won, Madam Hooch said so, Draco shouted, now in tears. Severus frowned. No, because you were not a team player. You did not win. The team won. You were openly disrespectful to your captain. You attacked one of your own teammates who almost crashed and had to land because of your recklessness, and yes, you almost caused the death of a schoolmate. It does not matter who. Draco, even though you were not caught cheating doesn't mean that it would not have affected your soul if Potter had died. Come now, Severus, what is all the fuss? The boy caught the snitch, which is the most important part of the game. Everyone is alive and unhurt, and the little Potter brat was put in his place. Lucius Malfoy's drawl came from behind. Lucius walked up to his son and put his hand proudly on his shoulder. Well done, son. Draco beamed. Mr. Flint, I believe you have made good use of the brooms I donated, Lucius said, and Severus saw Flint took a breath as if holding himself back. Severus the First, believe my son won his teammates a SLAE for a day, Lucius said happily. Rules of propriety apply, Severus said. Well, since there are 7 members, then my son will have the SLAE for what, 2 hours? Well, son, what do you want your SLAE to do? He will carry my books for the day and pack my trunks like a good house elf, Draco said with a smug grin. Good. Severus, arrange it. Come, Draco, I will take you for dinner at the most exclusive restaurant in Diagon Alley, Lucius said, and when Draco handed him the snitch, Lucius actually smiled. Sir, Bull said, still cracking his knuckles. He is still off the team, Severus said, and he saw the rest of the team visibly relax. I say we give back the brooms, Pusey said in disgust. And what is the team going to use next year? No, the brooms were a gift and he cannot take them back, and no gifts will be accepted to get Draco back on the team, Severus said. Flint sighed. Sir, I feel badly about accepting the winnings. Harry would have caught the snitch had Draco not have cheated. Yes, but officially we won, and it would reflect badly on us if we do not accept it. The team nodded. Adrian, Marcus, you both did very well today. I am very proud of you. As a matter of fact, you all did very well, and I am very proud of you all. I know the scouts were pleased, not because you won but because of good sportsmanship, great flying and great Quidditch skills, Severus said, and the other boys patted Pusey and Flint on their backs. Sir, will it be okay if we invite the Griffs to our celebration party? If it wasn't for them, the scouts would have never come, Flint said. You're the captain, Severus said with a smirk. That is up to you. Come on, boys, we have a party to go to. You too, Waterboy, Flint said, and dragged Ron away. Severus had not seen the little red head standing listening to what was going on, but it was too late. Hopefully a little Slytherin team interaction would be good for the boy. As Severus walked back towards the castle, he felt a strange feeling, a strange pull. He felt as if someone was watching him. He looked around and saw no one. Instinctively he looked towards the hospital wing and swore he saw someone by the second-floor window. But the figure vanished before he could take a second look. He shook his head. It must have been the glare of the sun. The party went late into the evening. The scouts came and sat and spoke with not only Pusey and Flint but Oliver, Angelina, and even the Weasley twins. Ron couldn't help scream in delight when he saw the captain for the Chudley Cannons along with their manager at the party. Ron forgot all his anger at Harry and dragged him across to sit next to the two men who spoke to Harry about the game. For Ron it was a dream come true. At 8 o'clock Draco came back in looking smug, however he was horrified to see the massive party that was going on and the fact that Potter and the Weasley twins were sitting laughing and joking with his team members. He sighed. His father assured him he was not going to be off the team, but he wasn't sure. The team members all looked at him with hatred now. He turned and went silently to his room. Monday evening Severus and Minerva took Harry, Hermione and Ron to St. Mungo's. At first Hermione and Ron were dismayed that Harry had told on them, even though he said that Snape had figured it out when he heard them talk about Polyjuice potion in the hospital. Hermione forgave him when Severus complimented her on a good potion. At St. Mungo's the children were given a horrifying tour of the ward which had patients who had suffered from potions accidents, and then to a private ward where there was a woman who was permanently damaged due to a failed experimental potion. Hermione was in tears by the end of the evening. Harry looked at his dad as if he too wanted to cry, and Ron threw up twice. Tuesday evening, after Harry had served his dad's detention of cleaning the potions cupboard and a private dinner in the dungeons, Severus took Harry to the hospital wing where they met an awake Alex. "Hello, sir," Harry said to Alex, who was sitting up on the bed. "You know, Harry, you are free to call me Alex. After all, we have been talking with each other for weeks now," Harry heard Alex in his mind. "Yeah, I guess so, but it is different now. You know you're real," Harry said, and Severus, who was sitting not too far away, rolled his eyes. "You mean you can actually see me now?" "Yeah, and you are not a statue," Harry said. "So how did you become a statue?" "Well, I mean, I guess you saw the reflection of the basilisk." Is that too rude to ask?" Harry asked Severus, who saw amusement in Alex's eyes. "I guess that is up to Mr. Gryffindor," Severus said. "No, it is not rude. Gabriel told me that you know about the battle. I was on Golden Heart, and from above we saw the basilisk swimming in the lake heading towards the Muggle soldiers' camp. Golden Heart turned and used dragon fire to scare it away, but it turned and looked at us and I saw its reflection in my sword. Dragons are not affected by basilisk in the same way, so Golden Heart would have simply blacked out for a few seconds, just enough to crash." Harry told Severus what Alex said. "So how did you know you were in the library or in the chamber?" Harry asked. "Even though I could not move and at times I would be as if I was asleep, there would be times when Salazar would wake me and he told me he was keeping me in the chamber as punishment for my father. So he would feel the pain of losing a son. I tried to tell him that my father loved William and I loved him as a brother, but he could not hear me. He told me when my brother left, he also told me how much my father grieved for me. In the end he told me he was leaving and leaving his basilisk to guard me. Once the snake was alive or in the chamber, I would be as if I was asleep. I think Salazar believed that my father would hunt and kill the basilisk after he left, so he would have found me. I do not think Salazar intended for me to stay there so long. So I assume the snake is now dead." "Yeah, I killed it." Yeah, it captured my friend, so I went to save her, and well, Fox blinded it and I used your father's sword and stuck it through the head." "Foolish boy. Could have been killed," Severus mumbled. "Harry, he is right, it was foolish, and even though you saved me, you shouldn't take those chances. You are still a child and should leave it to the adults. I hope you were severely punished." "No, I got an award for special services to the school," Harry said. "If I was around and responsible for you, I would have tanned your hide." "That's the same thing he said," Harry said sheepishly, inclining his head to Severus. "He cares about you. He is not your father. Is he your mentor perhaps?" "No, he takes care of me. My relatives, the non-magical ones, are not really nice to me, so he will take care of me. I have to go and stay with them for 2 weeks to renew the magical protection my mom left me, and then I get to come back here. He is a good man." Harry looked at Alex and then at Severus and then back at Alex and grinned. "Yes, he is." Severus looked at Harry suspiciously. The boy was looking like he wanted to do something naughty. "Come on, Harry. Time to go. Dinner should be over in the hall by now, and I know you don't want to miss the story night McGonagall and the Weasley twins have planned for tonight," Severus said and guided Harry out. "Bye, Alex. I will come and see you before I leave on Friday," Harry said pleasantly. "Bye, Harry." As they walked out of the hospital wing, Severus looked at the grinning boy. "What is going on in that head of yours?" I am not going to say. You will swat me for being rude, Harry said cheekily, and Severus had to resist the urge to swat him anyway. Late Tuesday night, Severus was patrolling the halls when he found his footsteps had led him to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey looked out at him as he passed and she smiled. He looked through the glass on the door and saw Alex trying to get off the bed. He quietly went in and saw the man was trying to put his weight on his feet. Severus knew Poppy had started doing exercises with him. Alex held on to the bedpost and stood up and turned in the direction of the window. Severus walked up behind him and touched his shoulder. The man turned slightly and smiled when he saw Severus. You want help? Severus asked. Alex nodded and pointed to the window. Using Severus as a weight, Alex was able to steady himself. Severus felt the muscled arm on his and very slowly helped Alex take the few steps to the window. Alex looked out. There were many things Severus could say or ask, but he didn't think it right to say or ask. He looked out. The Hogwarts grounds really looked beautiful at night. Severus imagined himself walking on the grounds below with Alex at his side, possibly a picnic in the moonlight. Severus blushed. He turned and saw Alex looking at him. The man was a little taller than him, but he was able to see into the beautiful green eyes. I think your eyes are beautiful too. Severus stepped back and Alex almost fell. Severus heard the deep rich voice in his mind. He cursed himself, he had let his occlumency shields fall. The man was a legilimens. Wait, he thinks my eyes are beautiful. Alex sensed the man's shock and embarrassment. He signaled he wanted to go back to bed. Once in bed, they sat in uncomfortable silence as Severus refused to look at the man in his face. Until Severus said he was leaving him to his rest. A very croaky low voice said, "Don't go." Severus bit his bottom lip and ran his hand through his hair, and looking up he saw Alex smiling at him. Do you play chess? Severus asked, and Alex nodded. Severus called a house elf who brought his personal chess set. Alex sat up in bed and using the lunch tray Severus set up the board. The two were unaware that two pearly white translucent figures were watching them smiling. Since the end of term was on Friday and the leaving feast was on Thursday, the day for Harry to be house elf was on Wednesday. Harry surprised the team by cooking breakfast for them, in Severus' kitchen. Severus invited the team and Malfoy to his quarters for breakfast and to lay down the rules. Everyone including Draco savored the finely cooked meal which Bletchley and Bold declared was the best breakfast they ever had. Harry merrily carried Draco's bag, but to the Slytherin's horror Fred and George Weasley volunteered to carry Harry's bag and followed the boys from class to class. At lunch Draco called for Harry to cut his meat for him. Harry got up from his table, walked over with a happy whistle, cut up Draco's meat, politely asked if there was anything else Master Draco wanted, and then went back to his table. Draco called Harry 3 times during lunch. Each time Harry politely came over and did whatever task Draco asked him. Each time Harry politely called Draco Master Draco, and while a few of the second and third years left, most of the upper years had started to gain a respect for the Gryffindor Seeker. Almost the entire house cheered when near to the end of lunch Flint took up an apple from the fruit bowl in front of him and stood up and shouted, "Hey Seeker!" Harry turned around and saw Flint throw the apple from the other side of the Great Hall. Harry caught it with ease, and the rest of the Slytherin team, not Draco, he was no longer considered part of the team, shouted, "Hurrah!" For the rest of the term everyone called Harry, Seeker. After classes ended, Harry followed Draco to pack his trunk as well as Crabbe and Goyles, which Harry did with a smile. When he was finished he saw Flint standing by the doorway. "Hey Malfoy, your time is up. Seeker, you ready?" "I believe so, Captain Flint," Harry said. "Come on Seeker, we have a big evening," Flint said, and he took Harry to a room for Newt students which was normally used for studying. All of the other Slytherin team members along with Wally and Urquhart and 1 or 2 other students were there. Wally had a small green snake with him and one of the others had a yellow snake. Harry spoke to the snakes and translated for the owners and told them what their snakes wanted to talk to them about. The team members charged other Slytherins 5 galleons for 10 minutes for Harry to talk to their snakes for them. Harry had fun talking with the snakes. At dinner Harry sat with the Slytherin team and chatted excitingly with them. After dinner he returned to his snake-talking business for another 2 hours before Flint told him he could go, but only after they tried to give Harry a cut of the money earned. Harry refused on principle and the other boys respected his decision. Harry went down to Severus, where Minerva and Fleus sat with Severus talking about Alex. When Minerva asked him how it went, Harry told them what he did. Harry spoke to Severus and the other professors about an idea he had. Severus flowed the headmaster, who gave his approval. Flint and the rest of the team and Wally and Urquhart were chatting when a house elf came and told them Professor Snape wanted them. The boys knocked on their head of house's door and Harry answered. They were confused when they saw the boy but understood when they saw the headmaster along with Professor McGonagall and Flitwick. Flint, Mr. Potter said that you only used his services for 4 hours, 7 when you include Malfoy's time and dinner, when we agreed that the boy would serve the team 12 hours. By my calculation he owes the team 5 more hours. Sir, he completed the task that we wanted him to do, so we are satisfied, Flint said and the others agreed. We even made a few galleons, Derek said. And there is only an hour left before his curfew, Wally said. Snape smirked. Well, it seems as if Professor McGonagall is concerned about her house's honor, so we have come up with a compromise. There is a task that I need to do, but since I cannot use the boy's services, I have decided to use your services and you can have the boy help you. Flint and the others looked at Harry, who was grinning. Come on then, time is ticking away, Albus said. Severus picked up a bag and told the boys to follow him. The professors and Harry took them to the Chamber of Secrets. The Slytherins were in awe and Severus started harvesting the basilisk. Harry spoke to the statue, who bent down and spoke to the boys. Harry translated. Harry opened the library for Phileas and Albus, who sorted through many of the scrolls and files along with Wally and Montague. The Slytherin boys were ecstatic. It was well past 2 in the morning when they left the chamber. Harry was almost asleep when they left and Severus had to pick up the little boy to take him to Gryffindor Tower. The boys were allowed to sleep late the next day since classes were completed and the day was usually given so the students could properly pack. However, by lunch the entire Slytherin house had heard of the excitement of the following night and everyone hung on their every word to what the legendary chamber held. Wally smiled when he saw the Malfoy boy put his head down. The other Slytherins were smirking at the little boy, who realized that the other students had been given a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity because they had been nice to Harry rather than being his enemy. Draco knocked on his godfather's office door. Enter. Draco entered first a bit smug, but then remembering why he was there, he tempered a bit. Uncle Sev, may I talk with you? Draco asked and Severus looked at him sternly. He had expected Draco to come much sooner, but the boy had been taken in getting his father's approval. What is it, Mr. Malfoy? Severus asked sternly. Draco flinched. In private his godfather always called him Draco. Uncle Sev, I was wondering why you did not invite me to go with you to the Chamber of Secrets. Draco asked quickly. Only the team was invited, Mr. Malfoy. Besides, you used up your hours with Potter, Severus said and saw the little boy almost in tears. But sir, my father. Severus sighed. Draco, I made myself very clear. You are off the team and nothing your father says is going to change that. But sir, we won the game, I caught the snitch. You cheated and you know it. You put yourself before your teammates and you almost ruined 2 of your teammates' chances of getting promising careers. Draco, you hit Marcus in the face with a water bottle. You almost caused Adrian to crash and you cheated, Severus said sternly. Draco huffed. But I wasn't caught. I don't understand. If it was anyone but Harry Bloody Potter you would be. Severus grabbed his godson and spun his around. Draco closed his eyes knowing what was going to come. Even expecting the smack didn't make it hurt less. Draco yelped when Severus' hand landed on his bum. Listen to me, Draco. You are my godson and I love you. What I do not love is your bratty, selfish attitude. I was very tempted on Sunday to haul you over my knees and give you the spanking you deserved, but I decided against it. I decided to leave you to face the consequences of your actions. Have you even thought of apologizing to Marcus or Adrian? No, of course not. If there was any chance of getting you back on the team, you lost it. You need to use your brain, Draco. Daddy isn't going to be around to fix all of your problems. So if I go and apologize, I would get back on the team. Are you genuinely sorry? Severus looked at Draco and saw the defiance in his face and sighed. If there was any crime that Lucius would be most guilty of, was the crime of not teaching his son what was right. You are not sorry, and until you truly consider your actions, I am not interfering. You wanted Potter as a house elf to carry your bags, cut your meat and pack your bags. Well, you got what you wanted. The price you were willing to pay for that was the team honor and the chance for Marcus and Adrian getting picked for professional teams. The price you actually paid was your spot on the team. I hope it was worth it. Draco left his godfather's room in tears. Severus patrolled the hallways for the last time for the school year. He would normally check the usual make-out spots, children trying to get their last snogfest in before they go to their blissfully unaware parents. Severus considered what he would do as a parent if he found Harry up in the astronomy tower with some girl. He'd kill him. At least he did not have to worry about that for a while, at least he didn't think so. Harry was only 12 and he still thought girls were yucky. Even Hermione wasn't really a girl in Harry's eyes. He definitely did not have a girl to snog with. Severus would have known. Harry told him everything. He stopped. All parents think their children told them everything, but this was Harry, his Harry. Severus pondered. Harry was not really his Harry. He was Harry Potter. This is James Potter's son. At age 12, James Potter had a different girl for a different day of the week. Severus turned and ran to the astronomy tower. Half an hour later, Severus patrolled the hallways feeling really stupid. Of course Harry had not been in the astronomy tower, far less with a girl. He was in his bed sound asleep. At least that is what the house elf who he sent to check on the boy said. Severus sighed. He was getting paranoid. Less than a month as a parent and his emotions were all over the place. He wondered how his parents did it. God, how did Arthur and Molly handle it? He walked into the hospital wing and walked to the back in the private room. He saw Alex standing on his own by the window. I see you made it on your own tonight, Severus said, and Alex turned and smiled. Yes, Alex said in a croaky voice. Severus walked over and stood next to him and looked out the window. There was a full moon out and the lake glistened. Severus saw the giant squid rise up and spread its tentacles out over the surface. Alex's croaky voice gave a laugh. Neptune. Well, if you mean the giant squid, then yeah, though I never knew its name. Helena, Alex said. Yes, I guess she will know, but she was never one to share her knowledge freely. I have been at Hogwarts in one way or the other close to 19 years, and she only first spoke to me the day Harry contacted you. She. Alex started but stopped. He held Severus' arm. Severus turned and saw that he was struggling a bit. Severus helped him back to bed and he sat back against the bed head. Severus handed him a goblet of water which he drank, but it was still difficult for him to talk. Alex looked at Severus and indicated for him to look into his eyes. Severus understood he wanted him to use legilimency. Alex wanted to talk to him using mind magic. Severus was unsure, but then thought that this time he was prepared. Once his occlumency shields held, it should be too bad. After all, Severus could still speak to him. There was no need for Alex to look into his mind. If the man wanted to allow Severus into his mind, well, he was willing. Severus looked up and directly into the emerald green eyes. Hi, the deep rich voice said in his mind. Hi, Severus said aloud. I was going to say that Helena talks incessantly with me and I can't get her to shut up. I think I have gotten the last 1,000 years of Hogwarts history in the last 4 days, Alex's strong voice said. Unlike his voice out loud, the voice which Severus heard in his mind was strong and powerful. Severus laughed. Well, she knows you. You have a nice laugh. Yes, she knows me. I remember when she was born, cried incessantly then too. Severus laughed again. You really knew them when they were alive. Merlin, I sound like Harry. Alex laughed a bit, but it obviously hurt him to do so. Yes, I knew them. Helena lived in the castle with us and Gabriel came when he was 11. You know, he told me that only a small handful of people know their real names. I was shocked to learn how little of what happened back then people know. Maybe you should teach history. The current professor only talk about the Goblin Wars, which I know nothing about. In my day, wizards and goblins were allies. My brothers and I actually spent a few summers at a goblin school of magic in Tenochtitlan. Tenochtitlan? I thought that city was built 700 years ago, Severus said, remembering his Muggle history. I assure you the city was there for many hundreds of years before I first went, but it was purely magical and hidden. Even normal witches and wizards couldn't get in. When we became adults, Aiden and myself built a house there, where we would sometimes go during the summer. One of your clandestine dens, Severus said, remembering Minerva's statement. Alex immediately frowned. Clandestine dens? What sort of man do you take me for, Professor Severus Snape? That was a rather rude question. Severus was embarrassed and lowered his eyes and broke the connection. I am so sorry, I did not mean to be rude, nor did I mean to impugn your honor. It was something Minerva had once said. I am so sorry. Severus moved to leave, but Alex held his hand and stopped him. Severus kept his eyes lowered, but he felt Alex's hand under his chin and firmly but gently raised his face so Severus' eyes looked at his. You are forgiven, but I do not tolerate rudeness, not even from someone as handsome as you. Alex's voice was serious but then became a bit playful. Next time I may just have to punish you. Severus closed his eyes. He was still very embarrassed. If Harry had asked him such a question, he would have swatted the boy. Alex realized the man was still very embarrassed. Obviously the question was not meant in the way it did. Alex liked the man. Severus was handsome and a good companion, and he felt a strong attraction to him. He did not want Severus avoiding him. Still holding Severus' face, Alex gently tapped his cheek with his hand. Severus opened his eyes. I said you are forgiven. Now tell me about your plans for the summer. Severus bit his lip. Well, I normally restock the potions for the hospital wing, but Harry will be coming to stay with me after the first 2 weeks, and I promised him that we would go and search for Aiden. My brother. Yes, well, I realize he would be a ghost, but Helena said that he would not have crossed over without you. Why did you promise Harry you would search for Aiden? When you first called him, you kept asking for Aiden, and so I promised him that after we found you, we would try and find your brother. And where would you look for him? Alex said with amusement in his voice. We were kind of hoping you might know of where we might start, but I was thinking of finding him through Golden Heart. Alex's eyebrow went up and Severus got nothing from the man's mind. Obviously whatever he was thinking was blocked. Severus explained. While there are no recorded incidences of a golden dragon other than that of your battle, I am sure that there would be stories about it. I was hoping to go to the Dragon Reserve in Romania. The dragon handlers know all sorts of stories and legends that are not recorded. I was hoping they would know some stories of the golden dragon. Your brother left with it, and from all Gabriel and Helena said, I am sure he stayed with the dragon, even as a ghost. Alex looked at him and smiled but said nothing. After a minute he said, do not worry about Aiden or Golden Heart, they will come here. They will know you are here. Alex's eyes twinkled. Golden Heart knows. Madame Pomfrey came in. Time for your potions, Mr. Gryffindor. Alex took the potions without complaint. Severus moved to go, but Alex stopped him. Ask her if she could organize a bath for me for tomorrow, instead of using a cleaning spell. Severus immediately thought of the man naked in a bath. Alex laughed. You are really cute when you blush. Severus got even redder. Friday morning Harry came down to the dungeons to say goodbye, but also to leave all his books, his album and his invisibility cloak in his room. Harry was not taking any chances with Uncle Vernon, so he was only taking some of his clothes and Hedwig. He wanted to leave both his wand and Hedwig, but Severus told him he might need them both if there was an emergency. Severus gave Harry a hug and told him that everything was going to be okay. They went to the hospital wing where Harry said goodbye to Alex, and then he hurried to meet Ron and Hermione. The train ride home started out with the usual fun. Ron, Hermione, Ginny and Harry laughed and joked and played Exploding Snap. Bowl and Derek passed by their compartment and threw a box of chocolate frogs for Harry. At first Ron looked like he wanted to protest, but when Harry opened and passed one he did not complain. 20 minutes later Urquhart tossed a large block of Honeydukes chocolate. Montague gave him a container of Drubel's Best blowing gum and Bletchley a bag of fizzing Whizbees. An hour before the train came into London, Flint and Pusey came in and looked at the others. Do you mind, we want to talk to Seeker alone. Ginny immediately got up. Hermione looked uncomfortable and Ron looked at them suspiciously. Guys, it's going to be okay, Harry said, trying to shoo them away. Flint came in and so did Pusey, and they closed the door. Flint warded it and put silencing spells on it. Flint said, Harry, we know it was you who organized the Quidditch match and opened the door for the scouts to come and see us play. It was a team decision, Harry said. But you suggested it, and organized it. Don't forget we know you are part Slytherin. Harry laughed. Okay, so I may have suggested it and I may have told Professor Snape about the Scouts. Thank you Harry, I got a spot on the Puddlemere United Reserve team, Pusey said. Wow, congrats, that is so cool, Harry said with a big smile. And I got on the Wimborne Wasps B team. It is a dream come true Harry, Flint said. Congrats Captain Flint, Harry said, genuinely pleased for the two boys. Harry, you did a lot for us, not only the match but taking us to the chamber. I know I will never ever forget it, Pusey said. Talking with the Salazar statue alone was beyond imagination Harry, Flint said with a laugh. Severus gave us each a piece of basilisk skin for helping harvest the creature with him, and if I sold it, I would have enough to pay like a month's rent. Or two, Pusey said. You guys were cool and you didn't treat me like a SLAE or even a dumb kid, or most importantly the boy who lived. You like me for me, the cool nickname. Hanging with you guys was a dream for me too, Harry said with a tear rolling down his cheek. Flint and Pusey looked at the boy. They realized how hard his life must have been, not knowing who are your true friends, everyone wanting something from the famous boy lived, dark wizards after him. They saw the size of the basilisk and could only imagine the terror the boy must have felt. Pusey looked at Flint and indicated for him to go ahead. Flint took something out of his pocket and enlargened it. Seeker, this is for you, from me and well all the guys. Harry looked at it. It was a brand new set of Slytherin Quidditch robes with the name Seeker on the back. We know you could never wear it, but we wanted to let you know how we felt, Flint said. Harry was about to burst into tears when Pusey took out a shrunken broom. I know it is not a nimbus, but I want you to have this. No Seeker should be without a broom. This is mine, not what that git Malfoy gave to us, but mine. I worked 3 summers to buy this broom and I want you to have it. Pusey enlargened the broom and Harry saw it was a clean sweep 7. Realizing how emotional the little boy was becoming, Pusey put his hand on his shoulder. Thanks Harry. Harry whipped away his tears and asked them if they could shrink it back. The two Slytherins left and Harry locked the door again, though he heard Ron demanded to be let in. Harry cried as he took down his trunk and took out some parchment and a string he used to have to keep his pants tied. Harry wrapped the broom in the robes and then wrapped the robes in the piece of parchment and tied it together with the string. He neatly put it in his trunk and locked it back. As soon as he arrived on Privet Drive, he was sending the package to his dad at Hogwarts. He took a handkerchief from his pocket and dried his face and opened the door. Harry, what did they do to you? Ron asked. Nothing Ron, they just wanted to talk, Harry said. You were lying, you were crying, Hermione said. Did they do something to you? You no touch you? Ron asked. God no Ron, what is wrong with you? Harry shouted. Then why aren't you telling us, Harry? Hermione said. Because it is personal, it is private, it is between me and them and it is none of your business, Harry said. The door was locked and warded and there was a silencing spell. What do you want us to think? Ron demanded. That maybe they wanted to talk to me without nosy blabbermouth gits listening, Harry said angrily. Come on Harry, we are your friends, we are just concerned about you, Hermione said. Well, if you are my friend, just accept what I say and drop it, Harry said. They heard the train stopping and Harry took his trunk down and was about to walk out the door when Wally came in. Hi Wally, Harry said. Hi Harry, look, I have something for you. Here, it's a dream journal. You write your dreams and stuff. I have one and write in it all the time, helps a lot. Harry looked at the Slytherin green leather book with a silver snake on the cover. It was beautiful, thanks Wally. See ya around kid, Wally said and was about to leave when Ron grabbed the journal from Harry and threw it at the boy. Take your filthy Slytherin book and go. We don't want your gift, Ron screamed at the boy. What is wrong with you? I want it. It is a gift for me, Harry said. That's how they trapped Ginny. Harry, come on, use your head, Ron said. Listen Ronald, leave me alone. Harry and picked up the green leather book. Thanks Wally, I really appreciate it. I am sorry for Ron's behavior, it was uncalled for. Wally nodded and left, rubbing the back of his head where the book had hit him. Harry turned and looked at Ron. I hope you grow up this summer, because if you don't I can't see us being friends anymore. Yeah, well, when Vernon Dursley is abusing you this summer, don't expect me to rescue you, Ron said coldly. Harry shook his head and walked out. Ginny looked at Ron. How could you say that? You know his uncle is really bad. I don't care. Hermione slapped Ron hard across the face. Harry is right, you need to grow up, Ron. Do you realize that you just announced to half the train about Harry's personal life? You really are not a real friend. Ron looked at Hermione in shock and then to Ginny. Crazy girl, what has gotten into her? Ginny shook her head. You know you really are a prat. Draco Malfoy looked at his father coming towards him. He was dreading this moment. Son, I heard about the exciting time you all had with the SLAE Potter. All of the others' parents are talking about it. I cannot wait to see your memory of the Chamber of Secrets, Lucius said. Flint was passing and smirked. And who said your son went with us? He had Potter running up and down carrying his books and cutting up his meat. The rest of us used our brain and used our time with Potter to take advantage of his unique skill. A true Slytherin uses an advantage to get the best out of a situation, not revenge. Lucius cringed when the rest of the team passed and they all laughed at him and Draco. Draco looked at the murderous look on his father's face. Draco knew he had to come up with something quick or his father would kill him. He looked over and saw Harry standing with his aunt and uncle and recalled what he had just heard as he was preparing to leave the train. Listen, father, I may not have gotten to go to the chamber. The rest of the team was still upset about the Potter thing at the match. But I got valuable information for you. You see the fat muggle over there? That is Potter's uncle, the one he lives with. I heard from Ronald Weasley that he abuses Potter. His name is Vernon Dursley. Vernon Dursley was upset. He had one of the worst weekends in a long time. The little demon returned home and Petunia actually told him he had to allow the boy at the dinner table. He and Petunia fought for the entire weekend. He was actually relieved to come to work. He sat at his desk. Mr. Grunning's secretary had called. The board wanted him to make a report during Wednesday's meeting. Vernon scowled. His branch had decreasing sales for the fourth quarter in a row. He had been warned that another failing report would result in them closing the branch. This was that little demon's fault. Last year he had that dinner party with Mr. and Mrs. Mason. The contract was all but signed and that demon showed his freakiness and chased the biggest client the company would have had away. Mr. Mason was well connected and now everyone was staying away from Grunnings. He wished he had followed Marge's advice and drowned the little abomination when he had a chance. He would be sitting on the deck of his summer home in the San Sebastian now, rather than trying to find some way of saving his job. The intercom beeped. It was his secretary Sylvia. Yes, Sylvia, you have a visitor, Mr. Dursley. He doesn't have an appointment. A client? I don't know, sir. He says he is here to help you get rid of your summer problem. He says you will understand. Vernon sighed. Another freak. Sylvia came on again. He says he is willing to pay handsomely for the item. Send him in. Vernon heard Sylvia say, Mr. Malfoy, Mr. Dursley will see you now. Severus smiled a big smile and moved his queen into position. Checkmate. Alex groaned. Severus' queen had his king trapped. Just in time too. The headmaster is looking for you, Severus. He said you were half an hour late for the staff meeting, Gabriel said as he and Helena floated in. Oh buggering hell, Severus said and ran out the hospital wing. Alex laughed. It is so good to hear you laughing again, Alex, Helena said, sitting on the bed as Alex packed up the chess pieces. It is good to have someone to laugh with, Alex said looking at the door that Severus had just went through. You like him, don't you? Gabriel said with a smile. He does seem like your type, intelligent, tall, dark hair, lean body. You know, two men being in a relationship is acceptable now. You no longer have to hide. Two men can even get married now. Come on, Severus Snape is weird. He is a loner, very grouchy all the time, greasy looking, snaps at people. All the students hate him, Helena said. Because they don't know him. He is very loving and caring man, and it is not true that all the students hate him. The Slytherins all respect him and many look at him as a father figure. He is there for them more than their own parents. Helena frowned. He is a dark wizard, Gabe. He has that brand on his arm. He is a spy and you know it, Helena, Gabriel said sternly. Helena huffed. She knew just how far she could push Gabriel and she was close to crossing the line. Gabriel looked at Alex. I have known Severus Snape since he was 11. He has had many trials over the years and many times he has fallen into the depths of hell, but each time he crawls back out. Severus Snape is a good man, Alex, and I know you. He is a good mate for you. I like him, but it may be too soon, Alex said, his voice still very croaky. Gabriel frowned. Alex, look at me. I was alive nearly 40 years and have been dead over 985 years, and you know what I still consider my biggest regret ever. Alex looked at him and saw a pain in his face. Waiting. There was always one more thing. When we were alive, I waited for the right moment to tell Helena how much I loved her. At first I was so scared. I had been her tutor, I was older than her, I wondered what her parents would say. Then there was having to take over Salazar's post, and then there was my dad's illness. There was always something else, until it was too late. Do you know when I told her I had wanted to marry her? After we died. I remember her brother Constantine telling me how stupid we had both been. We were both so in love with each other, and yet we danced around each other until it was too late. We still do love each other very much and have been together all this time, but there is a part of our relationship that we never got to experience and we never would be able to because I waited. Alex smiled. The two were really perfect for each other. Gabriel looked at him. Alex, it is obvious you like him, and I have never seen Severus trip over his feet like he has been doing with you. I would bet anything, he loves you. Don't wait. Golden Heart is on his way, Alex said seriously. I suspected so, but what are you going to do, Alex? Jump on Golden Heart's back and ride off and suddenly things will be okay. Alex, it has been 1,000 years, for you it may seem like a week or two, but it has been 1,000 years, things change. Alex's eyebrow rose and his nostrils flared. Are you saying my brother Aiden will be there for you, in whatever form or fashion he is now? Aiden will always love you and will always be your brother, but he is no longer your twin. He has seen 1,000 years of happiness, joy, war, sorrow. He has spent 1,000 years without you. We have changed, Alex. We may be ghost, but through what we have seen and experienced we have changed, and I assure you so has Aiden. Helena put her hand over Alex's. Alex, you know I love you and Aiden is my brothers, and as a sister, I am advising you, get someone you could share a bed with and someone you could start a family with. I may not like Snape for you, but I did not like the cow my brother married or even the slut my nephew ended up with. The thing is, no one will ever be good enough for you in my eyes. My brother was blissfully happy and my nephew had over 10 children. Alex, I know Severus could make you happy. He already has a son in Harry, who is Gideon's heir and as far as I know the only current heir of Gryffindor. You have a chance to have a son in Harry and a partner with Severus, take it. At least give it a chance. Alex nodded. The telephone rang at number 4 Privet Drive and Petunia ran to answer it. Harry heard her argue a bit but then complied. She called Dudley and Harry to the kitchen. Vernon just called. He has an important client who he has already invited to dinner tonight. Apparently the man has not had a home-cooked meal in a while. Listen, this man is apparently very important and Vernon wants the dinner to come off perfectly. Harry nodded and Dudley grumbled. I need your help. Dudley, I need the lawn outside mowed. Harry, I am really sorry to ask, but you really are a better cook than I am. No problem, Aunt Petunia. I will cook the perfect meal to wine and dine Uncle Vernon's client. Thank you, Harry, and I will clean up here, Petunia said and went to the cupboard to get the vacuum. Harry started checking the supplies in the kitchen. He actually liked to cook, and since his aunt had actually asked and it was his choice, he really did not mind. He was going to put out his best. Dudley still stood watching his mother in disbelief. Mum, you honestly expect me to mow the lawn? That is the freak's job. Dudley, what did I tell you? I don't want to hear you say that word again. Now all of us have to help. We only have a few hours to put this together, Petunia said. Dudley grumbled and went up to his room and slammed the door. Aunt Petunia, I think we need a few supplies. Harry showed his aunt a possible menu for the night and she agreed. In the end she sent Dudley to the store and Harry volunteered to mow the lawn. He was accustomed doing it anyway, and by the time Dudley came back from the store Harry was finished. Harry took a very quick shower and then started on the meal. As he cut up the vegetables he heard Aunt Petunia chastising Dudley for another comment he had made about Harry. Harry smiled. Whatever it was that Severus did was a miracle. He had not been given any chores and had spent the weekend in his room reading the novel Severus had given him. For the most part Vernon and Dudley ignored him, though he heard his uncle complaining when he was not in the room. Aunt Petunia had been civil and had insisted on him sitting to eat with the rest of the family. If it continued like this, then the 2 weeks would not be so bad after all. By the time Harry was taking the roast out of the oven, Uncle Vernon's car came in the driveway. His uncle was whistling and was in a very jovial mood. Harry saw Aunt Petunia coming into the kitchen with a blush on her cheek and a bouquet of flowers in her hand. She reached for a vase and put the flowers in it. "That would look lovely as a centerpiece for the table, Aunt Petunia," Harry suggested. "Yes, my boy, it would," Vernon said, and came into the kitchen with a bottle of expensive wine which he put to chill. Harry said nothing. To be honest, he was a bit shocked. Vernon had called him, "my boy." Vernon smiled and looked at the roast. "That looks wonderful. Well done, Harry. What are you planning for dessert?" "Chocolate cake, sir," Harry answered quietly. "Yes, that would be perfect. I have always liked your chocolate cake," Vernon said. Petunia beamed. "I knew you would come around, Vernon." "Yes, well, it is the Christian thing to do, pet," Vernon said, and whistling left the kitchen. "Okay, this has to be someone polyjuiced," as Uncle Vernon, Harry thought. Half an hour later Uncle Vernon came back in. "Oh, Harry, I hope you have a decent pair of trousers and a clean shirt. I want you to join us at dinner tonight." "Yes, sir, I do," Harry said politely, but this time he saw the twinkling beady-eyed glare his uncle gave him. Something was up. Something was wrong. Severus walked down to the dungeons chastising himself. He had arrived late at the staff meeting that went over the final listing for graduation and got stuck with organizing the decorations for the Great Hall. As he turned to his rooms, he got this cold feeling that something was wrong. It was the feeling he got right before Sirius Black told him about the hidden entrance to the Shrieking Shack under the Whomping Willow. It was the same feeling he got when Lucius arrived to take him to dinner to meet his Uncle Tom. It was the same feeling he got on Halloween 1981. Something bad was going to happen. Severus paused and turned and went to the hospital wing. Alex was resting. Severus sat down and looked at him. He was breathing and he appeared to be doing well. He took out his wand and scanned Alex. All vital signs were functioning. Maybe he was just imagining things. "Hey, what is causing that frown?" a croaky voice asked. Severus looked down at Alex. "Just thinking of something. My imagination is just getting the better of me." Alex sat up and Severus poured a goblet of water for him, which he drank. "Thanks." Severus nodded. Alex considered what Gabriel and Helena told him. "Severus, I have been thinking, I need to establish a new life here. I need to get an identity, get qualifications and start anew. The headmaster has been discussing it with Minerva and myself, and he has decided that it would be best if you stay a secret, stay here for the next few years. I do not need Albus making decisions for me, my mind is perfectly fine," Alex said. "But he has no right, he has no authority over me, Severus. I will not be locked away like some lord's bastard child, a dirty family secret," Alex said. "Alex, you will not be locked away, you will just be hidden from the public," Severus said. Alex folded his arms over his broad chest and Severus saw his eye twitch. "Severus Snape, I know you consider Gryffindors to be all brawn and no brain, but in addition to my father I was apprenticed to both Rowena Ravenclaw and Salazar Slytherin. I am not an idiot, do not patronize me. I am sorry, I did not mean it to sound that way. The headmaster was just very adamant that you remain here. We are in essence at war and he feels you could best help by staying hidden and secretly training Harry." Alex raised his eyebrow. "Firstly, why would he feel that I would help in his war, and secondly, why would I need to secretly train Harry?" Severus cleared his throat. "Gabriel told you about the Dark Lord." "Yes, and he told me about Quirrell and the Philosopher's Stone and the diary." "What does it have to do with anything?" Severus told Alex about the prophecy and the Dark Lord not really being dead, and Albus' desire for Harry to have a normal childhood but still prepare him for his destiny. Alex frowned. "You are the biggest bunch of idiots I have ever come across. So let me guess this straight. This Dark Lord disappears, he is no more than a shade, you all know where he is, or at least the general direction. You do not destroy him, even though in his current weak state you could easily defeat him. You are waiting for him to get back his strength, get his army together, become strong and powerful again. all because a seer said that Harry Potter would be the one to defeat him. Well, it is more complicated than that, Severus said. Okay, explain it then, Alex said. Severus looked at him and did not answer. He could not answer, he did not know what to say. Listen, Severus, you are a good man and I know you love Harry as your son. You have to decide exactly what is best for him. You follow a prophecy that may or may not be true and you are jeopardizing a boy's life. Your prophecy says Harry will kill him or he will kill Harry. It does not talk of the hundreds of dark wizards who follow this dark lord. Who is to kill them? When will this new war start? Next year, 100 years from now. If you are serious about being Harry's father, be his father, don't be Albus, general training and guarding the secret weapon. Severus considered his words. Alex sighed. As for me, the only person to decide what is best for me is me. I have a vault at Gringotts in my name, which Gabriel assures me would still exist and would have accumulated a pretty good interest. I have a few houses under magical protection which may still be around. I intend, once I could move around on my own comfortably, to go to Gringotts and establish a new identity. I want to know what I still have and then decide on what are my options. I am hoping that you and Harry would be a big part of my life, but that is up to you. Harry is my blood, he may be the only family I have left, I do not know. I will train Harry, but as any Gryffindor son would be, and not because of some war but because this is who we are, this is his heritage. You want me to be a part of your life? Severus asked and Alex smiled. Yes, Severus the First do, both you and Harry, Alex said. Severus sighed. Amelia Bones is the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. She is a good woman and she is not in anyone's court. She will also know who perhaps in the Department of Mysteries who could help you. She is the best person to advise you. I had a friend who needed to disappear without the Ministry or Dumbledore or the Death Eaters knowing, and she was able to help. I will not hide, but I am not foolish to admit freely to the public who I am, Alex said. If you want, we could also get a goblin from Gringotts to come to you, Severus said. Alex smiled. Now I see the Slytherin cunning in you. Severus and Alex talked a bit and then Alex wrote a very short letter to the head of Gringotts asking for a meeting in the morning. He enclosed a tiny vial of blood. Severus was going to go to the Ollery, but Alex whistled and Fawkes appeared. Alex told him to carry the letter to Gringotts. Fawkes looked at the envelope that had the letter and the vial of blood and gave Alex a strange look and a trill and then flashed out. Alex laughed. Fawkes has not changed. Madame Pomfrey brought in a tray with dinner. Severus said he wanted to talk with Minerva, so he was going to the Great Hall for dinner and would be back later. Harry changed into a pair of black trousers and a red long-sleeved shirt. He also put on a pair of black trainers Severus had bought him. He looked at himself in the mirror. Not bad. He tucked his wand up his sleeve. Uncle Vernon's guest would be here in 10 minutes, everything was ready. He went to the kitchen and checked the cake. It looked perfect. He had a backup pie just in case a crazy house elf showed up. The bottle of wine was perfectly chilled. He took the salad from the refrigerator and moved to put it on the table. Aunt Petunia came downstairs in a pink dress. Harry, everything looks and smells great. I really appreciate it, thank you. Harry beamed. You are welcome, Aunt Petunia. Aunt Petunia called to Dudley. Dudley, your father's guest should be here any moment. Uncle Vernon came in the room with an evil grin. Oh, I suspect he would be. Harry suddenly felt a strong pulse of magic as the wards on the house sent up a strong shield. Aunt Petunia. The wards, Harry cried. There was another strong pulse and Harry heard a curse. He ran to the window and saw Lucius Malfoy outside the house. Malfoy. Uncle Vernon, your guest is a dark wizard, he tricked you. No, my dear boy, it is no trick, I know exactly who he is. You see, he came to me after he heard my name from one of your friends. Apparently you talk too much. He realized that we both have something in common, we both hate you. Petunia looked at her husband in disbelief. Vernon, what have you done? He simply looked my name up and he came to the office. He paid me £1 million for the brat, and I happily accepted it, best business deal of my life. Unfortunately I alone cannot sign to give up the boy, you have to as well, Petunia. Petunia grabbed Harry and put him behind her. Vernon, I will not let you take this boy. Harry, get your owl and get help. Harry ran up the stairs to his room. Hedwig was locked in her cage. She had just come back from dropping his Slytherin robes and his new broom to his dad and had needed rest. As he moved to open the cage door, Dudley came in and pushed Harry away and took the cage. Harry screamed as Dudley ran to his father. Petunia looked sorrowfully at her son but grabbed Harry as he ran past her in his attempt to get to his owl. "Stay with me, I have your mother's blood, they cannot touch you once you are with me." "Dursley, I cannot get in, you have to bring the brat out," Lucius shouted. "Gladly," Vernon shouted and moved towards Harry. Petunia stood in front of Harry. "You will not take this child, Vernon." Vernon slapped Petunia hard across the face and she fell. Dudley looked at his father in horror. Harry bent down and looked at his aunt whose lip was bleeding. Vernon reached over and grabbed Harry's hair. He started dragging Harry out. Petunia picked up the vase from the table and hit Vernon, who stumbled and let Harry go. Petunia called Dudley to her. The boy, still holding the owl cage, ran to his mother. Petunia now shielded both Harry and Dudley. Vernon looked at Petunia. "I am not letting you mess this up for me, Petunia. You are just like your sister, an abomination to God, protecting the devil's spawn, but I will deal with you." Vernon took out a gun. "Give up the boy now, Petunia." In his mind, Harry started calling for help. Where was the ministry? Harry took out his wand and sent an Expelliarmus spell at his uncle, who saw it coming and quickly fired a shot. Harry immediately put up a shield around him and his aunt and cousin. Harry heard Lucius cursing and then he heard a voice say, "Burn the house down." They all heard the incantation and the house was attacked by a snake of fire. Harry started shouting to Alex for help. Alex heard the call in his mind. "Fox." Fox appeared. "Great Hall now." Fox flashed him to the Great Hall. The teachers all looked at him in shock when he appeared. Alex looked at them. "Harry is screaming for help, you have to go to him now." Albus stood up. "I will gather the order." "No, there is no time. He needs help now. I am too weak." "Fox, take Severus to Harry now." Albus shouted. "Fox, no, wait." It was too late. The Phoenix had already flashed Severus out. Alex collapsed on the ground and Phileas used his wand to carry the man back to the hospital wing. Albus ran up to his office, Minerva following quickly. As he entered his office, he heard all of his alarms blaring loudly. Albus used the flow and went to Arabella Fig's house. Arabella was now running in to call them. "Albus, dark wizards attacked the Dursleys, the house is on fire." Albus started to panic. The globe he had on him monitoring Harry had been pulsing, but it usually did during summer when Harry was at the Dursleys. Albus had assumed Vernon had been punishing the boy. Even though he had conceded to Severus and Minerva's wishes, he had felt that they were exaggerating. The young people today would scream abuse every time their parents smacked them. Harry was a lot like James and was bound to get into some mischief, which had him needing a well-deserved smack. Albus and Minerva ran towards the house and saw Lucius Malfoy and a small group of masked men near the house where a gigantic snake of fire was attacking the house. Vernon Dursley ran out of the house. This was not part of the deal. One of the masked men sent the killing curse at the fat muggle, who immediately fell. Albus sent a stunner which hit the man who sent the curse. Seeing Dumbledore approaching and the house totally engulfed in flames, the Death Eaters vanished, but not before Lucius cast the dark mark over the house. Ministry Aurors arrived as the mark was cast. They tried to help Albus to out the flames, but the fiendfire could not be easily extinguished. Albus used a lot of magic to extinguish the magical fire, and by that time 3 other houses had burnt to the ground. Fortunately no one had been killed. Senior Auror Alistair, Mad Eye, Moody and a few of the Aurors came up to Albus and Minerva. "Why did they attack this house?" "Harry Potter," was all Albus said before he collapsed of magical exhaustion. Mad Eye helped Minerva carry Albus back to Hogwarts. When Harry saw Fawkes appear with Severus, he could not believe it. He wanted to cry from relief. His uncle ran. "Harry, Petunia, Dudley, grab on now," Severus commanded, and they all grabbed onto Fawkes, who flashed and disappeared as part of the ceiling collapsed. Fawkes flashed them to the hospital wing, where Poppy immediately fussed over them. She gave them calming drafts and potions to clear their lungs from the smoke. Severus even checked Hedwig, who came along with Dudley. In his panic, fear and shock, the boy had not wanted to let go of the cage. Severus opened her cage and sent her to the Ollery. Minerva and Mad Eye brought Albus in and Poppy tended to him. Minerva screamed in delight when she saw Harry. "Thank Merlin we thought you were dead," Minerva said and wrapped Harry up in a big hug. Severus considered. "Maybe we should leave it that way. Let everyone think Harry is dead." "What are you daft?" Mad Eye said. "No, think of it, this is the perfect opportunity. Minerva, I could hide Harry, everyone would think he is dead, he could lead a normal life. We could train him, no one would know. Mad Eye, Madam Bones could help, you could officially declare him dead and we could hide him here at Hogwarts." "I think that is a good idea," Minerva said. Mad Eye considered it and left to call Amelia Bones. "Harry, what do you think? I could claim you as my real son, we would say that you lived with your mother and you are now coming to live with me." "You know I would love to, Dad," Harry said, but Severus heard the indecision in his voice. "What's the matter, son?" Severus said, kneeling down. "Dad, it's not fair. I finally get friends and a cool nickname and people start liking me for me. I am Seeker, not the boy who lived. The Gryffindors and the Slytherins are starting to get along because of me. I was finally happy. But I know I will be safe if I say I am your son, and Malfoy and the Death Eaters and Voldemort will not be looking for me, but the school has accepted my Parseltongue gift, and after months of it being freaky they now find it cool. Now I would have to hide it again and my friends," Harry said as his various thoughts came flying out. Severus held the boy in his arms and Harry cried. Petunia sat up. "Severus, Vernon said that one of Harry's friends mentioned his name in the presence of the Dark Wizard and that Vernon hated Harry." "Dad, it was Lucius Malfoy. I saw him," Harry said. Petunia continued. "Vernon said that Malfoy contacted him at work. He offered him £1,000,000 to hand Harry over to him and Vernon accepted." "One of your Slytherins, Severus?" Minerva suggested. "I don't know, Minerva, it is a possibility," Severus said. "I never told any of the Slytherins about Uncle Vernon. I never mentioned his name or Aunt Petunia's or even Dudley's to anyone in Slytherin House. I said I lived with my aunt and uncle, but I never mentioned his name, nor did I tell them about how I was abused. I was very careful." Severus sighed. He had a feeling he knew who it was but did not want to upset Harry any further, though from the look on Harry's face he knew who it was as well. Mad Eye came in with Amelia Bones and another man. Madam Bones immediately gave a sigh of relief when she saw Harry. The strange man introduced as Fisher was the head of the Department of Mysteries. They listened to everything that happened. Amelia and Fisher agreed it was best if Harry did in fact die. However, given the fact that Severus was still a branded Death Eater, they did not agree on turning Harry over to him. Severus immediately suggested Alex. He then told the 3 ministry officials about Harry finding Alex in the chamber, who he was, the fact he was completely lucid and was actually a blood relative of Harry's. Alex was sleeping when they visited. Apparently Madame Pomfrey slipped him a sleeping draught to calm him. Severus even told them about Alex sending the note to the Gringotts' head and Alex's plans to train Harry, not for war but to preserve the Gryffindor heritage. Amelia nodded. He was the perfect person to take Harry. Fisher immediately called one of his men, who took an unbreakable vow not to say anything, to set up new identities for Petunia and Dudley. Amelia said she would liaise with Fisher, Alex and Ragnog, the head of Gringotts, to set up a new life for Harry. They would have to seal and transfer the Potter fortune. By the time Severus was able to get Harry and Dudley to sleep, a lot of arrangements were made. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. Upon awakening the next morning, Albus was informed of Harry, Petunia and Dudley's safe escape. Albus checked on the sleeping boy and saw that indeed everything was fine. Minerva informed him of the various plans. However, Albus disagreed. Harry Potter was a symbol of hope. He was not an ordinary boy, he was the boy who lived. If Harry were to die, it would cause widespread panic, the Death Eaters would band again and Voldemort would take the opportunity to return. Minerva tried to contact Severus, but he and Alex and Fawkes had disappeared from the castle. Albus and Minerva were in a heated argument when the flow flared. It was Arthur, Molly and Ron Weasley. Arthur came in with a copy of the Daily Prophet with the headlines, "Harry Potter Dead." There was a picture of the charred remains of the house on Privet Drive with the dark mark hovering above. Albus quickly explained that Harry was not dead but alive and well and currently resting in the hospital wing. You see, Minerva, we cannot allow Harry to die. There are too many people who love and care for him. The flow flared again. This time it was Cornelius Fudge. Ah, Minister, I was just about to call you. Albus, did you see the news? Fudge looked pale and looked like he hadn't slept. Cornelius, do not panic. Harry was rescued by one of my order members. His aunt and cousin are resting comfortably in the hospital wing. Fudge let out a sigh of relief but then said, Albus, this would not do. I have been getting owls since the prophet came out at 5 o'clock this morning. The nation is already in a panicked state, the dark mark being seen. We must do something. Cornelius, we will call a press conference immediately and put the nation at rest. The boy who lived still lives. Minerva shook her head. Alex, Severus, Amelia Bones, Fisher and Ragnog, the head of Gringotts, had been in a meeting since 4 o'clock in the morning. Ragnog had been contacted by Amelia and Fisher, and it was decided that once Alex was willing, they would meet. It was also better if these types of meetings be held when there were not many people around. Using blood test, they had verified who Alex was. The bank's head assured him of his vault's integrity and that his property still existed. Fisher and Ragnog created a new birth paper, documents and qualifications for him. They used his blood and a magical test to determine his qualifications, and when he saw them, Fisher got very excited and immediately offered Alex a job, but Alex just laughed. They sent relevant documents to Petunia, who signed over Harry's guardianship to Alex, so it made the setting up of Harry's new identity easier. They froze the Potter estate and organized that everything was transferred to Harry's distant relative Alex. Alex put everything in place to ensure that when he became of age, Harry would get his parents' estate. They organized new Muggle identities for Petunia and Dudley, along with a new home and a large bank account. On the record, Petunia and Dudley also died in the fire. They officially made Harry Alex's son, and they planned on doing a blood adoption to make him look more like Alex. However, there was the consideration of who would be the new Harry's mother. Alex had given this a lot of consideration after his intense conversations with Gabriel and Helena, who had given him much more information than he ever needed. Alex looked at the group. Is it true that since male marriages were allowed, it was discovered that men could become pregnant? Yes, it is very rare. 1 in a million actually, but it has happened a few times. Both men must be very powerful and they must have a strong love for each other, Fisher explained. Well, I want Severus to be registered as Harry's birth carrier, Alex stated. What? Everyone said in shock. No one as shocked as Severus. Severus is a big part of the boy's life. The boy already calls him Dad. I want that relationship to continue, and it would look strange if Severus suddenly becomes fatherly to a boy he just met. Alex turned to Severus. Listen, Helena told me that after the prophecy was made and you realized that it was about Lily, you disappeared for a while. You became moody, you were depressed. You came to Dumbledore and you became a spy. You started teaching at Hogwarts that year, and the following summer you disappeared for the entire summer and no one saw you or heard from you because Dumbledore had you in training. Severus nodded. The Dark Lord thought I was spying for him. I told him that I spent the summer with Dumbledore to get into his good books and to try to find the Potters. Alex nodded. All we have to say is that you were pregnant and you hid the last 2 months. We put Harry being born the year after he actually did. Everyone will believe it as he is so small. Most male carriers don't get too large when they are pregnant and you tend to wear billowing robes. That plan is plausible, Fisher stated. But what about where you both were all this time and why I never said anything about a son? Severus asked. After Halloween 1981 you were arrested and put in Azkaban for a week on suspicion of being a Death Eater. We could say that Alex didn't know you were a Death Eater. You had a glamour over your mark, and when he found out he left you and took the child. Since you do have the mark, you knew you could not get custody, Fisher stated. It would be easy to make transcripts and documents where you petitioned back then and was denied. Most custody transcripts are sealed and deemed highly classified. Severus looked at Alex. Thank you. I made a promise to myself I would protect Lily's son at all cost. When he was younger, Albus forbade me from interfering with the Dursleys, and when he came to Hogwarts I had to preserve my identity as a spy. Now Harry has started to look to me as a father, and I promise I would be there for him. Thank you. Alex smiled. Amelia and Fisher looked at each other and smiled at the two men. One of Fisher's men contacted him and he left the room for a few minutes. Severus looked at the time. It was almost 8 o'clock. He couldn't believe they had been at it for nearly 4 hours. Fisher came in. "We have a problem." "What is it?" "Albus Dumbledore and Cornelius Fudge just called a press conference to state that Harry Potter is alive." To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.